The city is in ruins. This is the result of a long war that has affected many people. In some places, you can see children trying to find anything they can among the ruins to trade for food later. Two boys crossed the square and headed off to a deserted spot. The boys made their way to a spot where no one was around and watched what was happening from there. The boys spotted the golem. Apparently, that was why they were there. One of the boys told the golem that he would give him a flashlight, but in return, he wanted food as soon as possible. The golem was in Sector 50. No one knew where he had come from or who his owner was. What mattered was that, in exchange for trash and scrap metal, the golem handed out food. However, this didn't always work. This time, the golem turned around and walked away. The boy shouted that he needed food. His companion told him to keep his cool. If anyone attacked him, he would fight back. Right then, there was another young man among the ruins. The fair-haired young man also noticed the golem. This young man had a bag slung over his shoulder containing various items. He approached the golem and showed him the contents of the bag. It was full of raw metal. The golem accepted the offered items and immediately poured the contents of the bag into his mouth. The boys and everyone present were surprised. Once again, this guy got lucky. The golem took absolutely everything from him. In return, the fair-haired boy received a bag full of food. The boys were jealous. How does he manage to get so much food every time? The guys watching this lucky guy figured that this food would last for 3 days. One of them said he had an idea. The fair-haired young man was called the Ghost of 17th Street. Sector 50, entrance on 17th Street. This street, like all the others, is deserted. You rarely see anyone here. The young man realized that people were following him. There were 7 of them in all. The young man stopped and told them to stop hiding and come out. How much longer were they going to follow him? His pursuers emerged from their hiding places and said that Ray had good instincts. They'd been trying to be careful while tracking him down. The leader of the group adjusted the brass knuckles on his hand and didn't look friendly. Blonde guy reminded him that he'd warned Ron last time. If he showed his face even once more, they'd have to make sure he couldn't walk anymore. Ron grinned and said that this time he wouldn't let Ray get away like last time. He just had to put his bag on the ground. Ron added that if Ray did that, they'd let him go safe and sound. Ray said that this guy was tricking him. Ron just smiled and didn't try to argue. Ray said they were lying because they had no intention of letting him go. The local kids have a saying, "The ghost lives on 17th Street. The white ghost with a silent gait, devoid of any emotion. You shouldn't look the ghost in the eye, or your whole life will spill out." Ron couldn't bear his opponent's gaze, swung his fist and lunged at him. Ray calmly dodged the attack, and his opponent's fist flew past him. With a counterattack, the fair-haired guy struck the attacker. Ron hadn't expected such a counterattack. The attacker ended up on the ground. His companions grumbled but didn't dare to attack. One of the guys shouted that they had to take Ray out and urged everyone to attack him. Waving his bat, this guy was the first to rush at his opponent. The others followed suit. Ray, just as calmly and without emotion, dodged the blow and knocked out another attacker with an elbow to the face. Peter, bleeding profusely, collapsed to the ground. The other guys stopped in fear, wondering what to do next. In this way, Ray dealt with each of his opponents. As they attacked one at a time, they were all taken out. Ray told his opponent that no matter how many people he brought with him, the result would always be the same. Ron, trembling with fear, told Ray not to come any closer to him. Ray reminded him again he had already said he would make sure Ron could no longer walk. Ron jumped to his feet and pulled a knife from behind his back. He backed away, screaming for that monster not to come near him. Ray thought the boy was right to call him a monster. Ray didn't know if it had happened when he was 10 years old. Around that time, he realized he was different from other people. After the fight, Ray's knee was injured and bleeding. The kids were surprised. Didn't it hurt Ray? Why wasn't he crying? Ray didn't understand why he should cry from pain. The boy added that Kayla had been attacked by kids from 7th Street. Why wasn't Ray angry? Ray, what does anger even mean? The other boys had cried after Bello died. Now they didn't know what to do. But even now, there wasn't a single tear on Ray's face. The boys said there was something wrong with this guy and that he scared them. It was then that Ray realized he couldn't feel what people call emotions. The boy even began to think that there was something wrong with him. Ray wanted to be like everyone else. He always wondered, would he ever be able to understand what emotions were? But even now, 6 years later, Ray still felt nothing at all. However, he had learned to read other people's emotions. Ray reminded Ron that they weren't allowed to use blades in fights here. That meant he'd brought it with him specifically to use it. Ron, trying to justify himself, said he'd picked up the knife in a dumpster just recently. Ray knew it was a lie. It was easy to tell from the color of the vessel in his chest. Ray could see a world that others couldn't. Inside every person, there is a small vessel. When someone experiences an emotion, the vessel fills with specific colors of mana. Traces of anger, hatred, and love are represented by red mana. Mockery and despair become blue mana. Joy and inspiration turn into yellow mana. There were countless other colors filling Ray's world. Frightened, Ron said that if Ray took even one more step, he would really stab him with the knife. Ron felt a deep black mana in his chest. It was intense fear. Ray kept coming closer. Ron pressed his back against a rock and shouted again for Ray to stop. Ray said that a liar like this guy deserved to be punished. After that, Ray continued on his way. He came to a spot located under a large stone bridge. This was where he was staying for the time being. The boy pulled back the curtain and was greeted with joyful shouts. Pale said that Ray had returned just in time. Pale was the leader of the children of the underground passages. The kids rushed up to Ray and said their big brother was back. Pale warned them not to hang on him, since all of them together were pretty heavy. When all the children had settled down in front of the lamp, Pale suggested they take a look at what they'd managed to salvage that day. Small coins, a roll of bread, some chewing gum, and a few chocolate bars appeared near the lamp. Pale wondered if they'd be able to divide it all among the 7 of them. Ray pulled out a bag filled to the brim with groceries. The kids were thrilled and said it was just incredible. Brother Ray, as always, is the coolest. The kids asked, did Ray get this from the golem? They added that the golem hadn't wanted to take anything from them. Ray knew that the golem only takes magical items with residual mana. If there's no mana to be seen, there's nothing to give him. Pale said it was time to share the food. Thanks to Ray, they wouldn't go hungry today. The children lined up, starting with the youngest. They received their food and thanked Brother Pale. Meanwhile, Ray left the room and went outside. These children were always short on food. The boy wondered if he should go to the storeroom now. Ray considered it his duty to support this group since he owed them his life. About a year ago in the winter, a group of children found a young man lying in the snow. They decided to help him and keep him from freezing to death. At that time, Ray didn't mind freezing to death. The children were happy when the boy woke up. The younger ones asked if he was okay. It turned out he was safe and sound. He was just a little chilled. Now Ray felt he had to repay all those children. This young man always made it a point to repay a debt, whether it was a simple favor or an act of revenge. Pale came out of the room and said that Ray should get his share of food too. The protagonist thanked him and said he wasn't hungry. Pale heard Ray's stomach growl and said that his stomach didn't agree. Pale broke the bar in half and said he wanted to share it. Black rain was falling from the sky. They say it's because too much magic has been used. Almost all of them live in the lower numbered sectors. Pale speculated that the golem had also been sent by the mages. Ray pointed out that this golem might just be a machine. Pale, however, was certain that the golem moved thanks to magic. In fact, Ray agreed with Pale. As it moves, the golem draws mana from its surroundings into its core. It then mixes and releases it as black gas. Black rain and black gas. Ray couldn't shake the feeling that there was a connection between them. However, there was something more important right now. Ray pulled up his hood and said he needed to step outside for a moment. Pale was surprised, even in such heavy black rain. Ray pointed out that they needed to keep an eye on the river. It could be dangerous if it overflowed. Pale shouted after him, but Ray didn't listen. The boy went off to do his own thing. Pale was upset because Ray did whatever he wanted. During the black rain, everyone hides, wary of it. People believe that a single drop of it can make a person sick. Ray, however, wasn't afraid of it. He could protect himself from the rain, which made his work easier. 18th Street, Lame Hector's grocery warehouse. Ray surveyed the situation on the warehouse grounds from a distance. The guards were eagerly playing cards, having forgotten all about security and the territory entrusted to them. Ray knew it. On rainy days, they always gambled. The protagonist cut through the wire mesh in the fence and slipped into the warehouse grounds. Then at the right spot, he broke through the masonry in the wall. After that, the young man made his way inside the warehouse. It was dark inside, which significantly reduced the guards' vigilance. Ray sensed hundreds of different types of mana in the air. He drew in only certain types and then mixed them according to the required formula. The protagonist paused for a moment to more precisely adjust the composition of the required mana mixture. He didn't know any precise methods. He did much of it intuitively. However, for some reason, controlling the red mana was the most difficult. The young man thought this might be related to his emotional state, but would he be able to create a larger flame? A knife was flying toward Ray at high speed from behind. It appeared out of nowhere. The boy intuitively sensed the approaching danger and managed to dodge it at the last moment. The knife flew past him, but it grazed his ear. Blood appeared. The knife lodged itself in the wall not far from the young man. The young man managed to hide behind some boxes. People appeared in the room. One of them said, "Finally, that little rat has shown up here. Does she really want to cut into their rations?" Ray was surprised. Could someone have been hiding in the warehouse all along? Security guards did indeed appear in the warehouse. Since it was dark, they used night vision goggles. One of them said that this little rat had hidden, but it wouldn't help her. Ray realized there were 3 people in another part of the warehouse, and they knew his exact location. Our hero didn't know they might have night vision goggles. The security guards said they'd find the burglar anyway. Knives flew toward Ray once again. The protagonist began moving quickly through the warehouse, changing his position to avoid the knives and throw the guards off his trail. One of the guards spotted Ray and said he was just a kid. His colleagues shouted that he should have aimed better. The guard said there was something wrong with this guy. Ray lunged at the man who had spotted him. Our hero ran up and punched his opponent in the jaw. The guard was taken out. The other 2 couldn't understand how this kid could see them in the dark. Looking at the colors of mana, Ray could see rage and surprise in these people. One of the attackers swung his knife and told the boy not to act like Superman. The protagonist attacked this man as well. By observing the flow of mana from the vessel through his arteries, Ray could predict their next move. A security guard watching the boy's actions said that was impossible. Ray declared that this was an incorrect assessment. Our hero struck again, and another guard was sent flying far backward by the force of the blow. The boy looked around. All 3 guards had been taken out. It had taken only a moment. Suddenly, the door burst open with a crash, and another person appeared in the warehouse. That person was Hampri, a member of Hector's band. He said he'd come to check out what all the commotion was about, but it looked like all 3 brothers had been taken out. Hampri got angry and said he was going to deal with this little rat himself right now. Ray saw this man and thought he was just as intimidating as the rumors about him. The boy decided he needed to get out of there fast. He ran toward the door and punched Hampri, who was standing in his way, in the chest. However, the bald security guard didn't even flinch. Hampri attacked the young man and told him to try to dodge his blow. Ray didn't have time to dodge. He realized this man was very fast. Our hero was sent flying to the side by the blow, but managed to stay on his feet. Hampri noted that this kid was very nimble. Ray realized that this opponent was on a completely different level. Hampri approached the boy and swung his arm to strike. Ray instinctively assumed a boxing stance and braced himself for hand-to-hand combat. The protagonist dodged his opponent's blows, but he knew that in a one-on-one fight he wouldn't last long, let alone win. Ray figured that in that case he needed to aim for the attacker's vulnerable spots. Our hero channeled some mana into his fist and swung to land a blow. The blow was sharp, and the force was quite powerful. A large surge of energy was channeled into the strike. Hampri hadn't expected such resistance. He even stopped and clutched his chest with one hand. The guard realized he'd lost sight of the boy. Hampri alerted the other guards. They spread out across the grounds and tried to find the boy. After all, he couldn't have gotten far. Ray, hiding behind the warehouse, knew that sooner or later they would find him there. Our hero was forced to leave the area, taking almost nothing with him. The protagonist realized that he had visited the warehouse of the notorious Hector group. If they found him, they certainly wouldn't leave him alive. Ray wasn't afraid to die, but if that happened, the children wouldn't last long without him. The protagonist believed that this could not be allowed to happen. After all, in that case, he wouldn't be able to repay his debt. One of the guards spotted the young man and shouted that the kidnapper had been found. Another guard ran up and shouted that they had to catch this guy. Ray found himself in a dead end. There was no way forward. A fence stood before him. His pursuers were already right behind him. The guards pulled out their knives and said that this boy had nowhere left to run. He had to come to them and return what he'd stolen, or they'd have to stab him. Ray looked back. Hampri wasn't among them. The young man thought that in that case, he might be able to defeat them. The guards rushed at the boy, cursing loudly as they did so. Ray parried the attacker's strike and counterattacked. The guard was incapacitated and the knife fell from his hands. The victim was surprised. How could this kid possess such strength? Ray used mana to deal with his opponent. He always relied on his unique abilities in situations like this. Our hero heard the voices of more guards nearby. They kept arriving. But Ray couldn't use his magic consistently. The boy looked at the trash container and thought he could hide there. The guards ran past, checking the entire area, but they didn't find the boy anywhere. Hiding in the dumpster, Ray heard the voices fade away. they hadn't found him after all. The boy decided he would stay there until morning, just in case. He kept his knife at the ready. After all, if his pursuers had followed him to the bridge, the children would have been in danger. Closing his eyes from exhaustion, the boy wondered, when would this rain ever end? The next morning arrived. The sky was cloudy, but the rain had stopped. Ray opened his eyes and realized he had slept through the rest of the night. The boy climbed out of the container. He assumed no one would be there anymore. However, Ray was wrong. A man said that he had finally found him. The guard, a knife in his hand, smiled and remarked that he hadn't come back here for nothing. Ray thought, judging by the color of the man's face, he was incredibly angry. The young man didn't feel fully recovered yet. The guard saw the knife in the boy's hands and said that he was acting like a real man. The attacker remarked that in that case, he wouldn't have to hold back. He'd simply destroy this kid. Ray, as always in such situations, effectively dodged to the side and the guard lunged forward. The attacker spun around and attacked the boy again. Ray managed to dodge, but lost his balance and began to fall. The man swung his dagger and said that now this little rat would definitely be destroyed. The dagger almost grazed the young man's face, but at that moment a gunshot rang out. The guard, bleeding profusely, collapsed to the side. Ray was saved. The protagonist got to his feet and saw an armed young man standing before him. The young man turned to Ray and remarked that it had been dangerous. The rescuer put away his gun, took out a cigarette and lit it. It was the boss of 17th Street, Nils. He asked what all the commotion was that Ray had caused so early in the morning. The protagonist asked who had called Nils since he was usually still asleep at that hour. Nils explained that he'd heard Hector's guys looking for someone, so he figured it might be Ray. Nils saw the cans at Ray's place and asked, "Did you really steal those from Hector?" There was silence in response. Nils called Ray crazy. Ray thanked him. Nils said it wasn't a compliment. Ray remarked that it had actually been quite difficult. The protagonist realized that people like Nils are quite difficult to understand. People like Nils are rare. Their emotions are so monotonous that the vessel never even fills up completely. Nils remarked that it was quite easy to die that way. There are some people you simply shouldn't mess with. Ray pointed out that otherwise the children might starve to death. Nils said that it didn't matter anymore. He had now repaid the debt for his rescue. Ray replied that he'd fished him out of the river only because he'd mistaken him for a bag of supplies. At first, he hadn't even thought of helping. Nils pointed out that, in any case, thanks to this guy, he was alive now. The protagonist reminded him that Nils had already paid for that incident. A year ago, our hero had accidentally pulled Nils out of the river. He was an enforcer for Sector 46, but he'd been betrayed. The fist-fighting lessons that Nils gave in return for his rescue were quite structured. Ray brought up their previous conversation about him joining the organization. The protagonist said he wanted to join Nils's organization. Ray understood that in that case, the children would be safe. Nils remained silent in response. He stepped aside and lit another cigarette. The older man asked, "So Ray can use magic, right?" The protagonist was surprised. Did Nils really know about magic? Nils thought that he was indeed right. After all, how else could this guy have started a fire without matches or a lighter? Ray told Nils to tell him everything he knew about magic. Nils replied that he only knew a few things he'd asked a mage from his former organization. Mages use mana from the air, and very few people can sense or use it. Ray asked if that mage had said anything about colors. Nils replied that the mage had claimed mana was impossible to see. The protagonist wondered, what then is it that he sees? Ray asked Nils, is that really all? Maybe he forgot something? His older companion leaned in and said that the boy was asking for trouble. Nils swung at him and called Ray a brat. Ray dodged the blow and thanked him. Nils got even angrier and asked, is that kid doing this on purpose? Our hero asked what the answer to his request would be. The answer was no. Ray asked why Nils was turning him down. All the sectors are located along the banks of the Elton River. If you go upstream, you can reach the other sectors. Nils added that the boy would surely be able to escape the slums and find a better life there. Nils said it would be a terrible mistake to let a child with such abilities perish here. Has Ray ever thought about leaving the sector? Nils said he'd even help him find a car. The protagonist replied that it was impossible, since he takes care of the children. Nils said not to worry about it since he was planning to start an orphanage. The senior comrade added that he would keep an eye on street kids like Ray. The protagonist thought that Nils's colors were faded, and it was hard to tell whether he was telling the truth or not. However, he always kept his word. Ray told Nils to be careful. It looked like Hector was preparing for war again. The guy added that he'd seen entire trucks loaded with weapons arriving at their location. Nils replied that he knew about it. The use of firearms in any conflict amounts to a direct declaration of war. Ray pointed out that if they lost the war, the people in the stores would suffer. He thought the money spent on protection from Niels's organization was more justified. Niels replied that it only seemed that way because there were many people worse off than him. The older comrade told Ray not to treat him like an old man. After all, he wasn't even married yet. Ray remarked that he was old anyway. He tried to hit his companion again, but Ray dodged him once more. A car pulled up, and the driver said it was time for them to go. As he got into the car, Niels advised Ray to find another hideout, since it would be dangerous here. Niels tossed an object to Ray and told him to take it. Antiseptic appeared in the guy's palm. Niels advised him to clean his ear to prevent infection. 17th Street, near the Central Park. Ray saw an elderly woman. Pale was sitting next to her. His younger brother approached our hero and said that he hadn't come home to sleep last night. Pale was surprised. Why did Ray look so battered? Pale was alarmed. Had his brother gotten into a fight? Who had done this to him? Ray replied that he was fine. He'd just fallen. Ray handed the younger boy some canned food and told him to take it to the tent. He'd be joining them there soon. The boy turned and ran with the food to the other children. Ray asked Viola if she had told Josephine anything. The blind woman replied that she had told her about rainbows. Ray asked Viola not to tell the children about this. If she kept fantasizing, they wouldn't get used to life on the streets. The woman asked, who then will keep fantasizing if not the children? Ray saw a purple aura around Viola and wondered what kind of emotion that was. He had never seen that color in anyone but this woman. Ray advised the storyteller to go to another street. A war might break out here soon. The young man went on his way. Viola thought he was a kind young man. The next morning, Ray knocked on the door and said the delivery had arrived. The man opened the door and asked in surprise, "Is that really Ray?" But Ron had said that he would be handling deliveries from now on. Our hero understood that Ron wouldn't be around anytime soon, since both his legs were broken. Ray asked the shop owner if he was planning to evacuate. There certainly wouldn't be any customers once the war started. The man replied that he had nowhere to go but his little shop. The owner added that maybe the war wouldn't happen after all. The man pointed to the door and said that Hector and Nils were talking in that room right now. If everything went well, there wouldn't be a war. After a while, the door opened and the negotiators came out. Leading the way was the boss of 18th Street, Hector. Hector saw Ray and was surprised. Could a kid really be working here? And working in a place from which all the adults had fled, no less. Hector patted the boy on the shoulder and told him to do his best. That's the only way to survive in this world. The gang leader tossed some coins into the boy's palm and told him to treat himself to something. Ray thanked him and said goodbye. Gampri, who was accompanying Hector, gave the protagonist a suspicious look. The bald security guard noticed the bandaged ear, and it struck him as suspicious. Ray thought that Grumpy might have recognized him. Hector asked why Gampri had paused. The security guard turned around and said he was already on his way. The cars drove off. The store owner breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there's no one here. Ray thought that Gampri had undoubtedly recognized the scar on his ear. But why had he left without saying a word? The store owner asked Nils how the negotiations had turned out. Nils said nothing and as always lit a cigarette. After a while, the young man replied that the negotiations had failed. War was inevitable. Nils added that he couldn't accept such ridiculous conditions, like having his organization taken over. That really was the worst possible outcome. The shop owner noted that it wasn't Nils's fault and added that he wouldn't be able to reopen the shop for a long time. Nils told Ray not to leave his hiding place for the time being. On his way home, the young man thought, if war breaks out, he won't be able to just wander around the neighborhood like this. A car drove past Ray at the intersection. Gampri was behind the wheel. Ray even stopped in surprise. The boy had never seen a car like that in Sector 50. It seemed suspicious to him. Ray decided to get to the bottom of it. Who could be the passenger in that car? Ray crept up on the spot where the car had stopped and began peeking out from behind cover. Hector walked up to the car, opened the door, and told the passenger that they had been waiting for him. A man wearing a monocle stepped out of the car. Hector invited the magician to come inside. Peering out from the bushes, Ray wondered, who on earth is this? There was an incredible amount of dark blue, almost black mana. This color resembled the one emitted by golems when they move. The protagonist wondered what kind of rings were encircling his veins. There was also a lot of mana around the rings. It was as if the mage was using them to contain his mana. Ray thought this man was very dangerous. He needed to tell Nils about this. Meanwhile, Nils's group was busy unloading weapons on 17th Street. Ray asked the squad leader where Nils was right now. The guy was surprised how had Ray managed to get here. Ray replied that he'd walked in through the open gate. The squad leader replied that the boss had gone outside to take care of some organizational matters, but Ray had better leave because it was dangerous here. Ray asked them to tell Nils to be wary of the man with the monocle. Back under the bridge, Ray started talking to Pale. The younger children had just fallen asleep. Ray guessed that the war would end in literally a week. However, he didn't know who would win. The two factions were practically equal in strength. Our hero wanted Nils to win, if only for the children's safety. If Hector wins this war, the children could be sold into slavery. The boys heard a rumbling somewhere in the city, and Ray said it had already begun. Pale remarked that he had never heard anything like it before. To Ray, the sound seemed somewhat strange. On 17th Street, a firefight between the factions was in full swing. A huge golem stood against Nils's men. It was invulnerable, and after the shooting, not even a scratch remained on it. The golem reached out its hand and activated an electromagnetic pulse as an attack. After this attack, Nils's men were either wounded or killed. The golem approached the wounded fighters, grabbed them, and tore them to pieces. A mage with a monocle standing nearby remarked that the place now stank like a garbage dump. A man approached the golem and called it his creation. The golem stood obediently before its master. Its entire body was covered in the blood of its victims. The mage ordered everything here to be cleaned up. Pale noticed that the sound was getting louder. Ray was about to leave. Pale got scared and asked where he was going. Ray replied that he wanted to check something out. Things here weren't as they usually were. Pale said he didn't want to stay there. He'd rather go with Ray. Ray forbade it and told Pale to stay here and keep an eye on the younger ones. The younger brother peeked out of the tent and asked why they weren't asleep yet. Pale apologized for waking him up and said they'd be back soon. Pale agreed and said he would stay with the children, but asked Ray to come back as soon as possible. Pale added that Ray shouldn't go too far, should find out what was going on and come right back. The protagonist found himself on a street engulfed in flames. The bodies of the fallen soldiers from Nils's unit lay everywhere. Our hero approached a wounded man and asked what had happened here. The squad commander replied that the enemy had brought a golem with them. It was controlled by a man with a monocle. The wounded man added that they hadn't been able to do anything against it. He told Ray to run away and not stay there. After that, the man lowered his head and didn't move anymore. Ray closed his eyes and laid his body on the ground. The protagonist pulled out a knife. He decided that at this rate, Nils's group would lose. He had to help them. Meanwhile, the golem had reached the area near the stone bridge, the very spot where the children had been sleeping. The golem spared no one. The only survivor was Pale. The golem set its sights on this boy as well. Pale closed his eyes and told Ray not to come back here. Ray found himself in the central area of 17th Street. The bodies of Nils's people lay all around him. The boy realized he was too late. However, Nils was nowhere to be found. The protagonist assumed he was still alive. Our hero heard a loud crash and realized the sound was coming from the bridge. Ray ran to the bridge and saw a golem there. The children were nowhere to be found. With a dagger in his hand, the protagonist lunged at the golem from above. The monster struck the boy, and he was sent flying far to the side. Ray lost his footing and, bleeding profusely, fell to the ground. Ray realized he was too late. He shouldn't have left. Now he had to make sure the children were all right. Ray remembered how happy the children were every time he returned. But in this case, Pale didn't want their older brother to come here. The protagonist saw that all the children had died. Ray felt no emotion, but he believed he hadn't yet repaid the children for everything they'd done for him. Ray didn't know what to do in the face of such despair. The boy heard a strange sound. It was the same sound he'd heard during the battle, so it was the golem. It was the golem that had killed the children. The golem had wiped out Nils's people and all the residents of this street. The protagonist vowed to himself that he would avenge them all. Ray decided he needed to get moving. He had to get away from this golem to avoid its attack. Suddenly, a car appeared at high speed. It struck the golem, and the monster was sent flying to the side. Nils jumped out of the car. He asked if Ray was okay. Nils ran over to his friend, who was lying on the ground. The boy checked Ray over and said that all his bones were intact, so he'd live. Ray explained that all the children had died. Nils had witnessed this tragedy with his own eyes. His older friend apologized for being late. Ray replied that it wasn't his fault, and there was no need to apologize. Nils hugged his friend and held him close to his chest. Ray looked indifferent, for he was incapable of feeling any emotions. The protagonist asked what had happened to Nils's subordinates. The young man replied that they had all died. Nils cursed at Hector. He hadn't thought Hector would call in a mage from another sector. Ray asked what he was going to do. His older friend replied that he would go back out onto the street and look for survivors. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and Nils's body was struck by an electromagnetic pulse. Ray saw a golem standing behind his friend. It was the golem that had fired the shot. The pulse was so powerful that it passed right through Nils's body. His wounded companion fell onto Ray. The protagonist caught him and kept him from falling. The color of Nils's aura turned pale white. His heart had stopped beating. Ray recalled the times when Nils had trained him in hand-to-hand combat techniques. He recalled the moments when they had fun together. Back then, the aura around Nils's heart had been rich and vibrant. Now the warlike golem stood before our hero, aiming at him. The protagonist's expression reflected anger and hatred. He said he would destroy all his enemies, a pitch-black downpour of blood and sweat. Ray thought if this were a dream, he'd want to wake up right now. The golem unleashed another electromagnetic pulse, but the protagonist, drawing on his inner strength and the power of his aura, managed to block the monster's attack. When two opposing forces collided, a huge amount of energy was released. Our hero said that he was different from everyone else. He is a man with emotions. The protagonist's emotional impulse was so strong that he put up a worthy fight against the invincible golem. As a result of our hero's counterattack, a scorched mark appeared on the ground. Ray set Nils down on the ground and in a trembling voice told him to wake up. Nils opened his eyes and told the guy to stop shaking him. He was already in a lot of pain. His older companion remarked that he'd been sure of this all along. A peaceful death was out of the question for him. However, he hadn't thought it would happen today. Nils thought he had no regrets. He'd done quite a lot for someone who'd started out as a pathetic scavenger. Nils wondered if he'd started trying a little sooner. Would things have turned out differently? The wounded man remarked that he'd started out at about the same age as Ray. His friend told Nils not to talk. He'd be back shortly with medicine from the car. Nils advised Ray to get out of there, to go where it was safer now. Nils had always considered this guy his younger brother. He told his brother to swim upstream. His older brother warned Ray to be careful at the rapids. In any case, he would manage. Ray held his friend's hand. Nils was losing his strength. Out of desperation, Ray let out a loud scream. It was probably a mix of rage and despair. These were the first emotions the protagonist had ever felt. Some time passed, and Ray was still sitting near the tent under the bridge. The boy opened his eyes, looked around, and thought he'd been asleep for a long time. Just the memories of what had happened the day before stirred up emotions almost as strong as they had been back then. Our hero decided that something was definitely wrong with him. He wasn't the same as before. Ray noticed that the stronger his rage, the bigger a flame he could now sustain. So the intensity of his emotions affected the power of his magic. The protagonist laid all the dead in a single row and covered them with a blanket. The young man decided it was time for him to leave in order to seek revenge. Ray didn't think it mattered whether he could pull it off or not. What mattered now was that he was taking action. 17th Street, Central Square. The survivors are gathering the bodies of the dead and helping the wounded. The young people are discussing how things will be more difficult now that Hector's group has won. Peering around the corner, Ray saw Hector standing near a car. Our hero was holding a knife and was ready to act. A surge of rage once again overwhelmed the young man. Ray prepared to attack. At that moment, someone placed a hand on his shoulder and told him not to rush. Ray spun around sharply and swung his dagger. The man managed to jump out of the way. The dagger only grazed him. Ray saw that it was Hamphrey standing before him. Our hero braced himself for battle. Hamphrey told him to calm down. Ray decided that Hector's entire group had to die and attack the bald guard. Hamphrey was forced to defend himself. Hamphrey was surprised where had this kid suddenly gotten such crazy moves. He hadn't been this strong before. Our hero managed to plunge the knife into his opponent's shoulder. Ray wondered why Hamphrey had simply offered his shoulder to him. The bald security guard, taking advantage of the boy's confusion, knocked him off his feet with a punch. Hamphrey asked, "Surely the kid wouldn't choose to die from something as foolish as revenge?" The man said he had a proposal for Ray, the ghost of 17th Street. Ray calmed down. Hamphrey bandaged his injured shoulder and said he'd been watching this guy for a long time. That's why he asked the young man to hear him out. Silent Hamphrey, that's what everyone calls him because he carries out his duties silently and efficiently. Ray noticed that this Hamphrey now had a desperate look on his face. It seemed he wasn't going to lie to him. The protagonist asked what Hamphrey was going to tell him. The bald guard told the young man to leave Sector 50. Ray wondered why he should do that. Silent Gampri asked Ray to find his younger brother, whom Hector had sold to the City of Mages. The bald man added that Hector had promised to reveal his whereabouts after Ray had worked for him for 10 years. By now his brother should be about the same age as Ray. The protagonist wondered why he should accept this offer. Gampri noted that Ray could use magic. He had realized this after their fight in the warehouse. However, even using a little magic, Ray wouldn't be able to defeat Hector right now. The bald man added that this terrible mage is now always by Hector's side. Ray saw a blue-black aura in the bald man's chest, signaling a fear that made one tremble. Gampri added that the mage was a demon. Anyone who defies him is instantly frozen. Once he even drowned a guy by trapping his head in a bubble of water. He's a terribly cruel and powerful mage. It's best not to cross him. Gampri held out his hand and told Ray he'd be better off leaving this place and surviving so he could take his revenge later. Our hero realized the bald guard was right. Ray had never studied magic, he simply relied on his intuition. His opponent was an expert, so there was truly no chance of victory right now. Gampri had heard that the City of Mages was located upstream along the Elton River. Only mages are allowed there. The bald man held out a bag and said it contained all the money he had saved over his entire life. Inside was a piece of paper with his brother's name and a description of him. Ray asked why Gampri was trusting him with such a large sum. After all, he might not keep his promise. The bald man replied that he knew this guy. Ray never breaks his word. The guard added that having seen him in action, he was confident Ray would be able to reach the upper sectors. He's sure to succeed. Gampri said they needed to hurry since the other members of the group would be arriving soon. Ray replied that in that case, he had a condition. Gampri must take care of the dead children whose bodies are under the bridge. Only then would he go look for his brother. The bald man agreed and added that he would definitely do it. Our hero turned around and told his companion to be sure to wait for him, because he would return. After a while, Ray made sure no one was following him. The protagonist saw the old storyteller, Viola, again. The young man tossed her a coin and said he had one question. However, time was short, so he expected a quick answer. The blind woman agreed and asked, "What's the question?" Ray asked, "Is the story about the rainbow true? Is it true that if you find the end of the rainbow, you can make a wish that will come true?" One of the younger brothers had previously asked Ray if he knew that rainbows appear in the sky. Ray asked, "What's a rainbow?" The boy replied that it's a long, multicolored ribbon that appears in the clouds after it rains. It's like a beautiful decorated donut with a bite taken out of it. If you find the end of the rainbow, you can make a wish. That's really cool. Ray remembered something and said, "I think those kids asked for donuts." The boy got angry. Was Ray even listening to him? Ray added that they'd have to sort things out with them tomorrow. The boy was angry and said that wasn't the point. Why was Ray so stupid? Viola replied that the rainbow exists. Whether or not to make a wish is a personal decision for everyone. The protagonist thought that this woman's manna was pure and calm. As always, it was violet in color. It was hard to tell if she was telling the truth. During their conversation, Gampri mentioned that the mage had been looking for something in this place, rainbows or something like that. Our hero thought if the mage was looking for the rainbow, then he must have clear evidence of its existence. Ray asked Viola if he found the rainbow, would he be able to bring the dead back to life? The woman replied that she didn't know. However, they say you can make any wish and it will come true. But no one knows where all these rainbows are, probably somewhere very far away. The protagonist thanked the woman and told her she'd better leave. It was necessary for her safety. The outskirts of Sector 50, 23rd Street, the place Niels wrote about, must be somewhere nearby. Ray compared the map with the actual terrain. The car Niels had mentioned was right where he'd said it would be. The senior comrade said he had arranged a 4-seater sedan for Ray. A man approached our hero and asked who he was. He seemed to be one of Nils's henchmen. Had he been ordered to bring this car? The man asked where Nils himself was. Ray figured that none of Hector's men were following him. He couldn't waste any more time. Our hero jumped into the car. The pursuer rushed toward the car and shouted, "Where is he going?" The man grabbed the door and prevented it from closing. Ray kicked him. The pursuer yelled at the boy to open the door immediately. Ray realized he'd used too much mana. His strengthening magic was running out. Our hero braced himself and used magic to fling the man away from the car. The boy slammed the door shut, floored the gas pedal, and sped off. The young man thought he would finally be able to get out of Sector 50. The white sedan raced down the deserted street. Once he was out of the city, Ray decided to stop and check the contents of the trunk. Nils had been thorough and well prepared. The trunk contained enough food and drinking water to last a long time. It would take several more days to reach the next sector. That evening, our hero decided to make camp to rest. He built a fire and settled down beside it. Ray thought to himself, as soon as he reached the next sector, he would need to learn more about magic. For now, he knew only that there were two types of mana. Red mana, which could be used without any prior preparation. Everything else is other types of mana which require mixing colors to prepare. Ray understood that controlling mana wasn't all that easy, but when he experienced certain emotions, some types of mana were drawn to him more quickly. All he had to do was think, for example, of rage, and the color and concentration of his mana would change immediately. However, that was the limit of Ray's ability. As soon as he lost his focus on the emotion, the mana slipped away. The protagonist continued to experiment and decided to try out different combinations. In the young man's hands, the mana began to shimmer with various colors. Ray noticed that types of mana that cannot mix destroy each other. Combining colors requires considerable effort, so it takes a lot of mental energy. However, there were also combinations that worked quite well. Ray continued to experiment, combining mana. The protagonist thought that there had been no need for this before, but now things were different. Now he had reasons. Ray kept moving, stopping occasionally to rest and eat. Our hero also continued to experiment, mixing different colors of mana. The young man wondered, would he be able to use mana more smoothly? If he could hold it in his vessel and use it when necessary, the process would become more efficient. He could try to achieve the same efficiency as with the rings surrounding that mage's vessel. Ray decided he would look for a way once he reached the 49th sector. Sector 50, 17th Street, not far from the bridge. The operatives had been ordered to search the entire area. The mage asked the squad commander, "Have you really found nothing yet?" The man apologized and asked him to wait a little longer. They were sure to find the golem. The mage held out his staff and told the squad commander to grasp its pommel. The man was frightened and asked for a little more time. The mage declared that he didn't like people who didn't understand him. The man touched the staff and screamed loudly in fear. His body immediately turned to ice. The other guards watched in horror as this happened. The mage poked the icy figure with his staff and said that it was useless. One of the performers reported that he had found something. It seemed a golem had been fighting here because parts of its body were scattered everywhere. The golem's master sensed that mana lingered in the air. Magic had been used here, and traces of it remained. The mage headed in the direction where the concentration of mana was highest. The man asked, "Did anyone live here?" The assistant replied that street children used to live here. It's a favorable environment for them. Most likely they left before the war began. The man wondered, could a street urchin really have used magic? The golem's owner couldn't believe it. Could a street child from these streets have used magic on his own? He had discovered an incredibly rare combination of elemental magic among the countless possibilities in this world. The man said that another mage had most likely come here and destroyed the golem. He needed to find out what had happened here. This man admitted that the impossible might, after all, have become possible. In that case, that street urchin might turn out to be a genius destined to become an archmage, the likes of whom this world has never seen. Ray arrived in Sector 49. He left his car on the outskirts. Nils had mentioned earlier that his hometown was Sector 42. It resembles this place, it's just as chaotic there. The difference is that Sector 50 is smaller. The buildings here are shorter and the streets are shorter. Nils added that all the lower sectors are similar to one another. The further upstream you go along the river, the more noticeable the changes become. Ray decided that Sector 49 was much larger. Our hero was surprised there were no golems in this sector. Could it be that they could only be found in Sector 50? Ray wandered through the streets of the district, listening to the locals' conversations. The protagonist believed he had to find information about magic as soon as possible, especially about that mage and the rings around his vessel. That would be the key to his revenge. He also needed to look for information about the colors of mana and the city of mages. The young man had Gampree's money to get him started, but he didn't know how long this journey would take. Ray stopped in front of a sign that caught his interest. It was Veronica's bookstore. Ray thought that Veronica sounded like a person's name, but what was a bookstore? The protagonist remembered how Nils had taught him. He would draw in the sand and tell him what each shape was called. Thanks to those lessons, Ray could now read. The boy peeked inside and was surprised he'd never seen anything like it before. The entire space was filled with objects that all looked alike, each with letters on them. Suddenly, a girl peered out of an upstairs window and asked menacingly if he had broken the window. Why had he come back to steal her books? The girl asked why this scoundrel was treating them this way. Ray realized that books were the items in the store, so that's what they were called. The girl kept yelling at the boy to leave immediately. She wouldn't repeat herself again. Ray could see the colors of mana in her chest. Red excitement, yellow joy, blue discomfort, dark green irritation, all at once. The girl waved her arms and warned that the adults were already coming down. Hadn't he left yet? Ray didn't understand what she was talking about. Our hero found this girl quite strange, he told her so. The girl became even more indignant. How dare he say such a thing? In a threatening tone, she tried to tell him something about her grandfather. However, the protagonist turned around and walked away. He didn't think he had time for this. Ray returned to the city street. It was much livelier here than in Sector 50. The local boys watched the stranger intently. Ray could feel their curious stares. Our hero found this to be expected. He was a stranger to these streets. Ray noted that everything here was exactly the same as in Sector 50. By evening, the young man returned to his car. Ray settled into the car to spend the night. He had walked through many streets but hadn't found any information about magic. As he drifted off to sleep, he decided he needed to explore more of the area the next day. The local boys had been following the stranger. Now they were hiding behind rocks, devising a plan of attack. Ray opened his eyes and thought, finally, they're here. This visit came as no surprise to him. Using his magical abilities, Ray determined that 4 people were hiding there. The boys decided they would simply take him out quickly so he wouldn't have time to figure anything out. They would also need to check the trunk and take the car keys. Ray struck first. He yanked the car door open and took out one of the attackers. By the time the boys came to their senses, one of them was already lying unconscious. Our hero jumped out of the car and struck another man. That guy also ended up on the ground. The element of surprise worked in the protagonist's favor. Another guy swung a metal pipe and shouted that he would destroy this scoundrel. Ray intercepted the pipe, snatched it away, and threw it aside. The protagonist raised his fist and told his opponent to grit his teeth. The attacker was frightened. As a result, the 3 beaten-up young men were on their knees in front of Ray. Our hero asked how many street fights they had under their belts. The protagonist's gaze was so stern that it was clear he was not to be messed with. Ray added that he was waiting for an answer. One of the boys, unable to take it anymore, replied that they controlled only 3 streets. Ray saw anxiety, doubt, and fear in the boy's heart. The protagonist stepped on his hand and said he was lying. The boy screamed in pain. The boy, still screaming, said he was sorry for lying. The boy, still screaming in pain, declared that he was ready to tell everything. They controlled 14 streets and had only 52 people. The young man admitted that their leader's name was Cedric. Their base is located in an abandoned factory. Ray learned that the boy's name was Neshu and asked what orders the leader had given. Neshu replied that Kedrick had ordered them to beat up this stranger and steal all his food. Neshu also added that Kedrick sees everything. Another attacker, hiding behind a rock, leaped out of cover with a knife in his hands and shouted that he was going to destroy this guy right then and there. At that very moment, Ray activated his unique abilities and used magic. The boys were surprised. Where could that wind have come from? Sand blew into the attacker's eyes. He dropped the knife and screamed. Ray calmly approached the man. The man was also frightened. The protagonist grabbed his opponent by the hair and told him to tell his leader he wasn't the only one who could see everything here. Ray realized that the people in Sector 49, just like those in Sector 50, knew nothing about magic. He also learned that books were stacks of paper filled with all sorts of information. Surely there must be information about magic in them as well. Another group of people approached Ray. One of them suggested that he go with them. The guy pointed out that they hadn't come here to fight, so the stranger had nothing to worry about. The protagonist asked if they were from the same gang as the guys from yesterday. He received an affirmative answer. The guy added that this stranger had beaten up their guys yesterday. That was exactly why the leader liked him. The negotiator took out a letter from the leader and wanted to read it aloud. However, none of the young men knew how to read. An awkward situation ensued. How were they now supposed to convey exactly what was written there? Ray snatched the piece of paper and said he would read it himself. The negotiators were surprised. Could this guy really not be from the streets? How did he learn to read? Only the boss and Waver know how to do that. Cedric offered the protagonist a job working for him and added that in that case, this person wouldn't have to worry about food. Ray asked these guys how they choose a leader and how they decide who becomes the senior member. The negotiator replied that this was settled through fights. The strongest becomes the boss. Ray said that suited him just fine and told them he was coming with them. Ray decided to meet with the boss, so they headed to Cedric's group's base, an abandoned factory. There were a lot of people inside the building. The leader was among them as well. Cedric approached the guest, greeted him, and introduced himself. The protagonist did the same. One detail did not escape our hero's notice. The leader was wearing a ring. He had seen a similar item radiating mana before, but this was the first time he'd seen one with such a large amount of it. Cedric invited Ray to sit down and said that he had invited him not as an enemy, but as a guest. Young men stood around the perimeter of the room. They were fighters from Cedric's team. Ray thought this guy had gone to great lengths to demonstrate his dominance. The young men were his peers, yet Cedric already possessed strong leadership qualities. The leader said that having seen this guy in person, he no longer had any doubts about his choice. Ray had nerves of steel. Where had the guest driven here from? Our hero replied that he was from Sector 50. The young people were surprised by this admission. Could this guy really be telling the truth? They had never heard of anyone from Sector 50 making it to the top. Cedric remarked, "If that's really true, then it's simply incredible. Ray is more than qualified to join his organization." Cedric added that they were planning to join a real organization. This organization is called the Red Mercenaries. It is located in Sector 45. The leader added that they had agreed to join once they reached 66 members. Cedric asked what Ray thought. Surely that's enough for him to join their organization? That way he could raise his status. Ray remarked that it was an interesting story. Our hero added that joining the group wasn't difficult at all. The protagonist surprised the host with his answer, but said he refused to work for someone weaker than himself. Silence fell over the room for a moment. Everyone was taken aback by such unheard-of audacity. Cedric asked indignantly, "Did Ray really say he's weaker?" The guest remarked that in Sector 50, they chose a leader based on strength, not on the ability to talk a good game. One of those present protested, "How dare this scoundrel say such a thing?" Cedric grabbed the guy by the throat and asked who had given him the right to speak. The leader added that he didn't like being interrupted. The guy got scared and started apologizing. Ray noticed that Cedric was using amplifying magic. Ray began to doubt that Cedric was using it himself. The ring was probably emitting mana. Ray asked when it would end. One of those present replied that it would continue until one of them stopped it. Our hero decided he could try to break the ring. The protagonist directed a stream of mana at it, and for a moment the ring did indeed lose its power. Cedric was surprised and let the culprit go. The leader smiled, apologized, and remarked that he'd lost his temper a bit. Ray noticed the sudden shift in emotions. Cedric decided to pick up where they'd left off. Was the guest really saying he was weaker? Then that needed to be tested. Ray repeated, he believed he was stronger than Cedric. Cedric got angry, his mana turned red. He shouted at Ray to try that again. The leader asked his subordinates if they agreed with this. The guys got scared and replied that no, their leader was, of course, stronger. The protagonist noted that the ring reacts to Cedric's emotions. However, judging by the fact that Cedric didn't react at all to the sudden restriction on his mana, he doesn't understand what this ring is doing to him. Cedric asked if that meant Ray wanted to see his strength. Our hero challenged Cedric to a fight for the position of leader in this group. Ray added that if he lost, he would work for him. The leader was delighted and said they would do it in a week. Cedric added that they would fight in front of everyone. Representatives from other groups would even be there so that everyone could see each other's strength for themselves. Ray agreed. Our hero asked where Cedric had gotten that ring. The leader replied that the guest would find out if he could defeat him. Cedric, of course, didn't think that would happen. The next day arrived, the protagonist couldn't stop thinking about what kind of ring it was. Ray sensed danger, spun around sharply, raised his hand, and caught a stone right next to his head. Behind our hero stood a group of armed men. One of them asked who had given the stranger permission to be there. The leader of the group said the stranger had completely lost his mind. Ray found himself surrounded. An opponent declared that the stranger shouldn't even think about running away. They had people everywhere. The protagonist told the guy to stop talking nonsense and start fighting. After a while, Ray was the only one left standing. The young man thought that no matter where he went, people kept provoking him into a fight. Apparently, everyone already knew about his upcoming fight with Cedric. Although Cedric's men left him alone as they'd agreed, the other gangs weren't bound by that. Their pride wouldn't allow them to simply let a stranger roam freely through their streets. Other groups even banded together to keep an eye on the outsider. Ray felt that so far everything was going according to plan. The young man thought that the more he got used to magic, the stronger it became. As he gained experience, he'd be able to use magic faster while expending less mental energy. Provoking fights was a good idea. Ray asked how much longer this guy was going to keep watching. A stranger emerged from around the corner. He asked Ray if he was a hunter. The protagonist looked at this guy. He was younger than his peers, but he was walking alone. He didn't seem like he was any good at fighting. Ray told the guy to take off his glasses, or he might hurt his hands when he broke them. The young man told the hunter to stop. He hadn't come here to fight. The guy repeated that he wasn't a fighter. Besides, how could he fight with such a frail body? Ray asked what he wanted then. The young man replied that his name was Philip, and he wanted to make a proposal. The young man led our hero to another spot, noting that he worked near the east dump. Philip said he'd heard a lot about the hunter. Everyone's talking about him. Ray guessed that he'd been given the nickname the Hunter after he'd taken care of those guys. The young men approached a huge white building. Philip noted that they had arrived. There were a lot of people inside the building. Ray was even surprised. It was very bustling in there. Philip said that this was his hotel. That's what it's called. Philip's Hotel. Ray guessed there were more than 100 people there. Philip replied that, including those working outside, there were exactly 186 people. Ray guessed that everyone present had something in common. Philip replied that the hunter had finally figured it out. Our hero thought it would be difficult for all these people to join another group. They were either too young or too small. Philip noticed that there were a lot of mines in Sector 49. Ray added that that meant a lot of adults were dying. Philip pointed out that this guy wasn't just good at fighting. Because there are so many mines, there's always plenty of work. Stores are happy to hire even children. There are so many of them that even the street gangs can't keep up. Instead of maintaining a monopoly by working with just a few gangs, Philip agreed to pay them a small fee and send workers their way when needed. The guy added that he acts as a sort of broker. He even provides a place to stay, though of course not for free. Ray was surprised. Had Philip really built all this up on his own? The young man replied that he'd had to work hard to build such an infrastructure. Another man approached the young men. Philip asked Jonathan how things were going at the restaurant. Jonathan replied that everything was fine there and no one was giving him a hard time. Jonathan brought the payment for the month. Philip thanked him and said he'd record it right away. The young man took out his notebook and made a note that Jonathan had paid for the current month. Philip remarked that he needed to make a note of everything right away. The hotel owner explained that it was a notebook for managing the hotel. Did Ray want to take a look? Although he probably wouldn't understand a thing, even if he read the whole thing. Ray took the notebook and saw an entry about himself. Philip had written that one must approach the hunter with the utmost caution. Philip was surprised. Could Ray really read? The protagonist answered in the affirmative. Philip blushed with embarrassment and apologized. The young man added that this wasn't an excuse, but he liked watching people. Ray remarked that Philip was his opposite. Even if he tried, he still wouldn't understand anything about people. Ray added that there was no need to apologize. He handed the notebook to the host and remarked that he didn't care either way. Philip pointed at the young men and said they had arrived. The guys asked who Philip had brought since they didn't let just anyone in. Philip explained that this was the very hunter everyone was talking about. He had promised to bring him over for a visit. Philip led our hero into the room and said that he used this place himself. Ray could make himself at home here. Philip opened the safe and put the bag of money inside. Ray said that at first he'd thought Philip was a con artist. The hotel owner replied that he wasn't a liar. Trust is the most important thing in business. Philip noted that money can always be returned, but once trust is lost, it's hard to regain it. Ray thought that this guy was nothing like others his age. Our hero said he wanted to hear the offer he'd come here for. Philip thought that this hunter still scared him a little, but he needed to overcome that fear if he wanted to come out ahead. The hotel owner said he had a sincere offer for his interlocutor. He wanted the hunter to become his business partner. This could only happen after Ray defeated Cedric and became the group's new leader. Ray noticed that this guy now had less black mana than before. He had been afraid of him, but now he'd mustered up the courage. Ray asked if Philip thought he might lose. His counterpart replied that he couldn't rule out that possibility. However, the hunter had an extremely high chance of winning. Philip added that he had a feeling about it. The guy repeated that he liked to observe people. If he watched a person's behavior and habits for a long time, he could better understand what kind of person they were. Philip noticed that when Ray talks to people, he almost always looks down. He looks at the person's chest instead of into their eyes. The guy added that he doesn't know why this happens. Perhaps the hunter has some kind of trauma related to people's eyes or faces. Philip suggested they get back to the matter at hand and reiterated that he was good at reading people. Ray asked what other habits he had noticed in his conversation partner and how many there were in total. As he stepped around the corner, Philip said that Ray always steps with his right foot first. This is likely due to subconscious preparation for a possible encounter with an enemy since he's right-handed. It was the first time our hero had heard such an accurate and detailed analysis. Until then, people had only judged him superficially. They said this guy wasn't like everyone else. That scared them. They said there was something wrong with Ray. Those around him saw the protagonist as cold or intimidating. Even now, aside from anger and sadness, our hero has to concentrate to feel any emotions at all. However, this Philip turned out to be a kind of key to Ray's future emotional growth. Philip continued his story. Now he was talking about how Cedric often lets his emotions get the better of him in fights. The hunter, on the other hand, always anticipates his opponent's moves. That's exactly why Philip believed Ray would help him. The protagonist said he agreed. Philip was surprised, since he hadn't even finished explaining. The protagonist added that Philip could decide everything himself regarding payment. Our hero added that this guy shouldn't take things lightly. Philip replied that that went without saying. The hunter said he had one more condition. Philip had a lot of connections, so he wanted him to find something for him. A short while later, a man sent by Philip arrived to repair the car. The mechanic asked if the hunter was really from Sector 50. The mechanic added that judging by the condition of the car, he would have believed the hunter if he'd said he'd driven across the desert. He noted that Philip must have liked the hunter, since he rarely sent someone as experienced as him. The mechanic asked the young man to hand him the wrench and the nut. Ray used magic to move these items closer to the mechanic. The mechanic saw the wrench and nuts nearby and was surprised. Had they really been lying there? When had he managed to pick them up? After a while, the mechanic crawled out from under the car and said he was done. All he had to do was fix the overheating engine. He'd replaced the radiator with a better one, so now everything should be fine. The master whispered that he'd secretly borrowed it from the shop where he works. Ray replied that it was a job well done. As the mechanic gathered his tools, he said it had been at Philip's request. Philip is their savior. The guy noted that without Philip, they wouldn't have gotten any work at all. That's why they don't mind paying out a small portion of their profits. Ray realized that Philip was surprisingly popular. The mechanic remembered and handed the protagonist a piece of paper from Philip. The guy added that it was hard for him to remember all the messages, so Philip had written them down here. The master waved his hand and told the hunter that perhaps they would see each other again. Ray had previously told Philip that he needed information about the mages. His companion replied that he had heard of them before. He promised to gather information on everyone who was in any way connected to them. The innkeeper added that it shouldn't take too long. To be honest, Ray didn't think Philip would be able to gather that much information in just 2 days. Philip recorded everyone he could find. 2nd Street, the werewolf from the Wolf Bakery, 42 years old, a baker, a man carrying a heavy bag with one hand. 8th Street, Andrew from Kenny's store, a clerk, a man eating dry white bread without a hint of emotion. Ray wondered, did he really need to double-check all of them? After careful observation, Ray decided that Lennon could be ruled out. He didn't have a ring around his neck. The guy crossed off almost the entire list. He had one last person left. Philip had reported that when a pipe fell from the roof due to the builder's carelessness, this man was walking below. His name and age were unknown. He presumably lived in the underground section. At that moment, a strong gust of wind blew, and this man suddenly narrowly escaped disaster. However, not even a hint of surprise flashed across his face. There's a high probability that he might be a mage. Ray saw 2 young men approach the bookstore. They said it was closed again today. Will it ever open at all? One of them remarked that no one could hold out if they were pelted with stones every day. If they stopped now, could their work be considered complete? The guy added that they couldn't stop. They'd been promised double the pay if the store went up for sale. Ray overheard the conversation. One of the guys pulled out a rock and said that this time he wouldn't throw it at the store but at the house. He'd force them to move. The hooligan swung the rock and told his friend to watch and learn. The window flew open, and the girl appeared again. She screamed at the hooligans to leave immediately. The girl said she'd heard everything, which meant they were the ones throwing rocks at the store. Ray saw a pale yellow glow in the girl's chest, courage and conviction. However, judging by the amount of black mana, she was very frightened. The guys brandishing stones said they could see her trembling with fear. The girl closed her eyes in fear. A thrown stone hit the wall nearby. The boys laughed. They said they knew for sure there were only children and a sick old man in the house. One of the bullies said he'd aim for her face this time and threw the rock with all his might. However, the girl held her hands out in front of her. Ray was surprised to see that she was using magic. The stone didn't reach its target. The bullies didn't understand what was happening, but the stone fell at their feet. The woman of the house was determined. There was no longer any fear in her eyes. Ray realized she was a mage. The boys decided to try again, as if the last attempt had simply failed. Ray was certain it was definitely magic. The girl told them to leave immediately. The bullies swung their rocks and said she couldn't do anything to them. She shouldn't act so brave. The girl saw 2 stones flying toward her and thought she wouldn't be able to block them. Out of fear, she closed her eyes. Ray reached out, activated his magic, and helped the girl. Suddenly, a strong wind picked up, and the stones were blown aside. It seemed very unusual. One of the rocks spun around and hit the bully in the head. He screamed in pain. Another guy tried to run away, but a rock caught up with him too. The protagonist walked over to the bullies lying on the ground and looked at the girl in the window. Ray said hello and remarked that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. The girl was surprised. The bullies were neatly laid out against the wall. Now they posed no threat. The girl came downstairs and thanked the protagonist for his help. Ray said there was no need to thank him and asked if she was a mage. The girl asked, "But didn't you use magic too?" The lady of the house suggested they talk inside. Ray entered the house and began looking around with interest. The girl introduced herself and said her name was Veronica. She lived at Veronica's bookstore. The protagonist stated his name completely emotionlessly. Veronica said she was very pleased to meet Ray. Veronica apologized for yelling at him last time, since she thought he was the one throwing stones. Ray agreed that the situation had indeed been a misunderstanding. The girl thanked him again for his help. Without him, she would have been in serious trouble. Ray said she shouldn't thank him so much. He just wanted to check out the bookstore. His original goal had been to learn a little about magic. But meeting a mage here was practically hitting the jackpot. Veronica was surprised. Don't people usually react better to praise? This guy seemed strange to her. Ray asked where Veronica had learned magic. The girl replied that her grandfather had taken her in, along with her brothers and sister. Ray was surprised. Could her grandfather really use magic too? Veronica replied that her grandfather was a real magician. The guy asked if he could meet her grandfather. Veronica said she'd go up to his room right now and tell him about Ray. The girl noticed a cut on the boy's cheek. Ray replied that it was nothing serious. He'd been grazed a little, but everything was fine now. Veronica said that if he left it like that, it could get infected. She moved closer and added that she would fix it right away. She used her magic and began the healing process. After a while, Veronica said it was all done. The scratch was gone. Ray asked how she'd done it. She just channeled white mana. The guy added that after that, she created light from it and healed him. No matter how hard the protagonist concentrated, he couldn't move the white mana. White mana responds only to confidence and a strong focus on the goal. This happens when someone sacrifices themselves. All these emotions are foreign to Ray since he feels almost nothing. Veronica replied that she had simply used healing magic, that was all. The girl asked what Ray meant when he said white mana. Ray remembered that Nils had never heard of anything like that before either. The mage had told him that mana was invisible. The protagonist was surprised. Could it really be that mages don't see it? Veronica didn't understand what he was talking about. Maybe he meant the element of regeneration? The girl explained the element she had used was called the element of regeneration. Usually healing magic uses only that element, although auxiliary elements can be added to it. Ray asked how many elements there were in total. Veronica replied that there were a great many, more than 20 natural ones alone. If you count the others, enhancement, disruption, manipulation, and regeneration, there are over 100. Our hero thought that he had learned something new today. Would he learn even more by talking to her grandfather? Veronica said that her grandfather was very ill, so he hardly ever got out of bed. She went up to the second floor and added that she would check to see if he was awake. While Ray was left alone, he decided to look through the books. He began reading the titles, Kildrick's Travel Notes, An Interpretation of Unconsciousness, on the Ontological Significance of Humans. The young man had heard that these books were very expensive. Ray thought that just touching them with his hands was probably wrong. Last time he had washed himself in the clean rain, but now he felt uncomfortable because he smelled bad. Others probably noticed it too when they were near him. Ray thought that Veronica might have a poor sense of smell, or that she was simply being polite to him. On the table lay some items that were slightly different from the rest. They were magazines. Ray read the title, The Theory of Element Distribution by Sector. The next title read, On the Cause of the Spread of Black Rain. Veronica, coming downstairs, didn't see Ray in the room. She thought he had left because she'd been gone for so long. However, Ray approached her from behind and said he was still there. Veronica jumped in surprise and said he'd scared her. How could anyone sneak up on an honest girl like that? Veronica asked if that meant he'd been looking around the store. She hadn't noticed him at all. The guy asked if there were any books on magic here. He hadn't found anything suitable. The girl was surprised. Could Ray actually read? Veronica thought this young man was much more interesting than she had previously assumed. The protagonist asked how her grandfather was doing. Veronica replied that she wouldn't be able to talk to him right now. He'd fallen asleep again. The girl asked if Ray could come back tomorrow. The boy promised he would. The hostess asked why he wanted to meet her grandfather. It sounded as if that had been his original purpose. As Ray was leaving the house, he said he was looking for a rainbow. The protagonist went to a restaurant for lunch and more. Sitting at the table, he read Philip's note. A building on an empty shopping street. A man in his 40s, no name given. He always leaves at 7 in the morning and returns at 7 in the evening. He comes back with a basket of food and goes downstairs. It's unclear what he does. Ray thought that this man must show up again somewhere around here. He hoped to learn something about magic. This information was provided by a young man named Johnny. The waiter approached Ray's table and said he'd brought his order. Judging by his name tag, his name really was Johnny. Ray said he hadn't ordered anything. The waiter replied that it was on the house after all. The customer was a hunter, a real hero to children. The protagonist said that in that case he had a question. Johnny replied that he was ready to answer anything and could even reveal the password to the vault. Ray held up a piece of paper and asked how accurate this man's schedule was. Johnny replied almost 100%. The waiter added that during his 3 months working here, this man had gone down to the basement and come back up at exactly those times. Thanks to his presence, there was no need to even look at the clock. Johnny apologized and said he was being called away. If the visitor needed anything, he could call him over. Ray glanced at his watch. He still had an hour to wait. In that case, he could take his time eating. At the appointed time, Ray saw a man outside the window and realized it was the one he'd been waiting for. He was wearing the same rings as the magician with the monocle. It was definitely the magician. The protagonist thanked Johnny for the meal and ran out of the restaurant. Now our hero knew that this man would be away from his house for about an hour. He needed to find something related to magic in the man's house during that time. Our hero approached the house and reached for the doorknob. However, the door was locked. That was to be expected. Ray knew he couldn't give up on this case. He had to find a way to get inside. The young man used magic, and his mana responded, seeping into the keyhole. The door opened and our hero slipped inside. Ray didn't fully understand how he'd managed it, but now he needed to focus on something else. He looked around and saw a pile of crumpled papers near the trash can. He needed to find at least some information about this mage. Ray began reading the drafts and realized that this man had been writing a letter to someone. The notes mentioned a red blood-stained stone that he had received. The man claimed he could become stronger. There was also a phrase, "You have to dig to 66." Ray remembered where he'd recently heard that number. Cedric had spoken of 66 street orphans and of joining the organization once he had that many members. Ray wondered, could this really be the Red Mercenaries operative Cedric had mentioned? Judging by the letter's content, he'd been expelled from the organization. Ray looked at the cylindrical box and felt a strange sensation. The boy peered inside and saw red crystals. They were the same stones as those in Cedric's ring. The protagonist surmised that this was the red bloodstone mentioned in the letter. Ray sensed the same mana as before, but unlike the mana in the air, this stone drew it in much more smoothly. Our hero wondered what would happen if he used magic with this thing. Ray was able to create the brightest red flame of any he had ever created before, and it took much less time to create. Ray heard footsteps outside the door and was surprised. Could the owner really be back? But it hadn't even been 15 minutes. The homeowner walked in and said aloud that he couldn't believe he'd forgotten his wallet. Ray was hiding behind the door at the time. The man said that as soon as he was done with this, he'd be able to return to the organization. As he was leaving the house, the owner realized he needed to buy more food than usual. In that case, he wouldn't have to go outside for a while longer. Ray breathed a sigh of relief because the man was leaving the house again. The man paused for a moment and said he seemed to have forgotten something. The man peeked through the door and saw a young man standing there. Ray didn't lose his composure and swung a knife at the homeowner. The man said, "Did the kid really think I wouldn't notice someone hiding here?" Ray tried to stab him, but the man deftly dodged the blow. Ray managed to wound him, leaving a scratch on his face. The homeowner asked who he was. He figured the organization had sent a hitman, but here he was facing just a kid. The protagonist charged headlong to get out of the house. The man asked how he'd even managed to open the door. Ray was still holding the knife in his hand. He saw no other way out. The homeowner used magic and grabbed the dagger by the blade with his bare hand. The man asked how this kid dared to ignore his superior and point a knife at him. And where on earth did he get such strength? Our hero managed to wrest the knife away and step back to a safe distance. Ray thought that the man had just focused mana in the hand holding the blade and used magic to keep from cutting himself. The homeowner pulled a bladed weapon, a sickle, from his bosom. He said he'd only been holding back against his opponent because the boy was just a child. The man began swinging the sickle and shouting that he was going to cut the boy to pieces. Ray wondered if his opponent was using magic. Could he do the same? Our hero decided to use magic, activate his unique abilities, and see what he was capable of. The homeowner looked at the young man and was surprised. Could he really possess such abilities? Ray also grabbed the sickle with his bare hand and held onto it. The man was amazed at how the boy could use this magic. The protagonist clearly remembered the combination of colors and the mana ratio his opponent had used. The man didn't understand what was happening. After all, he was the one who had invented metallization, a unique form of magic. How could a boy possess it? Ray stabbed his opponent with a knife and tried to break free. Bleeding profusely, the man stopped and sank to one knee. He said he was right. The boss must have sent this young man here. He'd heard that among the assassins there was one capable of copying magic. Ray didn't run away. He walked up to his opponent and said he had a lot of questions. The boy decided to lower his voice to hide his identity. The man said he hadn't expected the famous hitman to be so young. Ray knew from personal experience that it was difficult to have a conversation with people like that. But if he could get the information he needed, it would be best to settle this right here. The man said he understood everything. He would make sure the boss found out about his abilities. He would burn that hitman to ashes. The homeowner was engulfed in flames. He told the boy to tell the boss, Walter Blood-Eye will be paying him a visit soon. That's what he was to convey, if he managed to get out of there alive. Walter noticed that the boss was probably deeply regretting having thrown him out. Ray noted that this man's mana was spinning in rings at high speed. Because of this, the red mana was spreading rapidly through his body via his blood vessels. It was dangerous. Ray realized that if he hadn't protected himself with mana, it would have ended badly. Walter kept screaming. He claimed that the killer had come to finish him off and take the red bloodstone. In that case, he would try to stop it himself if he could. Ray used magic and mana of various colors to defend himself against his opponent's attack. Walter noted that if the killer had come to take him out, he would have to be capable of using magic of that level. How long does this guy plan to keep defending himself? Ray couldn't get any closer to his opponent since he was completely engulfed in flames. However, his defense wouldn't last much longer either. Our hero decided that, for starters, he had to put out Walter's flames. The man was surprised. Had the boy really decided to remove his defense? Had he completely lost his mind? Walter was surprised. This guy had managed to manipulate the details of his flames, but how was he doing it? Had he really decided to use two basic types of magic at the same time? Walter asked in surprise, is he using the water element too? Maybe he's not a killer at all? Walter's flame was extinguished, and now he was completely at the mercy of the water. The protagonist managed to emerge from the water dry and unscathed by the flames. Blood was flowing from the young man's nose. It was a side effect of using magic at the peak of his mental strength. Ray thought that the fiery power of his magic was unmatched. The mana rings moved very smoothly, and the speed at which the colors blended became noticeably faster. This Walter was very powerful. It was hard to imagine just how much stronger the mage with the monocle must be in that case. Ray realized that right now there was absolutely no way he could take revenge on him. The protagonist decided that given time, he would be able to become much stronger. Ray thought if he'd known things would turn out this way, he would have taken all the red crystals for himself. The next morning arrived. Our hero went back to Veronica's bookstore. The girl saw him and greeted him cheerfully. Veronica noted that Ray had been wearing a raincoat the day before. The boy replied that he had gotten rid of it. Ray thought Walter might not have been able to see his face in the dark, but he could easily have recognized him in the same clothes. Veronica said she had told her grandfather about Ray and how he had helped using magic. She also mentioned that the boy was looking for a rainbow. The door to the next room opened slightly and two boys peeked out. Their faces were serious. Veronica explained that they were her younger brothers. Her grandfather had taken them from the orphanage. Ray asked, did he take them in to teach them magic? Who had told him that? The boy remarked that there weren't really any other reasons. Besides, she herself had said that she'd learned magic from her grandfather. The girl remembered that she had indeed said that herself. The young people stopped in front of the door to the room. Veronica said her grandfather was inside. The young people went inside, and Veronica told her grandfather, Graham, that she had brought Ray with her. He was the guy who had helped her the day before. Her grandfather, holding a book, thought to himself, "So this is what the guy looks like." Grandpa asked Veronica to wait outside for a moment. She agreed and went out. The old man invited the young man to sit down by his bed. Grandpa said he was very grateful to this young man. After all, he had helped Veronica scare off those bullies. The old man added that he should have done it himself, but he wasn't in the best shape right now. Ray remarked that it hadn't been difficult. The protagonist saw that this man had 4 rings. It was incredible. Red represents anger, orange represents comfort, yellow represents joy, green represents embarrassment, blue represents indifference, and dark blue represents pity. It's very difficult to feel all these emotions at once. However, this isn't mana. These colors seem to be engraved on his vessel. Countless waves of emotion have left their mark over the years. Ray realized that the old man's emotions were hard to read. The grandfather said that Veronica had told him, "The young man wants to learn a lot." The protagonist mentioned that he had been searching for a mage for a long time. The old man pointed out that the young man was a mage himself. Judging by Veronica's words, he had used magic quite well the day before. Ray admitted that there were many things he didn't know. The old man surmised that this young man wasn't from around here. But where was he from? The old man realized it was a long story and made a suggestion. If the young man found it difficult to answer questions, he proposed they play a game. The winner of each round would ask the loser a question. The old man noted that Ray's quick reaction was proof of his keen senses. The old man asked, could the young man sense the mana between them? The answer was yes. Ray not only sensed the mana, but he could also see it. The old man thought that this young man's mana had completely changed. He said that every form of magic uses its own element. When elements meet, they can even create new ones. Elder Graham added that the element of sustainment now existed between them. This element is necessary to maintain the homeostasis of magic without the influence of external factors. Grandpa added that this element was the hardest to maneuver with. The boy asked about the element behind him. The old man was surprised. Could Ray really sense 2, not just 1? The boy confirmed it. He saw light and dark gray colors, though they looked more like shades of the same gray. Elder Graham was frankly surprised. He couldn't even believe it. The old man thought he shouldn't have had to visit hundreds of shelters. This guy instantly spotted the elements of sustain and duration, something an ordinary mage isn't even capable of. Graham thought that fate had treated him cruelly. He didn't have much time left, but now he had found his true talent. Ray repeated his question, what is the element beyond sustain? The old man said it wouldn't be any fun if he told him everything right away. The boy had to win the game first, then he'd figure it all out on his own. Graham noticed that the rules were very simple. Right now there was a sphere between them, created from 2 different elements. The old man suggested that the boy try to pull the sphere toward him. They would keep doing this until it reached one of their hands. The old man used to play this game with Veronica often. Graham suggested, for the sake of fairness, that they start by placing the sphere closer to the young man. Ray thought it would be difficult for him to defeat such an experienced mage. However, the old man gave him a break, so it wasn't impossible. The young man suggested they begin. Ray used his magical abilities to try to pull the sphere toward himself. This time, though, the old man won. Ray thought the old man was very quick. Elder Graham announced that he would ask the first question. The old man asked who had taught the boy magic. Ray replied that he was self-taught. The old man was surprised for the second time that day. Ray asked, are self-taught mages really that rare? The old man promised to answer if the young man won the game. The young man suggested in that case that they start the next round. As a result of the magical duel, Ray lost again. The old man noted that the outcome of this game depended entirely on a person's ability to control mana. The number of rings didn't matter here. Ray thought that at this rate, he would keep losing and never learn anything. He needed to try a different approach. Elder Graham suggested continuing the game. The contest continued, but the protagonist behaved differently. Grandpa said that the boy had apparently changed his tactics. The orb ended up in Ray's hand. Our hero noticed that there were no rules forbidding him from interfering with his opponent. The old man said that in that case, the boy could ask about anything. Ray, with the orb in his hand, asked what mana was. Graham replied, mana is the most fundamental element of all that makes up this world. Humans cannot see or touch it. However, they can observe its movement through secondary phenomena, such as lightning strikes, flames, or storms. Very few people are born with the ability to sense mana. However, the ability to sense mana does not necessarily mean that a person is capable of using magic. This is because the talent for sensing mana and the talent for controlling it are entirely different areas. Ray asked, by talent, do you mean the ability to control mana? Graham thought this was already the second question. However, he answered in the affirmative. It refers to the ability to separate the individual elements that make up mana and combine them in the correct proportions. The elder noted that those who understand themselves usually have greater talent as mages. Magic is the discipline of studying one's inner essence. That is why mages say, mana comes to those who are honest with themselves. Ray repeated these words, mana comes to those who are honest with themselves. Grandfather announced the start of the next round of the game. Ray won once again. The old man was surprised, since the sustain element is the hardest to master. This young man had learned to do it literally in real time, by studying its characteristics. Graham asked what the young man's next question would be. Ray said he wanted to learn about the rings that encircle mages' hearts. The old man replied that the boy could think of these circles as vessels for mana. Mana from the air begins to accumulate automatically within the created rings after a single purification. The distribution of the elements in this process depends on the mage. Ray asked whether the purification process made it easier to use mana from the air. The old man confirmed this and added that there was another important reason for this process. Mana from the air can be used a certain number of times, but if you do so constantly, you can suffer from mana poisoning. Usually this reaction occurs immediately after a mage uses mana from the air. They may feel drowsy and foggy-headed, or even be unable to stop laughing, or they may be unable to stop crying out of pity. Some may even experience anger and irritability. The symptoms of mana poisoning vary from person to person. The old man added that when these symptoms accumulate, they develop into an incurable mental illness. Ray wondered, could mana and emotions really interact with each other? Could using unrefined mana really drive a person into a fit of hysteria? If so, that would explain why he hadn't suffered from mana poisoning yet. That's because until recently, he hadn't felt any emotions at all. Ray remarked, if someone were able to draw mana from the air while being immune to mana poisoning, that would be a huge advantage. The old man replied that it was a unique idea. Grandpa added that he had never met such people before. If such a person existed, he would be an unparalleled mage using purified mana for safety. Elder Graham remarked that there is an infinite amount of mana in the air. Grandpa asked if Ray had a dream. The boy clarified, is that what I see in my dreams? The old man said he wasn't referring to dreams, but to how the boy envisioned his future. Ray replied that he had several desires. He wanted to settle the score with certain people. The protagonist added that there were some he wanted to save. The elder remarked that he'd often heard people say things like that, but this was the first time anyone had told him so directly. The old man asked if Ray wanted to start learning magic from him. The boy was surprised. Why would a mage with 4 rings decide to teach an orphan from the streets? He didn't understand the old man's motives. What did he want? Graham, as if reading the young man's thoughts, declared that he wanted nothing from him. Ray replied that he wanted to learn a lot. The old man called for the girl, and Veronica entered. She said she hadn't been trying to eavesdrop. The old man replied that he knew that, because Veronica was a good person. The old man asked if Veronica remembered why he had taken her and the boys from the orphanage. The girl replied that it was to leave his knowledge as a legacy. The old man said that in that case, the children must listen. This concerns the rainbow. The story of the rainbow has been passed down by word of mouth since ancient times. Even now, many travel the world in search of this miracle. There are hundreds of theories about the rainbow, but they all point to one thing. Whoever finds the end of the rainbow can become a being like a god. Veronica asked her grandfather who God was. Graham replied that God is an omnipotent being capable of creating anything in this world. Ray now understood why the magician with the monocle was also searching for the rainbow. Veronica wanted to ask her grandfather a question, but she didn't have time to do so. The window in the room suddenly shattered. Someone outside had thrown another rock. Ray reacted instantly. He rushed over to Veronica and intercepted the rock that was flying straight at her. Shards of glass swirled through the air without hurting anyone. Veronica thought it was thanks to wind magic. Ray was furious, since he had already warned these hooligans by rendering one of them unable to use his arm. However, it seemed they had no intention of stopping their demands on the bookstore. The protagonist saw the hooligans fleeing through the broken window. Elder Graham thanked the young man for saving the day once again. The old man remarked that he would have liked to do that himself, but couldn't. He asked Veronica to treat Ray's wound. The girl bandaged the boy's arm and said it would heal soon. Ray thought it was just a minor scrape, nothing more. Looking at Veronica, the young man wondered, was this really worth shedding tears over? The girl replied that if she didn't treat it, a scar would remain on his skin. Ray believed that scars were useful. They were marks of honor from past enemies. He thought that actually sounded pretty good. The old man told Veronica to refrain from using magic until the circle was formed. She had been drawing too much mana from the air. Ray guessed that these hooligans had been throwing rocks for a long time. The old man replied that it had been about a month. He suspected it was a hit job. Graham stated that one person had been relentlessly asking him to sell the store. So most likely, this was his doing. Ray asked, "So does that mean Grandpa isn't going to sell it?" The old man replied that he hadn't planned to so far, but it was getting difficult. Graham explained that he had opened the store 6 months ago to train his students and complete the research into which he had poured his entire life. The elder recalled how the children had congratulated him on the store's opening. He was quite content with this life. He could spend time with the children and welcome those who needed books. However, because of his illness, Veronica had been running the store. Graham added that if he were to die, things would only get worse. A store run solely by children would be easy prey. They would have to sell the place and find a suitable home for the children. Veronica shouted, "We can't sell the store." She added that this place held all of her grandfather's dreams. He had always said that ever since he was a child, he'd wanted to own a bookstore. The old man thanked the girl for her concern. He added that things in this world don't always go the way we want them to. Veronica shouted that she didn't want that to happen anyway. The girl repeated that she didn't want to close the store. With tears in her eyes, Veronica said she didn't want her grandfather to leave. The girl burst into tears and rushed to her grandfather. The old man said he had placed too much of a burden on Veronica. The elder's rare illness was called eternal sleep disorder. Veronica told her boyfriend that the illness had begun 2 months ago. Her grandfather's sleep was getting longer and longer until he closed his eyes forever. Her grandfather could no longer move and was awake for only a few hours a day. Veronica asked if Ray would be back tomorrow. Her grandfather usually wakes up in the morning. The girl offered her boyfriend her coat, and it fit him perfectly. Ray didn't understand her sadness, but he knew a few words and gestures of support. He told Veronica not to worry. Everything would be all right. The girl thanked him, and Ray headed for the exit. The protagonist made his way through the deserted streets. He wanted to find those bullies. 8th Street, where the bookstore was located, fell within Jeffers' gang's territory. Those bullies were surely from there. Everyone had taken cover from the black rain. Ray had planned to deal with Jeffer, but he'd have to change his plans a bit. The protagonist decided to find Philip first. If he had connections to other groups, he could surely arrange a meeting with Jeffer. Ray saw people near the building and decided to stay out of sight. They were members of Kedrick's group. But what were they doing here? They were waiting for their boss to finish. However, that could take until morning. Ray realized that Cedric was currently inside the container. Kedrick was furiously yelling at Philip and calling him a selfish scoundrel. Philip, covered in blood, was sitting on the floor nearby. Suddenly, someone banged loudly on the door from the outside. Kedrick turned around immediately. After another blow, the door was kicked in. Ray was standing outside. He was holding one of Cedric's men by the hair. Kedrick looked outside and saw that all his men were immobilized and lying on the ground. Kedrick asked what was going on. Could it be that Ray also had questions for Philip? Ray saw Philip. The boy was covered in blood and sitting on the floor. The protagonist thought that Philip was currently unconscious. Our hero thought that as Philip's partner, he wasn't obligated to remain loyal, but Philip had helped him many times. Ray always paid back his debts. That was his rule. Our hero stepped between Philip and Cedric. Kedrick said that Ray was being impatient. Their duel wouldn't take place until tomorrow. Was he really going to fight right now? Ray, looking at his opponent, thought that he had changed. There was more mana in his vessel and in his ring. It was as if Cedric had grown stronger simply by not taking off his ring. Ray replied that he hadn't come looking for a fight, he'd just heard a commotion. The protagonist asked why Cedric had done that to Philip. His companion was surprised. Did they actually know each other? Kedrick smirked. So Philip had come to him with some silly business proposal? That's all that scoundrel is capable of. Cedric added that Philip always latches onto the strong. Kedrick swung at Philip again and said that just the sight of that guy made him sick. Ray grabbed Cedric and shoved him aside. Kedrick got angry and attacked our hero. He lunged at Ray with his fists. Ray held out his arm, grabbed his opponent's fist, and blocked his attack. Kedrick told Ray to get out of there immediately. This wasn't his business. Ray repeated his question, "Why is Cedric doing this?" Cedric replied furiously that the sight of such weaklings disgusted him, and he couldn't help himself. Ray was surprised. Did Kedrick really hate weak people? His opponent replied that he despised them. Ray pointed out that this wasn't a reason to beat someone up. Cedric, furious, punched the wall and damaged it. Cedric told Ray to get out of there immediately if he didn't want to end up like Philip. The enraged young man added that he was ready to show what happens when someone invades his territory. He would make an example of this weakling. Ray thought that if he used the stone right now, he could easily handle the situation. However, he didn't know what side effects it might have, so he decided to hold off. Ray remarked, "Speaking of examples, there's something even better." Cedric was surprised. Ray repeated, "You can make an example of someone in a much more vivid way." Cedric said irritably that Ray should stop messing with him. The protagonist replied, "Judging by his words and actions, Cedric had decided to settle things with Philip, but if that happened while no one was watching, what would be the point?" Our hero pointed out that he would do it in public so that everyone could see. Wouldn't that be more effective? Kedrick thought that Ray was definitely right. He calmed down and said it wasn't a bad idea. Ray added if Cedric was going to execute him, it would be best to do it on the day of their duel. The strongest people in Sector 49 would see it. Kedrick asked what would happen if Philip ran away. Ray said he could relax, he'd vouch for the guy. Kedrick agreed since Ray seemed like a man of his word. As he left the container, Cedric said if Philip ran away or Ray let him go, he'd have to take his place. When Cedric left, Ray rushed over to Philip. He grabbed the guy by the shoulders and asked how he was feeling, and if he could even speak. Philip lifted his head, opened his eyes slightly, and sighed heavily. Ray realized that Philip's condition was worse than he had previously thought. The hotel staff were surprised. Who was coming to see them at a time like this? Ray and Philip appeared in the doorway, and Philip was on Ray's back. Ray said he needed help. The protagonist waited for a while they tended to Philip. A hotel employee approached and said that Philip had woken up. Philip was in the infirmary attached to the hotel. Ray said the guy looked better than expected. Philip thanked his companion. Ray remarked that as long as Philip was alive, that was good enough. Philip agreed. The protagonist asked why Cedric had attacked him in the first place. Philip replied that it had been an unexpected situation. He had planned to investigate the situation on the streets under Cedric's control beforehand, so he could later send the guys to work in local stores. Ray was surprised. After all, he'd thought Philip was a real coward. Philip confirmed this but added that sometimes you have to overcome your fears. You have to do that when there's an opportunity to make money. Ray thought this guy said he was doing it for the money, but his heart was more pink than gold. Our hero wondered why Philip was so stubborn when it came to making money. The protagonist surmised that Philip and Cedric had known each other for a long time. His conversation partner realized that Ray had already figured everything out, even though he hadn't planned on hiding it. Philip explained that he and Cedric had been friends since early childhood. On the streets, they were always the underdogs, but they stuck together. One day, the boys found a stable place to call home. That day, Philip founded a hotel. The young man thought that his dream of owning a hotel would finally come true. Philip asked his friend if he liked it. Kedrick asked angrily, "Are we rats or something? How much longer do we have to live in hiding?" Philip noted that Cedric was always dissatisfied. To be more precise, he was always angry. After work, he would invariably train with a particular intensity. Then 6 months ago, Cedric left the hotel. Philip added that after that, Cedric started getting into street fights like a madman. Ray suggested that Cedric wouldn't have started winning fights just because of his strength training. Philip confirmed it. Cedric always lost. The difference in strength compared to the street guys was too great. Ray suggested that at some point, the situation suddenly changed. Philip said that was indeed the case. Kedrick suddenly became very good at fighting. He became much stronger. Now all his fights ended in victory. Ray asked if Cedric had always had that ring. Philip guessed that Cedric had gotten it somewhere to show off after he became the leader of the group. At first, he wasn't interested in that sort of thing at all. Our hero asked, "Kedrick wasn't always this violent, was he?" Philip agreed. He had changed a lot after leaving the hotel. Ray wondered, could it be that while Kedrick was wandering the streets, that man from the basement found him? The protagonist speculated that Cedric might indeed have received the ring from that man. Philip continued, once out on the street, Cedric kept his distance from him. Even when he called out to him, Cedric ignored him. Sometimes he even looked at him with disgust. Ray noticed a pink color on Philip's chest. The boy added that now Kedrick was trying to destroy him altogether. The pink color signified sadness and resentment. Ray asked if Philip wanted to try talking to him. Philip was taken aback by the question. Ray added, after all, they were friends. Didn't Philip want to try to reconnect? Philip replied that he would like to if it worked out. Ray suggested in that case that he go with him to the fight. When the fight was over, he'd give him a chance to talk to Cedric. Philip was excited at first, but then his enthusiasm faded. The boy lowered his eyes and said it was impossible. Philip said he wouldn't be able to get in there. Only representatives of the three major groups are allowed in. Someone like Philip wouldn't be able to get in that easily. Ray said there was no need to worry about it. He had already warned Kedrick that Philip would be with him. Philip was delighted. He couldn't believe Ray had gone to such lengths for him. The protagonist said there was no need to thank him. Our hero added if he loses, Kedrick will publicly execute Philip in front of all the groups. Philip was terrified by this prospect. What does publicly execute mean? Ray repeated, if Cedric wins, Philip will be destroyed. The protagonist suggested that Philip might die a very painful death, and that this was no joke. Ray could see that Philip was very frightened. Philip wasn't sure how he felt, but it felt strange to see his executioner on his side. Our hero told Philip to calm down. He wouldn't die under any circumstances. Ray realized there was no way he could lose to Kedrick. Our hero thought if Philip ended up owing him a favor after this, he'd be forced to help. Philip said he understood everything and would go into battle with Ray tomorrow. Ray noted that this was a sensible decision and added that Philip would have to do something. The protagonist stated that this would be the second condition. Ray explained this condition. Philip said it was too harsh a joke. It simply couldn't be true. The protagonist was surprised. Hadn't his conversation partner said he was willing to overcome his fear for the sake of profit? Our hero added that this was a business proposal, a chance to make a huge profit. Philip thought the guy was right. However, the spectators at the duel were members of the three main groups. The leaders of the other groups, Jeffers and Lotson, were also required to show up. That meant an unbelievable amount of capital would be concentrated in this one place. Philip wondered, even if everything went according to Ray's plan, would they be able to come out of this safe and sound? The protagonist noted all they had to do was defeat Kedrick. There might be several hundred people there, but that wouldn't matter. After thinking it over, Philip said it would be an honor for him to work with Ray. He suggested they begin their collaboration by signing a contract. 2 days passed. Sector 49, South Dump, Kedrick's hideout. The day of Ray's battle against Kedrick had arrived. The rivals stood facing each other in the center of the arena. The battle area was marked off by a blazing fire. Leaders of other factions were also present. Ray and Kedrick approached each other and silently locked eyes. The spectators said this was the hunter who had come from Sector 50. He wants to unseat the leader. Why is this outsider so confident? Kedrick acted deliberately confident, making it clear that no one could defeat him. Spectators were placing bets on one contestant or another to win. For the most part, Cedric was the favorite. Spectators said that everyone was betting on Kedrick, so they wouldn't make any money even if he won. No one wanted to bet on the outsider. However, the bets weren't the main thing. Everyone was primarily interested in the match itself. Ray saw red and gold in many of their eyes. It was excitement and greed. Kedrick asked, did Ray really come alone? What about their promise? Had Ray really ignored his warning? Our hero replied that there was no need to worry. Philip would be coming too. The doors to the room swung open, and Philip appeared in the doorway. He was in a wheelchair. Those present recognized this guy. Had he decided to show up here too? Philip had a small suitcase on his lap. Those present asked, did the guys from the hotel decide to get involved? Cedric shouted for everyone to quiet down. He added that Philip was a special guest. There would be an entertaining show to keep everyone entertained after the fight. Cedric turned to Philip and asked if he agreed. Philip gave an affirmative answer. There was no fear in his eyes. Kedrick declared, if everyone's here, let's get started. Philip asked them to wait a moment. The guy remarked that he wanted to place a bet too. As he spoke, he lifted his suitcase. Philip announced the amount, $2,240,000. Everyone present was surprised. Philip showed the money and said he was betting it all on Ray. The day before, Philip had been surprised. Could Ray really want him to bet all his savings? Ray pointed out that everyone else would be betting on Cedric, not on him. Philip thought if he bet everything on Ray, the others would start raising their bets out of greed. After that bet, the spectators did indeed start placing their own bets, but on Kedrick, Now everyone wanted to win that money. Kedrick asked his opponent, "Was it you who asked Philip to do this?" Ray replied that this was only half true. Kedrick was delighted. He'd gladly take this guy on if he could turn a profit. The gong sounded, and the fight began. Cedric immediately lunged at his opponent, swinging his fists. As always in such situations, he shouted that he would destroy his opponent. Ray dodged effectively, and Cedric's fist flew past him. Our hero noted that his opponent was now much faster than before. However, his movements were nothing compared to those of Hamphrey. Ray grabbed his opponent's arm and decided to target it first, but Cedric managed to break free and leap to the side. His opponent told our hero that he turned out to be a pretty good fighter, but that this was only the beginning. Kedrick added that Ray was a pretty amusing guy. He'd be a good opponent to fight without holding back the urge to destroy him. Ray sensed the power that Cedric was about to unleash. Now our hero closed in on his opponent and prepared to strike. Kedrick also dodged the blow, and Ray's fist flew past him. The spectators decided that the opponents were acting like madmen. They were fighting brilliantly. Philip noted that neither had a clear advantage. Neither was going to back down. There really was nowhere to retreat to. Otherwise, either of them could simply burn up. To intimidate Ray, Cedric let out a loud shout and kicked out. Ray dodged it with complete ease. The protagonist thought that meeting his attacks head-on was a waste of time. First, he had to knock him off his feet. Ray grabbed his opponent, lifted him off the ground, and threw him hard onto his back. Cedric shouted that he wouldn't let this guy do whatever he wanted. Our hero shoved his opponent away, and the latter, stumbling backward, fell into the fiery barrier. The spectators were astonished. A blow like that could break bones. Everyone was baffled as to how this stranger could be so strong. Philip intuitively began to worry about Cedric. The spectators noted that this hunter was much stronger than they had previously expected. Kedrick lay motionless for a while. The spectators began to worry. Their investments might be at risk. Kedrick heard these cries and began to get to his feet. He was furious. His mana had turned red. Cedric shouted that he would never lose. As he defended himself, our hero realized that every blow from his opponent was truly devastating. At this rate, they would never finish the fight. Ray continued to defend himself. Our hero recalled Nils's lessons. His senior comrade had said that in fistfights, a fighter's weight is often the deciding factor. Kedrick kept landing crushing blows, channeling mana into his attacks. Our hero completely blocked his momentum with a defensive barrier. Nils had said back then that there was a way to overcome the weight difference. This method was called the joint lock. Ray moved in close and grabbed his opponent's arms. The protagonist leaped over his opponent's body and firmly wrapped his arms around his neck. Then he rolled over and pinned his opponent's body with his legs. Cedric found himself pinned and couldn't move. His opponent cursed, but there was nothing he could do. Our hero didn't react to Kedrick's screams. He simply told him to give up and admit defeat. Kedrick gritted his teeth and tried with all his might, but nothing worked. Not even the ring helped. Ray continued to hold his opponent down and even tried to apply a chokehold. The protagonist thought that if Kedrick kept this up, he would only destroy his own body. Ray threw his opponent to the ground and noticed his ring. Our hero removed the ring from his finger. The spectators noticed that Cedric was lying unconscious. Shouts rang out in the arena. Could Kedrick really have lost? If he doesn't get up, then it really is over. It turns out the hunter has become the gang's leader. But what will happen to their money now? Ray figured this guy wouldn't be able to move for at least a few weeks. Philip rolled into the arena in a wheelchair and called out to the protagonist. Ray took the box of money and said he'd keep it until the end of the duel. Philip was surprised. Was money really his priority? Cedric got to his feet and said this wasn't over yet. The guy insisted he couldn't lose. After all, he wasn't a weakling. However, someone in the audience threw a can at Cedric and shouted that he had already lost anyway. The spectators began shouting that Cedric was useless. Because of him, they'd lost all their money. He was a complete disappointment and should get out of there. Kedrick shouted at them not to look at him like that. He was furious and angry. The guy walked up to the fence with the fire and grabbed hold of it. Ray was surprised. Philip was scared. Kedrick threw the burning barrel toward the spectators and ordered them to get out of there, or he'd destroy them all. The spectators began to scatter, and the fire started to spread. Everyone was shouting that Cedric had truly lost his mind. He continued to scream hysterically that he would destroy them all. Cedric smiled and said that now for sure, no one would look down on him. However, after saying this, he lost consciousness and collapsed onto the arena floor once more. Ray noted that Cedric could no longer move. The protagonist thought that if he tried to save him, Both he and Philip would be in danger. However, Philip got out of his wheelchair and made his way to Cedric. He tried to save his friend. Ray was surprised. Philip told Cedric to wake up and leave with him. The injured boy tried to pull his unconscious friend out of the burning building. With his last ounce of strength, Philip kept repeating that they needed to hurry. Ray asked, "Is he really going to drag Cedric out in a wheelchair?" Philip replied that he'd thought Ray would leave right away. But why was he still here? Ray was surprised. After all, Philip had nearly been killed by Cedric 2 days ago. Why was he helping him now? Philip asked Ray for help. He was trying to get Cedric into the wheelchair. Ray sat his rival in the wheelchair and asked what to do next. Philip replied that Ray and Cedric should leave. The guy added that Ray could even take his share of the winnings. The protagonist asked what Philip was going to do. Philip said that even Ray would have a hard time getting 2 people out of the fire. The young man added that he would be fine. Ray saw yellow mana in Philip's chest. Even though his own life should be more important than anything else, Philip did exactly that. Ray recalled Nils's words that the guy should go to a better place. Ray asked what Philip would get out of this. What would he gain by trading his life for Cedric's? Ray noticed that Philip was quite good at calculating things. The boy replied that that wasn't the point. He hadn't thought it through before acting this way. Ray was even more surprised. Then why was Philip doing this? The guy replied that he and Cedric were friends, which was why he wanted to save him. The protagonist found this strange. How could anyone risk their life for a friend? Ray remembered how the kids had treated him to candy just because they were friends. The children helped him with everyday matters or gave him practical advice. Nils helped our hero simply because he looked like his younger brother. He asked if Ray wouldn't want to have an older brother. Pale said he used the expensive medicine because a man was freezing to death right before his eyes. He simply decided he had to save him. Pale said then that he would save Ray again, since they were friends. Ray wondered if he had reached out a little further. Would he have been able to understand the true meaning? Our hero decided that no matter how hard he tried, he hadn't succeeded. Philip was surprised. Would Ray really help him? The protagonist replied that it was too late to leave, since flames had surrounded them on all sides. It was better to stay here. The fire hadn't spread to the inner part of the arena yet. Ray took off his jacket. Philip asked what he was doing. The protagonist tore the jacket into shreds and, using magic, made it wet. Philip was surprised. Was that really magic? Ray ordered him to cover his mouth and nose so he wouldn't breathe in the smoke. Philip did just that. He thought that when Ray had asked him to find out about magicians, he'd considered it pointless. He hadn't even expected that something like magic existed in the world. Philip wondered if Ray could create water. Was there any way for them to get out of here? The protagonist replied that there were limits to using magic. He gets tired from using it for long periods and would answer all his questions later. Our hero said that right now he needed Philip to answer his question. Ray asked, "Who do you consider a friend, Philip?" The boy was surprised. "Is that really so important right now?" Ray declared that it was very important to him. Philip replied that a friend is a friend. Everyone knows that. Ray noted that their understanding of the word differed. Philip asked who, in that case, Ray considered a friend. The protagonist replied that it was someone he'd known for a certain amount of time. Philip felt a strange sensation, one that had accompanied him the entire time he'd been working with Ray. Philip said that Ray was, of course, right, but he was missing something. A friend is someone who can help without asking for anything in return, and for whom Ray is willing to do the same. Philip added enthusiastically that that is exactly the kind of person you can call a friend. Ray asked if Philip really had no regrets at all. The answer was no. The guy noted that he had stayed true to his feelings, which told him he had to take care of Cedric. Philip understood that he had to protect him, simply because it was Cedric. Ray said that this was the desire to protect someone unconditionally. The building began to collapse under the force of the fire. Philip was terrified. Ray thought it was too late to try to dodge it. This time they wouldn't be able to get out of it. Things aren't the same now as they were that night. Back then, the protagonist had only one thought in his mind: to destroy that golem. Could it really be because the children had died, and he hadn't had time to repay them for their kindness? Ray was surprised. Was that really all that connected him to them? The protagonist decided it wasn't just that he was now certain of it. Ray cherished the time they had spent together. Our hero used magic to activate a protective dome so that no one would be harmed by the fire. Philip noticed with surprise that the fire no longer posed a threat to them. Could magic really do something like that? At that moment, the protagonist wanted to protect it all. His actions were selfless. Philip asked how Ray had done it. He raised his hand above his head, and the beam simply stopped. Ray was surprised himself. He hadn't thought it would work. Our hero told Philip to stand still and not move. The boy wondered why this was necessary, but realized that Ray was trying to heal him. Philip's leg really did begin to heal, and all his bodily functions were returning. Philip shouted that this wasn't possible, but his leg no longer hurt. Philip sensed Mana's presence just as Ray was healing him. The boy thanked Ray. He was sincere in that moment. Philip added that he would never forget this kindness and the fact that Ray had helped him and Kedrick. Our hero replied that he was always happy to help. However, he thought that Philip would have to work hard for him in the future. Besides, the young man was curious to understand the limits of white mana's use. Philip asked what they would do now. The protagonist replied that they were going outside now. The boy asked, "Does Ray really want to use magic again?" The answer was no. Ray said they just needed to wait a little while until everything had burned out. Those watching from outside saw the entire building burn to the ground. If anyone was still inside, they certainly wouldn't survive. Many regretted that they hadn't been able to save the house. What were they supposed to do now? The leaders of the other two groups said that Cedric was to blame for everything. He had deliberately thrown the barrel of fire. The gang leader said it had nothing to do with him. The victims would have to solve their own problems. People said that Jeffers and Lotson were incorrigible scoundrels. One of the guys with tears in his eyes said that Philip was still there, but his leg was injured. The young man continued to kneel, facing the ruins. This young man saw some movement in the smoke and drew everyone's attention. To everyone's surprise, Ray emerged from the smoke. People were surprised and shouted that it couldn't be true. Could the hunter really be alive? Philip and Cedric appeared right after the hunter. Cedric, in fact, was in a wheelchair. The protagonist looked at the people standing before him and asked if they were going to attack. The hunter added that in that case, they could all do it at once. He was ready to take them all on. However, no one volunteered. Everyone stood in silence, heads bowed. The hunter's leadership was acknowledged. Ray and Philip returned to the hotel. The children watched from the windows as people appeared outside. Among them, they saw Philip. But the other people, weren't they Kedrick's gang? Kedrick's men were indeed following Ray and Philip. Ray turned around and told everyone to stay where they were and wait for his orders. Philip told Ray to stop and wait a minute. Philip turned around and asked why Chris wasn't coming with him. Chris burst into tears and said that he had abandoned Philip and run away. How could he possibly walk into the hotel after doing that? Philip replied that it wasn't a problem. If he were in Chris's shoes, he would have done the same. Philip said he didn't blame Chris for it. They had to go back. After all, it was their home. Chris kept crying and saying he was ashamed. He ran away because he was scared. Philip kept saying that everything was fine. He asked if Ray minded. Ray said Philip could do whatever he wanted. He didn't understand why Philip was asking him for permission. After all, it was his hotel. Philip thanked him and said that Ray was generous as always. The guys were surprised. Could it be that the hunter was also the hotel owner? They took Chris with them, the one who had run away, leaving them behind during the fire. The people at the hotel asked how Philip was feeling. The hotel owner said they needed to take care of the injured man first. They wondered, could it really be Kedrick's gang gathered outside? One of the kids said that Kedrick now looked like a pork chop waiting to be fried in a pan. Serves him right. Philip was at a loss since the infirmary was on the second floor. How was he supposed to get Kedrick up there? Ray told everyone to step aside. He picked Kedrick up and carried him to the hospital room. Kedrick was placed in bed. Philip said he had a question about what he'd seen during the duel. Ray stated that everything had happened exactly as Philip had seen it. He had used magic in the fight. Philip realized that Ray didn't like being questioned about it. He'd have to coax the information out of him little by little. Ray suggested they deal with the money first. Philip agreed. The hotel owner said they had earned 4,240,000 coins. Ray named Philip's share and said he wanted to ask for a favor. Philip checked the figures and remarked that Ray was quite quick at math. The protagonist reminded him that his gang's hideout had burned down. He needed to find a new place quickly. Our hero asked if this money would be enough to pay for the services. Philip promised to help find a hideout. He even promised to buy furniture and everything else needed for a normal life. The hotel owner pointed out that he couldn't accept the money. Ray was surprised. Why not? Philip pointed out that Ray had miscalculated his share. His share should be significantly larger, since everything that happened today was thanks solely to Ray. Ray asked what exactly Philip wasn't happy with. The protagonist added that Philip simply had to take the money. Philip replied that he couldn't do that. He had moral principles. Ray was surprised and said he really didn't understand this guy. Philip was taken aback. Was his conversation partner actually angry? Ray saw flashes of yellow mana, but white mana dominated. Was that anger and fear? Ray asked, was Philip worried about him? Philip replied that he wasn't worried about this guy since Ray was the strongest fighter in Sector 49. Philip thought he should be more worried about everyone else, since Ray could easily defeat anyone. The guy added that, in his opinion, the distribution of today's earnings should be different. Ray didn't understand Philip. What's in it for him? Philip replied that, in that case, it could be viewed as an investment in Ray. He expected some return on his investment in the future. If the hunter used this money to strengthen his own faction, the area would become calmer, and they could focus on the hotel's business. A young man rushed into the room and said that trouble had struck. Jeffers and Lotson had arrived with all their men. They hadn't withdrawn all their men, leaving some of them behind to keep an eye on what was happening. Now they realized that all the money from the bets was here. Ray said he knew about it. Philip wondered why he hadn't stopped them then. Our hero replied that he wanted to deal with both gangs at the same time. Philip was surprised, since Ray had just fought a duel. The protagonist reminded his companion that he had just been talking about investments. Our hero flung open the hotel doors and said that Philip was about to receive his first dividends. Lotson saw the young men and said the rumors were true, so they'd both survived. Lotson added that he had thought these guys had burned to a crisp. Jeffers asked in surprise, how on earth did they manage to survive? The gangsters noticed that many good guys had been hurt in the fire. They began to suspect, had this been done on purpose so they could pocket the betting money for themselves? Lotson told Philip that they shouldn't deceive each other. Jeffers declared that he didn't want to waste any more breath. He wanted his money back. In that case, everything would end peacefully. Philip thought these guys had no grounds to demand that. Ray said he agreed. They could take their money back. Our hero took out a few coins and tossed them at his opponent's feet. The protagonist added that this was their share. They could have it. Jeffers got angry and said that this guy would soon regret what he'd done. Ray suggested taking the rest of the money by force. After all, that's how things work on the streets. Jeffer got even angrier and started swearing at Ray. Our hero took a fighting stance and told Philip to go back to the hotel. Jeffers shouted at his men to catch those two immediately. Lotson and Jeffers, sticks in hand, rushed at our hero and told him that an outsider shouldn't behave that way here. Ray knew his body wasn't in the best shape right now, but he didn't think it mattered. The protagonist slipped a ring with a red crystal onto his finger. He knew the ring would help him. Ray immediately counterattacked his assailants and broke their weapons. The bandits were surprised and couldn't understand how this could have happened. Our hero grabbed both of them by the face and threw them to the ground. Ray pinned the thugs to the ground and pressed down hard on them. The gang members watched in silence as their bosses were beaten. Ray looked at these men and asked why they weren't attacking. The thugs surrounded the hunter and, swinging their clubs, rushed at him. The circle closed in, with Ray at its center. Each of the thugs tried to land a blow. Suddenly, they all scattered in different directions. Ray, using magic and his unique abilities, sent the gang members flying away from him. Members of Kedrick's gang watched from the sidelines, amazed at how the hunter could fight them all at once by himself. One of the guys pointed out that Cedric was their leader. Another remarked that Cedric had lost to this hunter. The guy said that Kedrick got on everyone's nerves. They were always unhappy with what he was up to. It was a relief to see the hunter defeat Kedrick. It would be better if this guy became their leader. One of the attackers shouted that they needed to split up and storm the hotel. The people at the hotel were frightened. Would they really have to fight back? Ray also heard this call to attack. Our hero stopped beating yet another opponent and turned his gaze toward those heading for the hotel. Ray shouted that they had to be stopped immediately. The men from Kedrick's squad were frightened by this order. However, one of them said that this was an order from the hunter and had to be obeyed. The men rushed at the attackers. The men from Jeffries and Lotson's squads were surprised. Why were they being resisted? After all, the hunter was their common enemy. This guy had beaten up their leader, Kedrick. The rival replied that the hunter was now their leader. The victim asked why they had agreed to recognize a stranger as their leader. The opposing clans fought with no regard for their own lives. Kedrick's men had to defend the hotel, Philippa, and all the money. The hunter ordered them to block the entrance. The children inside the hotel saw that Kedrick's gang was helping them. It seemed unreal. One of the attackers brought a battering ram, intending to break down the hotel door. Kedrick's men were outraged. Could anyone really be capable of such a thing? Philip and the children were terrified. After all, the hotel could be destroyed that way. At the last moment, just before the battering ram struck, Ray appeared. Using magic and his unique abilities, He stopped the attackers. Those present were amazed. Could the hunter really have done that with his bare hands? The attackers were baffled. When had this guy found the time? After all, he had just been right behind them. Ray braced himself with both hands and prevented the large group of people from breaking down the door. The attack ended when Ray grabbed a battering ram and, swinging it around, sent his opponents flying in all directions. Philip asked in surprise, "How is that possible?" The protagonist glared menacingly at the attackers. His eyes radiated confidence. Fear appeared in their eyes. The opponents turned and began to flee, deciding they couldn't defeat this guy. Even with the ring, our hero knew he was already at his limit. Kedrick's men and the children at the hotel shouted loudly, for victory was theirs. Everyone began shouting the hunter's name and repeating that he was now their new leader. It was the first time Ray had ever seen that color inside people. Our hero wondered, what kind of emotion was this? The protagonist tried to understand what these people were feeling. Philip looked at the hunter with alarm. Ray lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. His strength had left him. People rushed out of the hotel with a stretcher to help carry the hunter to the medical ward. Philip tried to revive Ray. Our hero opened his eyes. He couldn't figure out where he was. Ray thought, could this be a dream? Although he usually didn't have dreams. The young man saw a huge pile of scrap metal in front of him. Behind this mountain was a source of bright light. Ray climbed to the very top of this mountain and looked at the light. It was a white light in a black and white world. It gave him a strange sense of confidence. Ray saw himself from the outside. He and a child standing next to him were reaching out toward the source of light. The light had been white from the very beginning. Their outstretched hands touched it. Our hero rose into the air. The light around him began to shimmer with various colors. The protagonist didn't understand what it was. Ray watched, spellbound, not daring to look away. When he woke up, he sat up in bed. He realized he was in the infirmary at Philip's hotel. Ray clutched his head and wondered, could he really have dreamed all of this? Some young people peeked into the room and said in surprise, has the hunter really woken up? Ray asked what day it was and what time it was. The young men answered. The protagonist thought he must have slept through the entire day. The young man got out of bed and said he wanted to take a short walk. Our hero left the room and saw the hustle and bustle in the hotel. Everyone present was busy with their work. Moreover, Kedrick's men were also there. The protagonist assumed that while he was asleep, Philip had finished assigning tasks to the members of Kedrick's gang. Ray saw people helping each other, eager to get involved. The guy said he was ready to work himself to the bone, since none of them were weaklings. This man was offered some work carrying equipment, and he gladly accepted. There were always people willing to work. There was no shortage of manpower. Ray noticed a new look in one of the guy's eyes and thought it must be envy. Many of those present saw Ray and said that the hunter had finally woken up. The young people asked about the protagonist's health and thanked him for defeating the gangs. Our hero didn't know how to react to all this. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Ray was surprised. What was that voice? One of the guys ran out of the room and said they had to stop this man. Kedrick appeared before Ray. He was holding a surgical scalpel in his hand. Those present saw the scalpel, and many were overcome with fear. Ray told everyone not to touch Cedric. He would handle it himself. Cedric lunged at our hero, swung the scalpel, and said he would destroy him. Ray didn't even flinch. Kedrick stopped in front of Ray. He was still holding the scalpel, but he didn't strike. Kedrick kept repeating that he was going to destroy Ray right then. But it was all just talk. Ray asked what was going on. Our hero took Cedric's hand and brought it to his throat. He asked if that wasn't what Cedric had intended to do to slit his throat. Ray thought that there wasn't a single drop of red in his mana vessel. He had no intention of striking. Kedrick yanked his hand away, flipped the scalpel open, and prepared to stab himself in the neck. Ray and everyone present were terrified. Silence fell. Our hero immediately knocked the scalpel out of his hand and grabbed Cedric's arm. Ray told Cedric to calm down and follow him. They needed to discuss something. Philip apologized and added that it was his mistake. He shouldn't have left the scalpels out in the open. Ray replied that everything was fine since no one had been hurt. 3 people remained in the room. Philip joined them as well. Philip said he'd heard what had happened. Did Cedric really want to do that to himself? Cedric replied that it was true. Philip asked why. The boy replied that he had lost the duel. Now everyone would think he was a weakling and laugh at him. Philip said that wasn't true. Cedric objected, saying that Philip didn't know anything about him. Ray noticed that Cedric's mana was depleting at an abnormally rapid rate. The young man recalled Veronica's words that this was called a charging stone. This item automatically accumulates and purifies all used mana. But charging stones have their limits, because they cannot perform a complete purification like mage's rings. There is a risk of developing a dependency on mana. At that moment, Kedrick began repeating that he was done for now, and that there was no point in saving him. Philip declared that he couldn't have helped but save Kedrick. After all, he was his friend. The boy was outraged. Had Philip really forgotten that he'd tried to destroy him? And that wasn't all, he'd beaten up many of his friends. Kedrick asked after all that, "Is Philip really going to call me his friend? How can he say something like that?" Philip suggested that his friend must have had his own reasons. He wouldn't have done it for no reason. Ray pointed out that there was no red mana in Cedric's vessel. He was only feigning anger. Philip reminded him that they'd spent half their lives together. Cedric shouted for him to stop saying that. Philip suggested that Cedric explain it himself. Why had he acted that way? Philip added, "If Cedric considers him a friend, let him tell the whole story himself." Kedrick said that he had lived his life without thinking about Philip at all. Doesn't Philip realize what he's done to him? Why does Philip keep calling him his friend? Cedric burst into tears and asked for forgiveness. Philip told Cedric not to cry. Everything would be all right now. Cedric kept repeating how sorry he was. Ray realized that Cedric was a crybaby. He admitted that he was very ashamed of everything he'd done. He hated his own weakness, which is why he was angry at everyone. Cedric explained that he'd worked with many gangs on different streets, but in the end they forced him to obey and took his money. He hated that, so he decided he had to become stronger on his own. The young man had gone over in his head countless times how he would stand up to the other thugs. He trained to the limit every day. The young man began accepting various fights without trying to back out. The moment finally came when he had his chance. However, it turned out he was very much mistaken. He had to face this bitter reality. Cedric added that he should have gone back to the hotel back then, but his pride wouldn't let him. That's exactly why he started acting on his own. He convinced himself that he was different from others and would never give up, even against the strongest opponents. He added that he then met that man. The man said the young man was overflowing with rage. It was as if he were sitting on a powder keg. What was making him so angry? Cedric replied that he was angry at himself. He hated himself so much that it was unbearable. The man smiled and handed the young man a ring. The stranger said that the young man was suffering from an illness that prevented him from using the strength his muscles were capable of. This ring would heal him. Cedric added that the man's words turned out to be true. He was immediately able to test just how much his strength had changed. The man told the young man never to take off the ring, or the illness would return. Cedric agreed. The man suggested that the young man form a gang of 66 people. All of them had to be strong and healthy. If the young man succeeded, he would receive an even more generous reward. Kedrick said that he gladly agreed, since he had long dreamed of becoming the leader of a gang. Ray said that Cedric needed to learn something first. He had become stronger not because he had been cured of his illness. Our hero took out a ring and said that magic was the reason for it all. This ring contains magic that strengthens the human body. Kedrick shouted that it was his ring and that Ray had to give it back immediately. The protagonist slipped the ring onto his finger. A flame appeared in his palm. The guy said that in this world, there's something called mana. It can be used for many things. Cedric's so-called magic turned out to be a hoax. Kedrick couldn't believe what he'd heard. Could magic really be to blame for everything? Philip said that everything was clear to him now too. So it was all about magic. Kedrick was devastated because no matter how hard he tried, he had never managed to become stronger. He had returned to his original pitiful state. Ray declared that there was no need to dwell on this. Cedric was puzzled. What did that mean? The protagonist repeated that the young man didn't have to become who he used to be. He just had to repeat exactly what he was about to be told. If Cedric did that, he would find himself in a much better position than before. When the meeting drew to a close, Cedric bowed and thanked the hunter. Philip was surprised. Was Ray really going to appoint Cedric as his deputy so he could continue running the gang? The protagonist confirmed this. After all, once he finished his business in this area, he would have to leave. Kedrick asked Ray if that meant he would teach him how to fight, even the techniques Ray himself used. The protagonist confirmed this and added that Kedrick had a fairly well-trained body. Ray noted that his friend just needed to refine his technique. Cedric nodded in agreement. Philip thanked our hero for looking out for his friend. The young man added that he also liked the idea of a reward for Kedrick. Overpowering an opponent by force isn't the worst way to win. However, it isn't the only one. After all, an enemy might harbor a grudge and seek revenge later. Ray couldn't recall ever being targeted for revenge. Maybe it's simply because such opponents aren't afraid of them? Our hero had noticed that brute force was the best way to resolve conflicts. He still believes that, if people fear you, they won't plot against you. Philip pointed out that force alone isn't enough to win the loyalty of the other children. Ray asked what Philip suggested in that case. The young man replied that you need not only the stick but also the carrot. Ray thought it wouldn't be wise to ignore Philip's advice, since he knew a thing or two about managing people. The protagonist told the members of Cedric's gang that until they found a new base, they would stay at a hotel. But if word got out that they were in conflict with the locals, he would personally punish each of them. Our hero added that from now on, Cedric would be his second in command. Most orders would go through him. The guys figured that the hunter and Cedric had come to an agreement after all. Ray remembered that people need a carrot to stay loyal. The hunter said he would return everyone's betting money. He had enough from what he'd received from the other gangs. People couldn't believe such a gift. This guy wasn't a hunter. He was a real angel who had come down from heaven. Philip reminded them that they still needed to deal with Jeffers and Lotson. The captured leaders of the rival gangs were bound hand and foot and held in the dungeon. Ray walked up to them and said he wanted to get straight to the point. Did these two know about Veronica's bookstore? There was no answer. Ray slapped Jeffer across the cheek and said that this guy didn't understand the situation. Jeffer asked what the hunter wanted. Ray slapped the fat man again. Our hero said that wasn't what he'd asked. Lotson asked if they were talking about the store on 8th Street. He'd been hired to stop these people from doing business there. He had to force them to move out. The protagonist asked who had hired him. Lotson replied that it was the owner of Fred's on 3rd Street. The hunter said he understood everything. After that, Ray started beating Lotson. The protagonist remained cold-blooded and didn't stop for a second, even after Lotson's body began to bleed. Philip, watching what was happening, thought that this was the real Ray. Moreover, by punishing these two leaders in public, the hunter is showing the guys from the hotel that they've been avenged. It's a good thing that Cedric's gang is also watching this public execution. Philip thought if Ray had planned all this in advance, then one could only applaud his cold calculation. Ray told the beaten-up leaders that he had a job for them. They were to do to Fred's store what they were supposed to have done to Veronica's bookstore. Our hero added, if he found out that they had harmed his people, he would track them down and destroy them. Lotson and Jeffrey were taken by their men and brought to their bases. Ray and Philip threw a real feast for all the kids and members of Cedric's gang. However, at some point, the hunter's men lost sight of him. But where had he gone since he'd just been here? Meanwhile, Ray stepped outside the building and decided to be alone for a while. The protagonist recalled Philip's words about what a friend is. A friend is someone who can help just because, without expecting anything in return, someone you can always count on for support. Ray had always believed that a friend was someone you knew well, someone who cares. In our hero's view, such a person could be called a friend. Those children were probably the only ones he truly cared about. Our protagonist also considered Nils a friend. Can people be friends despite a 20-year age difference? Ray wondered if there was anyone among those he knew right now whom he could call a friend. The protagonist came to the conclusion that there were no such people. Ray was different from the rest. He lacked the emotions that are familiar to most people. Only Nils and those children treated Ray sincerely without taking into account who he was. He seriously doubted that he would ever meet people like that again. Philip appeared in the doorway with a cup of hot drink. He asked if Ray really preferred silence to a noisy crowd. Philip said he'd brought some hot cocoa. He noticed that Ray was eating a lot of sweets. The protagonist was simply recharging his energy by eating candy and chocolate. Philip, however, thought that Ray simply liked sweets. The young man picked up the cup of hot cocoa. The drink was warm enough to help him forget the emptiness in his soul for a moment. The next day, Philip said he was heading north. He'd heard there were many abandoned factories there. The protagonist headed in a different direction. According to his plan, he needed to visit someone. When the boys saw Ray, they got scared and decided to hide. Our hero approached Veronica's bookstore. The girl was delighted when she finally saw Ray. Veronica was worried because he hadn't come by in several days. She added that she and her grandfather had been waiting for him. Veronica asked what had happened after all. Had Ray gotten into another fight? After all, he was covered in bruises and scrapes. The boy replied that it wasn't a big deal. Veronica objected. It couldn't possibly be no big deal when someone was being hurt. Our hero saw a beautiful glow in the girl's chest. It was like a small, gentle sun. Ray hadn't felt anything like this last time. Now he could see things he hadn't noticed before, probably because he'd learned to care. The boy noticed that she'd already received first aid, so everything was fine. Ray reminded her that Veronica had said using mana from the air was addictive. The girl replied that she hadn't even thought about that. The guy repeated that he was fine and suggested they go up to his grandfather's place. Veronica blushed with embarrassment. Could it be that Ray was worried about her? The protagonist asked if Veronica considered him a friend. The girl was surprised. Why on earth did he decide to ask such a question? Now Ray was curious about how different people define friendship. Could anyone you show concern for be called a friend? Veronica pondered. Was Ray her friend? He had saved her twice, and she felt a bond with him because they were both mages. However, they had only met very recently. Ray watched Veronica closely, waiting for her answer. After a moment's thought, the girl replied decisively that she considered Ray her friend. The boy replied that he understood everything, and turning around, continued up the stairs. Veronica was indignant. She told Ray to stop and give her the same answer. Did he consider her a friend? Ray turned around, looked the girl in the eyes, and gave a negative answer. Veronica was quite taken aback. After her confession, she hadn't expected that answer. She felt sad and blushed with embarrassment. Veronica turned away and told Ray to go see her grandfather first. She would feed her younger brothers and come later. The boy still didn't understand why Veronica had suddenly started shouting. The young man opened the door to the room. Elder Graham was delighted and said he hadn't seen the boy in a long time. Ray sat down by the bed. Grandpa said that old people need less sleep than young people. But for him, it was the opposite. Soon he'd be sleeping all day long. Ray admitted that he'd heard Grandpa was sick. The old man sighed, so Veronica had told him everything. Graham surmised that he most likely had no more than half a year left. The old man added that, because of this, starting today he would begin teaching the young man magic. The protagonist took a ring out of his pocket and asked his grandfather to tell him about this object first. The old man said that at first glance it was a charging stone. It might also contain a boosting effect. Upon closer inspection, the elder added that a spell had also been cast on the ring. If certain conditions are met, muscle mass and nerve reflexes will be enhanced. In addition, this ring contains exploitation magic. Usually the more charged a stone is, the faster its quality deteriorates until it becomes worthless. However, this gem is different. It is designed to absorb the wearer's life force in order to regenerate itself. Ray was surprised. Could such a thing really be possible? The old man answered in the affirmative. The ring's energy source is mana, and human life force is essentially the same thing, just in a different form. The elder noted that not everyone is capable of casting such a spell. Where had the young man gotten something so dangerous? Ray explained that he had become the leader of a gang of street kids. The ring had belonged to his predecessor. According to that guy, he'd received the ring from a man who called himself an officer of the Merc Red organization. The old man expressed concern. Ray was surprised. Could his grandfather really know this organization? Graham replied that it was impossible not to know them. Graham noted that it was the most influential and dangerous underground organization. They sell firearms and drugs and even traffic in human beings. They've got their hands in everything imaginable and unimaginable. They have far fewer members than other large-scale organizations, but their activities are even more secretive. All members of the organization are skilled mages. Ray was surprised. Are magicians really that common? The old man explained that the symbol of a Merc Red member is a crimson crystal, a charging stone that they always carry with them. It demonstrates the member's complete disregard for dependence on mana. The young man noticed that the old man knew quite a lot about this organization. He wondered if the old man had ever tried to find out about them before. The old man reminded him that he had spent his entire youth searching for the rainbow. This story is very well known among seekers like himself. They say that Merc Red possesses a fragment of the rainbow. Ray was surprised. Isn't a rainbow a giant ribbon that appears in the sky? How could this organization possess a part of it? The old man agreed that the most well-known description of a rainbow is a ribbon of 7 colors appearing in the sky. However, while he was searching for it, one day he managed to get his hands on the red Merc Red crystals. Unlike ordinary charging stones, these possessed incredible qualities. That's when he recalled the story of the rainbow. Originally, the rainbow was a gemstone that endlessly radiated light and mana. Ray said he wanted to learn more about it. Graham said long ago the sky was a clear blue. The earth was teeming with plants. They were everywhere. At the very center of the first human race was a crystal. It contained an incredible amount of life force, and shone with a rainbow light. This rainbow light ennobled the earth and healed the sick. However, certain forces sought to claim the rainbow for themselves. A war broke out. The war lasted a long time. In the end, the rainbow was shattered into 7 fragments, which scattered across the world. Ray asked for clarification. So Merc Red had one of the 7 fragments of the rainbow? The old man confirmed this. These red stones are tiny particles of the rainbow. The old man added that he had found a few like-minded people and wanted to conduct more research. However, he had to take the danger posed by that organization into account. The protagonist was now certain that the man from the basement was a member of the Merc Red organization. Ray thought that from that moment on, he needed to get to the bottom of this organization. Maybe there he would be able to find more clues about the rainbow. Graham surmised that the young man was already about to dive headfirst into something dangerous, and most likely there was no stopping him. The elder added that he respected the boy's decision. He couldn't say anything more about this organization. The old man asked if the young man wanted to know anything else. Ray asked if it was possible to remove the enhancement and exploitation spells from the ring. Veronica peeked into the room and told the grandfather that she was coming in. Elder Graham remarked that if they had a new student with them today, he would start by explaining the very basics. Veronica said she didn't mind. Grandpa explained that all magic begins with forming a circle. Magic can be used through charging stones or atmospheric mana, but this can lead to a dependence on mana. That's why circles are absolutely essential. When atmospheric mana passes through a circle, it is purified. At that time, depending on the mage's personal traits, various elements may appear within the circle. Grandpa added that, as a result, every person has a limit on the spells they can cast. Ray recalled that all the circles of the mages he had met were filled with mana of various colors. Graham added that forming a circle is quite simple. Would Veronica try to explain it? The girl said that first you need to concentrate mana in your hands. If possible, you should use the type Ray is already familiar with. You have to direct the mana from your hands straight into your heart and keep it circulating around it. The protagonist could clearly sense the process of a ring forming around his heart unfolding before him. Veronica added that he needed to keep increasing the speed without stopping. After a while, the girl cried out in excitement. Her face was covered in sweat. Veronica said that if Ray did that, he wouldn't be able to form the circle. He needed to control his mana until the very end. Grandpa said there was no need to get too upset. Veronica was making progress every day. The girl said that this time she had wanted to show the guy a completed circle. She was sorry. Ray said that of course he wanted to try it. First, you need to draw in mana of the type you're already familiar with. The color doesn't matter in this case. The protagonist concentrated and gave himself fully to the process of creating the circle. At one point, Veronica couldn't hold back and told her grandfather that Ray was making incredible progress. The young man felt as if his body was about to explode. However, our hero, overcoming these sensations, knew he had to endure and persevere no matter what. The protagonist was doing all this to achieve his goal. At one point, the young man was surprised. Could it be that the mana he had been channeling had disappeared? A long-awaited, solid, and distinct circle appeared around his heart. Ray couldn't help but let out an enthusiastic cry. His heart now felt different. The young man said he had succeeded. Veronica took Ray's hands and told him he was incredible. He had truly managed to create a circle. The girl declared that Ray was a true genius. It was truly remarkable. Graham thought that even he had taken 3 months to create his first circle. He couldn't believe this guy had done it on his first try. The old man thought that this guy was much more than just a genius. Grandpa said that the main components of this guy's circle were amplification, attenuation, and regeneration. But there were other elements besides those. Even if only in minuscule amounts, it's safe to say that every type of mana exists within Ray. Red mana of rage, pale pink mana of sadness, white mana of anxiety. There's also every other kind of mana that exists in this world. The boy asked, "Can Grandpa really see the mana in his circle?" The old man replied that he didn't see it, but felt it. If the boy didn't want to reveal his circle to others, he simply had to stop the flow of mana. The old man showed him how to do it and added that in everyday life, it's better to hide his circle. He shouldn't openly declare to this cruel world that he is a mage. The elder added that Ray must restore the flow of mana within his circle whenever he uses magic, but whether another mage can sense him depends on the distance between them. Graham thought that this boy had just created a circle, yet he didn't seem tired at all. He asked if Ray was ready for the test. The old man added that he would use magic, and the boy would try to replicate it. The old man demonstrated his magical abilities using a crystalline object. Afterward, he asked Ray if he could replicate it. Veronica thought that the magic was a complex spell using 7 types of mana. One not only needs to know the correct proportions for using them, but also to calculate the formula. Could the old man really expect Ray to do this without any explanation? The protagonist took the crystalline object in his hands and almost immediately managed to do the same thing. The test continued. Our hero got everything right on the first try, as if he'd been doing this for a long time. Graham had assumed that after creating the circle, this guy would display even more astonishing abilities. But he really turned out to be a true genius. This far exceeded all his expectations. Veronica said that Ray was simply incredible. How on earth did he manage to do that? The protagonist didn't want to tell the girl that he could see mana. The guy replied that he'd just tried it and succeeded. Veronica guessed that Ray didn't want to say anything. She added that, in any case, Ray had proven himself to be a really cool mage. Veronica added that this guy was the most talented mage she'd ever met, although she only knew him and her grandfather. Ray was surprised. Could Veronica really be jealous of him? The girl was surprised. Did this guy really just ask that question outright? The protagonist thought that Veronica didn't hate him, wasn't annoyed with him, and wasn't angry with him. Ray asked, or does she think she should have created the circle before him? The girl asked why Ray was asking her such direct questions. Veronica thought for a moment and replied that she didn't envy Ray in a negative way. She added that this was because Ray was her friend. The protagonist asked, don't friends ever feel jealous of each other? Veronica suggested that that's usually the case. She expected Ray to finally say that they were friends. After all, she wasn't the only one who thought so. Ray recalled how Pale had shared a protein bar with him and told him not to go without food just because he'd fed the younger ones. Our hero told Veronica that he understood a little. The girl thought that this guy didn't show his emotions, but for some reason he seemed sad. Veronica said that Ray really did seem a bit strange. The protagonist realized that the girl was generally right. The boy asked Veronica to teach him how to read. The girl sighed meaningfully and thought she wouldn't mind. She had never taught anyone before or even helped with homework. Would she be able to do it? She replied that she agreed. This guy was her savior, so she had to give it her all. Veronica noted that before they started studying, they had to do something first. Ray had figured as much. She surely wouldn't give such valuable lessons away for free. Maybe she'd even ask him to wipe out Jeffrey's entire gang. Veronica told Ray he should take a shower and explained that the bathroom was on the 2nd floor. After taking a bath, the young man asked Veronica where he could leave his towel. The girl looked at the young man, a little embarrassed. Now Ray seemed very handsome to her. The guy wondered why Veronica was staring at him like that. She replied that she wasn't staring. Ray needed to hurry up and get dressed. Veronica asked why Ray wanted to learn to read. The young man replied that this desire was inspired by books. The protagonist understood that if he intended to continue traveling upriver along the Elton, he would need more knowledge than he currently possessed. Our hero had learned to read individual words from Nils, but he wasn't capable of much more than that. Veronica said she understood everything. They wouldn't be opening the store right away anyway, so the boy could stop by any time, and she would teach him. Ray told the girl that the situation regarding the bookstore had changed. Now it's perfectly safe to open the store. Those guys won't bother them anymore. Veronica was startled. After all, she really hadn't seen the hooligans for several days. Could Ray have dealt with them? Guy replied that he wouldn't have gone that far just because they'd been throwing rocks. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Veronica added that in that case she would open the store after today's class. She pointed to the books and noted that she had used them while studying the language. Her class notes were also nearby. Ray asked how long she had been studying. Veronica replied that it had taken her about a month. The boy promised to give it his all. The girl also promised to do her best to teach Ray. The spelling lesson began. The young man proved to be a diligent and quick-witted student. The girl said that this wasn't the easiest topic. She could go over it again. Ray noted that he understood everything and they could move on. Veronica suggested that in that case, they work on some exercises. It took less than a minute for him to finish the assignment. The girl was surprised. The teacher checked the work and happily said that the boy had made only one mistake. The girl remarked that at this pace they'd finish much faster. Ray replied that he didn't mind. Veronica suggested they call it a day, since they'd already covered the entire plan material for the first day. The girl asked if Ray could take a look at the circle she'd created. The guy wasn't sure if that would help at all. After all, he was just as inexperienced at teaching as Veronica was. The girl said it didn't matter. She just wanted Ray to take a look. It would be great if he could voice his thoughts as he went along. Ray said he agreed. He decided to consider it payback for the girl teaching him. Veronica realized she hadn't opened the store in a long time. There were a lot of books lying in front of her. Ray asked if he could read these books. Veronica was surprised. Could he really read them on his own? She suggested starting with a dictionary. This book contains definitions of all kinds of words. It can be very helpful when you come across unfamiliar words. The boy asked if there was a description of a rainbow in this book. Veronica said she had never looked for that before. However, if it had anything to do with magic, then most likely not. Ray noticed one of the books and decided to take it off the shelf. Using magic, the young man pulled the book down and caught it in his hand. He thought that before he would have had a hard time lifting even a single book. Now he could juggle several at once. Ray noted that doing things like this had become much easier with the mana from the circle. When he got back to the car, he'd have to try out other types of magic as well. Right now, the protagonist's circle consisted mainly of 3 colors of mana: red, light pink, and white. Ray thought that he'd had particular trouble with light pink and white mana before. The mana flowing through his circle now wasn't nearly as rigid. The boy thought if he continued experimenting, he might even learn new spells. However, for some reason, Ray didn't want to do that. Back then, he didn't understand anything yet, but now red and white mana were enough for him. The reason for this was the emotion of sadness associated with the light pink mana. Ray never wanted to feel that way again. It was a pure instinct for self-preservation. Ray felt a sharp aversion to anything associated with sadness. The protagonist realized that there really was no description of a rainbow in this dictionary. However, some of the information piqued the young man's interest immensely. Ray said he needed to step out for a moment, and he immediately ran outside. Veronica asked where he was running off to. Ray replied that he'd be back to finish reading. Don't put the book away. Our hero finally understood the true purpose of this man from the basement. Ray looked up the word in the dictionary: sacrifice. It means an offering of something, an object, an animal, or a person that has surrendered. That man apparently is trying to use street children as sacrifices for something. Given the concentration of magic imbued in the ring, it's probably somehow connected to amplifying the red stone. Cedric mentioned that there are currently about 66 people in the gang. That man seems to be eagerly awaiting Cedric's report. Ray found himself back at the restaurant. A table had been set for him with a variety of delicacies. The protagonist noticed that he had only ordered a drink. The waiter explained that many people had paid to have a full meal served to the hunter when he arrived. The hunter could eat 10 such meals. Ray asked the waiter about that mysterious man. Johnny replied that today he had left 3 hours later than usual. That had never happened before. The waiter added that today the man had been smiling and saying something like, "The time is almost here." Ray returned to the mysterious man's dwelling. The young man believed that the key to the mystery of Merc Red was kept there, but he didn't know when the man would return, so he couldn't just rush off on a search without thinking. The protagonist was pondering what to do when, at that moment, he saw some young men walking down the street. Our hero overheard their conversation. They were discussing a recent fight. Ray approached them and called out to them. The narrator was surprised and looked back. The young men grew wary when they realized that a hunter had approached them. The young man asked what had caught the hunter's interest, since they hadn't done anything wrong. Ray remembered how Philip had talked about the carrot and the stick. Our hero explained what he needed from these guys and promised to reward them later. The guys understood that when that person showed up, they would have to let the hunter know. As a reward, he offered them a gourmet dinner at a restaurant. What's more, the bill had already been paid in advance. The young men couldn't possibly turn down such a generous offer. They promised to do everything in their power. When the signal came, Ray arrived at the man's house. The owner wasn't supposed to be home at the moment. Ray noticed a different lock on the door. It hadn't been there before. He couldn't open the lock on the first try. It was protected by a spell. Breaking the lock wasn't an option, because then the owner would know he'd been there. He could try removing the door hinges. One of the guys reported that the homeowner was approaching. Ray decided to see if this man would recognize him. He took off his jacket and stood in the man's path. However, the man didn't recognize him. The homeowner continued on his way. Ray decided he had figured out something important. The next day arrived, Ray spoke with Cedric. After that, Cedric asked if everything would be all right. Ray replied that there was no need to worry. They just had to follow his instructions. The two young men were now standing together. The man in the hat was approaching them. Cedric and Ray bowed to the man. Kedrick said he hadn't seen his teacher in a long time. Walter said there was no need for greetings. He asked Cedric to show his face. Kedrick reported that he had a report ready on the number of members in his gang. Walter told the young man to wait a moment. The man placed a hand on our hero's shoulder and asked who this guy was. Is he new? Kedrick replied that this guy had recently been appointed leader of the gang, so he decided to introduce him personally. Walter told the guy to lift his head and look him in the eye. He asked the young man his name. Ray replied that his name was Nils. Walter told the guy to work hard. Ray was surprised. Didn't this man remember seeing him yesterday? The man asked how many people were in the gang now. Cedric replied, 63. Walter noted that only 3 remained. However, the terms had to be clear to Cedric. The young man replied that he was recruiting only the strongest. The man was delighted and said that was simply wonderful. Walter added that as soon as everyone was gathered, he would immediately accept them into the organization. Kedrick couldn't believe that they would finally become members of such a powerful organization. The man replied that these guys were lucky. The organization was just about to form a special unit. Cedric remarked that meeting someone like him was the greatest stroke of luck in his life. Walter thought this guy was exaggerating a bit too much. A man dressed in the ragged clothes of a vagrant couldn't possibly be a leader. Ray said he had one question. The young man asked if there's a main base, then there must be auxiliary ones, right? He was also curious about which sector the main base was located in. Walter replied that this organization had no branches. Its members simply roamed about, spreading their laws. Ray thought the man was telling the truth. The mana in his vessel remained steady. Walter added that the main base was located in Sector 43. All operations were planned there. Ray could tell by the color of the mana that this was a lie. He saw his mana trembling. The protagonist asked who the boss was. The man replied that his boss was simply incredible. Walter added that someone like him wouldn't even dare to look up at him. The boss is great. Ray sensed admiration and hidden fear in this man's heart. Walter asked when Cedric was moving here. The guy replied in 2 days. The man added that in that case, he would come in 3 days. He needed to thoroughly investigate those they were planning to accept. The protagonist noticed the red trail this man was leaving behind. Ray realized, even if only a small amount, he was deliberately leaving mana behind. Walter used the entire abandoned factory as a giant canvas. After a while, everything was ready. Walter took the red crystals out of his pocket. Cedric was surprised. What could this be? The man replied that they were something very good. Thanks to magic, the crystals rose above his hand. The boys watched the man. Using magic in these crystals, Walter concentrated mana in front of him. Cedric said it looked dangerous. Was everything really okay? Ray told the boy not to worry. Walter began performing ritual gestures using the red crystals and the pattern he had created. The man told the young men not to be afraid. These stones were similar to the one in Cedric's ring. Walter reminded them that this stone wards off illness and boosts energy. Cedric thanked him for his concern. Walter warned Kedrick not to touch the stone under any circumstances. The man in the hat added that the boy should guard this ring as if it were his own life. He must not leave it anywhere or lose it. Kedrick replied that he would remember those words. Walter repeated that he would return in 3 days. When the man left, a worried Cedric asked, "What is he up to?" Ray replied that they would have to find out. The protagonist told the guy to go back to the hotel. He still had things to do. Watching from the second floor, Ray tried to figure out what the painting and the stone in it meant. Magic was definitely involved here. The young man thought that right now, it didn't matter to him. Whoever needed to know already knew. The protagonist made a copy of the drawing in his notebook. This drawing was shown to Elder Graham. The old man asked if it could be that he was connected to the man the boy had called the Merc Red Performer. Ray was surprised, after all. He hadn't said anything yet. How had the old man figured that out? Graham noticed that the boy had gotten himself mixed up in a dangerous business. The drawing depicted a magic circle. The old man noted that this technique significantly increases the spell's power and range. Magic circles aren't easy to use. Not everyone is capable of it. The old man added that this circle was a flawless magic circle. What surprised the old man even more was the fact that the boy was able to perfectly redraw a high-level magic circle without any formal training. Magic circles gather an enormous amount of mana within a small space. Tracking the mana inside a magic circle and redrawing it is like sorting through the finest, longest threads. On top of that, one must be able to distinguish each one from all the others using only tactile sensations. The old man thought that no matter how talented a mage might be at sensing magical energy, such a feat should not be possible for someone who lacks knowledge of magic circles. Graham noted that the shape of this circle was simply perfect. It was as if the young man had seen it with his own eyes. Ray asked what function this magic circle served. The old man replied that it was magic of exploitation. The old man added that it was the same magic that had been cast on the ring Ray had brought earlier. Ray recalled that his grandfather had said this magic was used to become stronger and increase the range of spells. Graham confirmed this. He added that all living creatures within the radius of effect would most likely perish. The elder added that the life force they possessed would be transformed into magical energy. Now our hero was certain. Sacrifices, 66 children, magic circle, all of these were links in the same chain. This man wants to sacrifice Cedric's gang to his magic circle. Elder Graham noted that a human is incapable of using such concentrated mana. He explained that mana created from life force is incredibly toxic. Using it carelessly can cause poisoning. It's impossible to purify it like ordinary mana through a ring. Therefore, it is mainly used as fuel for creation or as a power booster for tools. Ray immediately thought of the golem. The young man asked if it was possible to enhance a charging stone. The old man replied that charging stones have their own limits, so there's no point in enhancing them. However, when it came to the ring the young man had shown him, the situation was completely different. The old man asked what the young man planned to do next. Ray hesitated to answer. He didn't want to admit everything. 3 days passed. The time for the meeting at the agreed-upon location had come. The man saw the gang leader and asked what Nils was doing there and where Cedric was now. Our hero replied that Cedric was inside the hideout giving the necessary orders. He, on the other hand, had come out to meet the gentleman in person. Walter said that in that case, the two of them could now go inside together. As he opened the door, the man expressed hope that enough people had been gathered. If so, this would be a great job. Walter opened the door and Ray let him go ahead. The man peered inside the room and saw only emptiness. There was no one inside. Walter asked what all this meant. Why was no one here? The man in the hat realized what was happening and, in that very moment, drew his weapon, a sharp sickle, and attacked our hero. Ray reacted lightning fast and blocked Walter's attack by thrusting his knife forward. Walter asked the guy what he was going to do now. Ray used fire magic. The man was surprised. He hadn't expected that. Walter managed to dodge and the fireball flew past him. The man was outraged. Does this kid even know who he's laying a hand on? Ray closed the front door, making it clear that he had no intention of letting this man leave. Ray asked the man who he was. The guy with the dagger in his hand replied that his name was Walter. Our hero added that he had come here on his boss's orders to get rid of this man. Walter laughed. Is this really that hitman? The man added that he now understood he was standing before the so-called executioner. Apparently, he realized that a magic circle was involved here. Walter noted that the magic activates at exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The man added that this was even better than sacrificing worthless boys. This guy would be more useful. Walter transformed into a man of fire and said that the executioner would now be destroyed. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, Philip kept watch using whatever he had on hand. He was holding a pair of binoculars. Cedric, standing nearby, asked if Philip could see anything. Philip honestly admitted that he couldn't see a thing from where he was. They had blocked all the doors and windows leading outside. But that was exactly what Ray had asked them to do. Philip asked Cedric to speak more quietly. They couldn't let the girl hear everything. She might get upset. Cedric asked if the girl was a mage too. Philip confirmed this and added that Ray had brought her here. Philip asked the girl, "Is your name Veronica?" She confirmed it. She asked if these guys were named Philip and Cedric. Philip asked if Veronica was worried about Ray. She said no. The guy was surprised. Meanwhile, the protagonist was engaged in a fierce battle with the fireman. Veronica said that Ray was the most talented mage she had ever met. He wasn't just good at magic. She added that this was exactly why she wasn't worried. Walter was angry that he couldn't defeat some kid. The villain lunged at our hero once more, but Ray bravely withstood the attack. Veronica added that she believed in Ray's unconditional victory. The guy noticed that for someone saying something like that, her hands were shaking a bit too much. Philip thought the girl was worried but still believed in the hunter. He said she was right, they just had to trust Ray. At one point, our hero's dagger snapped right in the middle of the blade. His opponent laughed and said that the executioner might as well give up. However, Ray managed to make his fiery opponent drop the sickle from his hands, leaving him disarmed for a moment. The villain couldn't understand how this guy could control multiple elements. He even used the element of stability. The opponents found themselves at a safe distance from each other. This gave both of them a chance to catch their breath. Ray saw that his opponent had activated metallic transformation. In that case, his attacks wouldn't do much damage to the second circle. It would be best to use the magic circle. The villain realized his opponent's intention and said that this kid was stalling for time until the circle activated. Walter pointed to his chest. The magic circle there was fully operational. The villain said he wouldn't let those plans come to fruition. The fireman shouted for the executioner to surrender and summoned a fire serpent to his aid. Walter shouted that it was pointless to fight this monster. It wouldn't disappear until it had devoured its target. Ray didn't lose hope. He slid along the snake's body, and a plan of action came to him on its own. The protagonist realized that all previous methods were useless. There was no way to defeat his opponent that way. He stood still while controlling the flame. Ray decided that in that case he had to throw him off balance. Walter asked if the guy really thought he could change the snake's direction and strike him, but such a pathetic trick wouldn't work. Our hero knew this. After all, his opponent was a second circle mage. A first circle mage wouldn't stand a chance against him. That's exactly why our hero had asked Veronica for help ahead of time. Ray also used magic. However, it was water magic. The fire serpent received a fitting rebuff. It was Veronica who taught the protagonist how to draw this magic circle. Walter noted that this was far beyond the level of a first circle mage. The water magic also affected Walter. The man was neutralized and temporarily stripped of his magical abilities. He ended up practically in a puddle. The protagonist glanced at his watch. There were 10 minutes left before his opponent's magic circle activated. Walter stood up and said he had to go. He had to return to his boss right away. The protagonist told Walter to stop. Ray added that if Walter didn't step away from the door, he'd have to destroy the ring. Walter said that was pointless. What the performers were being offered was different from the usual deal. Our hero was already at his limit. He realized he needed to buy some time. Ray asked, does Walter really think the red bloodstones given to the executors can't be destroyed? The protagonist added that the bloodstones could crack if a certain combination of elements were introduced into them. Their outer surface becomes incredibly fragile. What Ray was saying was actually a clever ruse. The guy added that the ring could actually be destroyed. Walter shouted that he would destroy this guy before he left. Ray replied that in that case, Walter could try to do so. Our hero swung his arm and threw the ring far to the side. The man cursed loudly but was forced to rush after the ring. Ray ran in the opposite direction toward the door. Walter reached out his hand as he jumped, trying to catch the flying ring. However, he didn't catch it. Glancing back, he saw the guy running out. Ray burst out of the room and slammed the door behind him. Walter let out a loud scream and rushed after the guy. The man grabbed at the door, but it was locked. He tried to reassure himself that he still had 5 minutes. Walter decided that all he had to do was catch up to the executioner. However, he couldn't get out of the building. The pattern under his feet had appeared, and activation was about to begin. Walter wondered why this was happening. After all, there should still be time before activation. Ray, who was outside, thought that Walter didn't know this. Veronica had said earlier that 5 minutes was the maximum. Ray could only speed up the activation by 1 minute. The magic circle had been corrupted. Walter was under the spell's influence, but there was nothing he could do to change it now. After a while, our hero opened the door to the room. Everything was filled with smoke. Where Walter was supposed to be, there were only his clothes. A ring lay on the clothes, glinting. The protagonist walked over and picked up the ring. Mana was concentrated around it. Cedric said it was too late. Philip motioned for him to be quiet and added that Ray had definitely won. They just had to wait. This guy is so strong that he can't lose to anyone. Veronica sensed the presence of a large amount of mana. The girl looked alarmed and went outside. Cedric asked what that meant. Philip suggested they follow the girl. The young people asked Veronica what was going on. All three saw the protagonist, however, the guy was engulfed in flames. At the same time, he looked as if he felt great. Veronica said that his mana was poisoned. She could sense it with her spinal cord. Ray was in danger. Cedric grabbed whatever tools were at hand, a metal pipe and a sheet of iron. He said, "If the leader is in danger, then we have to act." Wielding the pipe, Cedric rushed toward the burning Ray. The protagonist held out his hand and the flames stopped Cedric. Cedric fell to the ground. He was quite bewildered and even discouraged. Philip shielded Cedric with his body and shouted for Ray to come to his senses. Ray showed no reaction to these shouts. His eyes expressed indifference and glowed aggressively. The protagonist was ready to unleash a fire attack. Ray sent a burst of fire toward Philip, however. An impenetrable wall appeared in front of the boy. Veronica used her magical abilities just in time. The girl stated that there were only two ways to stop Ray. Either they would force him to use up all his fire, or they would put it out. Philip said that, just in case, he would call a fire truck right away. The guy asked Veronica if she could hold out for 5 minutes. The girl answered in the affirmative. Ray released another burst of fire. Veronica used her magic again to extinguish the blast. She realized that in the long run, she wouldn't be able to handle this guy. She told herself she was fine, she just wanted Ray to be safe. Ray thought that the mana in the ring had increased significantly. It was nowhere near the level of the magic circle. Our hero saw the flames engulfing a young man dressed in a black suit and hat. The young man was begging for forgiveness and pleading not to be beaten. He hadn't stolen anything. Ray realized that these were the man's memories. Next, our hero saw this man. He was covered in blood and lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly, the man raised his head and said he would become stronger and take revenge on everyone. The voice urged him to let vengeance consume his body and burn everything to the ground. The voice said they must be destroyed. It repeated this several times. They must all be destroyed. Fiery mana surged in Ray's chest. It was incredibly intense. It was in this state that Ray continued to attack Veronica. Veronica, wanting to save Ray, looked him straight in the eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The protagonist saw a white glow in the girl's chest. Could she have a white sun too? Our hero said it was very beautiful. It was a rare sight. Tears welled up in the young man's eyes as well. He had seen the truth. Ray stretched out his arms and asked in surprise, "Is that really Veronica?" 3 days later, at Philip's hotel, Veronica was undergoing treatment in the therapy ward. Ray approached the girl and handed her a glass of water. She had been sick for 2 days because she'd used celestial mana. Since it was Ray's fault, he was now taking care of her. Veronica asked Ray to bring her the second volume of the book she was reading. It would be great if he could also bring 2 more pillows after fluffing them up first. She asked him to take the glass away. She had finished her water. Our hero believed in always repaying his debts. Ray explained to Veronica that it was mana intoxication. He figured that explanation would suffice for her for now. Veronica noted that Ray always used concentrated mana recklessly. The guy also thought that was the cause. Ray showed her the ring and said it was a mana battery. He'd taken it from that man. He thought it was emitting negative mana. His grandfather had said that mana was extracted from highly toxic people. Veronica asked if Ray was really going to use it. The guy shook his head. The protagonist realized that if it weren't for Veronica, he probably would have burned himself alive. The girl agreed and remarked that it was better not to use such things. Ray thanked the girl for her help. He added that his words were sincere. Veronica was startled. Could Ray still be under the influence of mana? Philip peeked into the room and said he'd like to talk to Ray. Philip set a box on the table and said these were his belongings. His men had broken into the basement and brought everything out. Among the items was a photograph. Ray wondered, could this really be Walter and the shelter? The photo was blurry. It was hard to make out the people's faces. However, they all seemed to radiate a similar energy. Philip said it looked like his personal notebook. It seemed important, so he had to take it. The notebook contained records of assignments received and completed. Ray thought these were orders from Merc Red. Traces of stones of various colors were clearly evident in the tasks. Ray recalled the hypothesis of a rainbow divided into 7 fragments. The notebook contained orders to search for stones of specific colors. Could Merc Red really be looking for fragments of a rainbow? The protagonist thought, perhaps these aren't fragments of the rainbow at all, but other stones entirely. In any case, it's worth checking out. Philip, looking at his companion, thought the hunter was up to something. The hotel owner handed him a bag and said it belonged to Ray. He also added that he was planning to leave the sector soon. Philip added that as long as Ray was in the sector, he would send a courier to him. The young man asked to be notified when Ray decided on his departure date. He added that he wanted to see him off. Philip thought that they might never see each other again. The protagonist asked if Philip wanted to leave the sector with him. The hotel owner was surprised that Ray would ask this. Could that really be possible? Philip said he was surprised since he had never left Sector 49. If he left, he would have to leave all his work behind. Ray said that in fact, Philip was saving money to leave this place. Wasn't that true? Philip thought that Ray really had remembered that conversation. The young man agreed and replied that he would go with Ray. Philip asked for a little time. He needed to hand over his responsibilities for running the hotel. The young man noted that 2 weeks would be enough for him. Ray agreed. During that time, Philip took care of all his organizational matters and prepared for his departure. He also worked out a plan for the upcoming journey. Ray wasn't sitting idle either. He continued to study magic under Elder Graham. In his free time, the protagonist studied reading and spelling with Veronica. At one point, the girl said she had nothing left to teach the young man. Ray really is a true genius. The young man replied that wasn't the point. It was simply that Veronica had turned out to be a good teacher. The girl's younger brothers, upon noticing Ray, immediately ran off to their room. Veronica said they get very shy when they see a hunter. She guessed that they really liked Ray. They'd said they dreamed of becoming hunters. Our hero also taught Veronica what he knew. At one point, the protagonist noted that she was already handling her mana better. The main reason for her progress wasn't his teaching, but the fact that Veronica was determined. Ray only encouraged her from time to time. The circle around her heart had already become clearer and more structured. However, the girl felt that this was still not enough. Her persistence was remarkable. Grandpa continued to spend more and more time asleep. He didn't have much time left. Veronica thought it wouldn't be so hard for her, since she no longer felt lonely. During the few hours when her grandfather was awake, the children spent time with him. Veronica was confident she wouldn't let her grandfather down. She pressed on toward her goal, to form the circle and gain the deepest possible understanding of magic. At some point, the circle glowed, and a bright light appeared in the center of her heart. She felt it physically, with her whole body. Ray realized that her empty circle was filling with mana. Veronica said she had succeeded. Her body was exhausted. Ray took the girl's hands. Veronica said she was fine. It was just that all the tension had left her body. With tears in her eyes, the girl thanked the young man. She said she'd been able to create the circle because Ray had been there with her. The young man was confused. After all, he really hadn't done anything. But why was she crying? Our hero said that if Veronica had managed to form a circle, she should show it to her grandfather. The girl agreed. Veronica asked if Ray wanted to go with her, since she'd managed to do it thanks to him, and together they would tell her grandfather about it. The young people entered the room. Veronica called out to her grandfather to let him know she was there. The window in the room was wide open. Her grandfather was lying motionless on the bed. The young people were frightened. The light in Veronica's chest immediately dimmed. After a while, the protagonist was standing by Grandpa's bed. The old man opened his eyes and the young man said, "Grandpa's finally awake." Elder Graham asked how long he had been asleep. Ray replied that it had been about 2.5 days. The old man thought he didn't have much time left. Looking around, he realized Veronica wasn't there. The old man guessed that the girl lacked the resolve to witness his final moments. She had a kind soul and a gentle heart. The old man thanked Ray for his help. He acknowledged that the request to become his apprentice had been quite unexpected, but he thanked the young man for being there with them. Ray noted that at that moment their interests aligned. The old man needed a student, and he needed a good teacher. The elder thought this boy was the strangest child he'd ever seen. He said this was their last lesson. Did Ray have any questions for him? The protagonist admitted that he felt no emotions. The old man replied indifferently that he understood everything. Ray was surprised. Did the old man really know about this? Graham replied that he had only suspected it. The boy explained that emotions were practically non-existent in his daily life. To feel anything at all, he had to concentrate. But even then, only a limited range of emotions was available to him. Ray asked if this was an illness. The old man replied that the condition of the heart could be called an illness. Sometimes people close off their hearts when faced with bullying and deep grief. The young man can choose for himself which emotions to feel, and that's what sets him apart from other people. Ray didn't understand a word of what he was saying. Ray asked what kind of magic his grandfather used. The old man asked what the young man meant. The protagonist said that his grandfather always understood his intentions, even when he didn't voice them aloud. His grandfather knew what situations he was facing and was aware of his thoughts. The young man was surprised. Was the grandfather really saying that this wasn't magic? The old man replied that it was simply reading emotions. Ray remained puzzled since his face showed no expression at such moments. The old man explained that whenever the young man managed to understand and use spells, the corners of his lips would lift slightly. Whenever he listened intently to someone's words, his eyes would widen slightly. Even now, it was clear that the young man didn't fully understand the meaning of his words. Grandfather noted that these were only subtle signs, difficult to notice, but they still allowed one to read his emotions. Elder Graham suggested that the young man try to learn how to read emotions. If he felt like it, so be it. Ray said he couldn't tell people's faces apart to him. They all looked the same. He usually focused on voices or hair color. Leaving his grandfather's study, Ray saw Veronica sitting alone among the books. The boy told the girl that his grandfather probably didn't have much time left. Veronica thought she didn't want to see that. She didn't want to see her grandfather pass away. Ray said this was her last chance to talk to her grandfather. With tears in her eyes, she rushed into her grandfather's room. Veronica flung open the door and ran into the room. She was afraid she might be too late. Her grandfather smiled and said Veronica's name. He was happy that she had come to see him. Veronica told her grandfather that she had finally succeeded. She had managed to create the circle. The old man replied that he had never doubted Veronica. The girl took his hand. She said that back then he had held her hand too and told her not to worry. Grandpa said she would no longer have to suffer from colds and hunger, and that there was no longer any need to wait alone for someone who would never return. With tears in her eyes, Veronica said she had been very happy when her grandfather took her with him. The girl added that her grandfather didn't need to worry. He had taught them so much. No matter what happened, they would be all right. The old man replied that he wouldn't worry because he knew that children were very strong. Grandpa added that he too was happy to see them all. Ray stood silently by the door the whole time. It was pouring rain during Grandpa's funeral. Veronica spared no expense in preparing the grave and the headstone. Elder Graham was buried in the largest central cemetery in Sector 49. Veronica thanked the protagonist for his help. She said it would have been difficult to organize everything on her own. Veronica didn't cry, though her heart looked as if it were about to burst at any moment. Our hero tried to figure out what kind of emotion that was. He remembered how the old man had wondered. Could it be that the young man couldn't tell the difference between people's facial expressions? The old man had said that instead of trying to understand the expression as a whole, one should focus on individual features. Ray was now looking closely at Veronica's tear-stained eyes. Ray was surprised because he didn't want to feel sad. What was happening to him? The young man hugged Veronica and tried to comfort her. She began to cry even harder. Ray thought that maybe this was a good thing if he could sincerely support someone of his own free will. Cedric, with tears in his eyes, said he would miss her, and that Philip absolutely had to come back. The young people got into the car. This time, the protagonist was behind the wheel. Philip asked, "Isn't Veronica coming to say goodbye?" Ray told her what time you were leaving after all. The protagonist replied that Veronica already knew everything. They were leaving today at 10 in the morning. Upon hearing this news, Veronica asked in surprise, "Are you really leaving together?" Ray confirmed it. He and Philip were leaving. However, he still lacked knowledge, and Veronica could help with the theoretical aspects of magic circles. The young man asked if she was ready to go with him. She could also help him understand the white sun inside her. Back then, Veronica had been able to save Ray from danger, thanks to that white sun. She was at a loss. It was all too sudden for her, since she had to take care of her younger brothers. Ray replied that Philip's hotel would take care of them. He'd already arranged everything. The girl was at a loss because someone had to look after the store. Ray suggested closing it temporarily. Cedric and his subordinates would guard it every day. The protagonist asked Veronica if she wanted to leave. She replied that she needed time to think it over. Philip noted that it was already 10 o'clock. The car pulled away and Cedric said they were really leaving. Veronica suddenly appeared from around the corner. With a huge backpack on her back, she was shouting for them to wait for her and trying to catch up with the car. Philip figured Veronica had been hiding around the corner. He suggested they slow down and wait for her. Veronica shouted for the car not to stop. They just needed to leave the door open. Philip was surprised. Did she really want to jump into the car while it was moving? Ray told him to hold the steering wheel tighter. Philip was stunned. Ray opened the passenger door, and the girl ran faster. Ray leaned out of the car and held out his hand, telling Veronica to grab it. The young people grabbed each other's hands, and the guy helped the girl jump inside. Veronica jumped into the car and the door closed. Philip assumed that the girl had decided to go with them after all. The young man wondered why Veronica had asked them not to stop. She explained that she felt if she stopped even for a second, she might change her mind. Philip said that Veronica was being a killjoy. She replied that she'd had to muster all her courage to make up her mind. After a while, the car stopped, and the young people took a break. Philip and Veronica felt sick. They even threw up. Ray wondered why this had happened, since there was nothing wrong with the car. The girl pointed out that they had been driving for 7 hours straight. Philip said he felt like he was going to throw up. The protagonist suggested setting up camp for the night and continuing on in the morning. His companions agreed. Ray admitted that his goal was to find a rainbow. Veronica asked what kind of rainbow it was. She recalled that Ray had already mentioned his interest in it. Philip explained that the rainbow is a stone that generates infinite mana. Currently, it is split into 7 pieces scattered across the world. If you reassemble the rainbow, you can make a wish. Philip said that after fighting that man, Ray was able to find Merc Red. This organization is also searching for the rainbow. Veronica noted that there are rumors that their boss has one of the fragments. Philip asked if Ray was really planning to investigate Merc Red's activities. Ray replied that if these two continued on this journey with him, their lives might be in danger. But he promised that he would protect them and help them achieve their goals. The young people replied that they had already faced danger and had no intention of backing down. Philip said he could handle the finances and take charge of negotiations. Veronica said she would serve as their guide when it came to magic. Philip said he was also ready to share his goal. He wants to find his mother. When he was little, she left for another sector to earn money. She told her son she'd be back soon and that he must wait for her. Philip explained that this was exactly why he wanted to save up money while waiting for his mom to return, so he could help her in the future. Veronica burst into tears and said it was a sad story. Ray pointed out that Philip had made the girl cry and now had to comfort her. Philip was surprised because the story wasn't sad at all. Veronica said that her goal was to complete her grandfather's research. Her grandfather was writing a scientific article about black rain. Black rain discolors the earth and skin and causes diseases. Veronica added that these diseases are incredibly severe and incurable with current medical technology. Eternal sleep syndrome is one such disease. The girl hoped to complete her grandfather's research and ensure that no one else would die from the black rain. Philip promised to help Veronica with her research. She reciprocated and said she was also ready to help Philip. Ray agreed and said that they would help each other even though they each had their own motives. Philip and Veronica brought their fists together and said that from that moment on, they would rely on each other. Ray looked at them and wondered, what are they doing? What kind of pointless gesture is this, putting their fists together? After all, it won't give the body strength, like magic. Philip said they were waiting for Ray. After all, their fists were over the fire and they were very hot. Ray made the same gesture and said that they would rely on each other. Once in the car, Philip and Veronica were thinking the same thing. Ray had warned that their lives might be in danger. The young people had been on the road for 9 days already. Ray noticed that they were almost there. A large cloud of dust appeared ahead on their route. What could it be? A large herd of wild animals was approaching the car. Philip asked in alarm, "What's going on?" The distance between the herd and the car was rapidly shrinking. Veronica said they were mountain deer instead of skin. They have a shell that looks very much like stone. The girl noted that wild deer aren't dangerous. They have a fairly peaceful nature. However, it's still too early for them to migrate. Ray suggested that in that case, something must have happened. Perhaps they were running away from someone. The protagonist thought that even if they turned around, the wild animals would catch up to them anyway, but it was impossible to break through ahead either. Ray told Veronica to set up a protective shield around the car. They needed to create a sphere with a diameter of 3 meters and configure the structure of the elements so that the shield would move in sync with the car. Veronica thought that designing a 3-meter shield and making it follow the car was no easy task. Without slowing down, Ray drove into a herd of wild animals, which were forced to scatter to the sides. The protagonist ordered the girl to direct all her mana toward maintaining the shield. Under no circumstances was it to break. Veronica said she was already at the limit of her abilities. The protagonist decided this couldn't go on. Veronica's mana was running out very quickly. The leader shouted for Philip to grab the steering wheel. This was his chance to learn how to drive. The boy was scared but replied that he would hold the wheel tight. Ray climbed onto the roof of the car and faced the approaching deer. He channeled his mana into his legs to improve his stability. As he studied the animals closely, the protagonist spotted a blue reindeer. It looked unusual. Ray looked into the distance toward where the herd had already passed. He thought he'd found something. The protagonist shouted to the driver not to even think about slowing down. They were almost there. Many animals were crashing into the protective dome. This caused Veronica additional stress. Philip looked at the girl and was startled. Ray shouted that Veronica was bleeding from her nose. The guy realized that the girl's protective barrier was already running out. The protagonist thought he wouldn't be able to create a barrier as wide as Veronica's. It was probably because her rings were filled with white mana. Suddenly, the protective dome was breached. The car was now in real danger. Ray concentrated as hard as he could and activated his unique abilities. Veronica looked out the car window and screamed in fear. At that moment, Ray was completely focused. He was channeling his mana to ensure his safety. The mana was directed into the car. The protagonist activated the car's metal transformation. The body was reinforced, but if she got out of the car, she risked getting hurt. Ray shouted for Veronica to hide inside immediately. Philip gripped the steering wheel tighter and pressed the gas pedal all the way down. Powered by the protagonist's mana, the car shot out of the herd of deer at breakneck speed. When the danger had passed, the car came to a stop, and the young people got out. Philip asked the girl how she was feeling. Veronica replied that she seemed to be all right. Ray walked over to the bodies of the reindeer lying nearby. Philip was frightened. Could this all be their fault? Veronica replied that it wasn't. Mountain reindeer have armor as hard as stone. They wouldn't have been harmed by something like that. After examining one of the carcasses, Ray said that Veronica was right. These deer had been shot. Moreover, their wounds were much larger than those caused by ordinary bullets. Apparently, special ammunition had been used, but who would be hunting in such a remote area? Suddenly, a stranger appeared behind our hero. He asked the young people if they had gotten lost. The man was armed. He assumed that children wouldn't have ventured this far on their own. Surely there must be adults nearby? The stranger looked at Veronica and said she had a rather pretty face. Ray said he had a question. How far was it to Sector 48? The man asked, do the kids really want to go home? But why was this guy addressing him so informally? Ray wasn't in the mood for negotiations. With a few blows to the head, he knocked the man to the ground. Our hero, holding the stranger's head with one hand, handed Philip a dagger with the other. Ray ordered the young man to slit the stranger's throat. Philip looked surprised. The other hunters were also at a loss. Philip thought that in his entire life he had never held a knife to anyone's throat. Veronica watched what was happening in astonishment. Philip decided he had to do it. He grabbed the stranger by the head and told the hunters to hand over everything they had, or else their companion would be in trouble. Veronica and Ray thought Philip was acting confidently. The hunters were frightened. They assumed that these young men were the very bandits who had been robbing travelers in the area. One of the hunters told the young man to let the man go and not make the situation worse. After all, they really did want to help these guys. Ray told Philip to slit the man's throat, but not all the way. Philip immediately obeyed the order. The man, bleeding profusely, screamed loudly in pain. One of the hunters said in fear that the boy had wounded Vector right in the neck. The squad leader was surprised. Where on earth had these young people come from? He admitted that they had indeed harbored evil intentions. The leader of the hunters noted that these boys were now in a vulnerable position themselves. The captain added that all he had to do was give the word, and these kids' bodies would be riddled with holes. Ray challenged his opponent to try it. At that moment, our hero unleashed a fiery attack using magic and his unique abilities. The opponent realized he was dealing with a mage. The hunters bowed and asked for forgiveness, acknowledging that they had sinned against these people. In light of this, they begged for leniency and forgiveness. Ray stated that he too did not want to complicate the situation. If these people met just a few requirements, he would let them go. Ray asked what these people had been doing. The captain replied that they had simply been looking for something, nothing special. His opponent added that they were interested in a deer with a blue gemstone on its forehead. Ray said he wanted to know more. The hunter didn't understand what was going on in these mages' heads. He didn't know how much he could tell them. The hunter explained that their client had once become famous in Sector 40 thanks to his well-drilling business. His name is John Grid. In his youth, this man got lost in the wilderness. When he came to, he saw a blue mountain deer with a crystal on its forehead standing before him. He asked the hunter to find it. They say it appeared out of thin air and gave John Grid some water. They say even its body turned into water. The hunter remarked that it all seemed a bit far-fetched to him, but he didn't want to delve too deeply into it. Ray asked where he could meet this man. The hunter thought he couldn't let the old man find out more than necessary. He replied that it would be difficult to meet their client directly. Ray threw a dagger, which flew past the hunter, grazing his cheek and scratching him slightly. The hunter admitted that his client lived in Sector 42. Ray reminded him that he didn't want to hear any lies. The hunter was surprised. How could this guy know? After all, he'd been working as a mercenary for several decades. The man realized that this mage could see right through him. He explained that they were talking about the Galat Hotel in Sector 48. Their client was there right now. Ray asked if it was because of these people that the mountain deer had begun their migration. The answer was no. Deer usually gather in groups of several dozen, but the distances between groups are very great, so it's simply impossible for humans to gather several thousand of them. Most likely, they gathered together on their own during the migration period. The hunter added that they had arrived in Sector 48 5 days ago. On the first day when he went out to scout the outskirts, he was very surprised. The reindeer had begun their migration much earlier than usual. The man speculated that their antlers and meat sell very well. He regrets that they were unable to prepare more vehicles. Ray said he had one final request. His conversation partner asked what he was talking about. Ray said that because of these people, the deer had charged at them. He and his friends had found themselves in a dangerous situation. Their car could have been damaged, so they needed compensation for the repairs. The protagonist told Philip to name the amount he thought was appropriate. After a while, Philip said he'd managed to work out a deal. Now they had 250,000 coins. The guy added that he would put the money in the safe in the trunk. Ray pointed out that they should split it evenly. The protagonist added that they wouldn't separately tally up their contributions for every source of income and divide the profits based on that. Ray said this to prevent any possible disputes in advance. In the future, even if it wasn't about money, he would try to resolve all issues as fairly as possible. Philip and Veronica replied that they understood everything. To everyone's surprise, the girl held up a little blue fawn. The guys were surprised. Where had Veronica gotten this little animal? The girl explained that she had seen the little one which had strayed from the herd. She decided it was dangerous to leave it alone, so she took it with her. The little fawn was playful and showed no signs of distress. Veronica said that Fran might die on his own and suggested they take him with them until they found the herd. Philip was surprised. Had they already come up with a name for him? The guy pointed out that Fran is a boy's name. How did Veronica realize it was a boy? Philip said that taking a fawn with him could be dangerous. Ray explained that when he climbed onto the car, he saw a deer that looked suspiciously like his father. The protagonist speculated that this might be connected to the story the hunter had told them. They really do need to take the fawn with them. Veronica and Fran were pleased. The next day, the young people arrived in Sector 48. Philip said that this place was nothing like where they had been living. Veronica said she had left the fawn in the car, she had covered it with a blanket, and it was sleeping. She added that the car doors were locked. She checked everything carefully, so there was no need to worry. Local residents called out to our heroes and said they wanted to talk for a bit. Who gave these strangers permission to enter their territory? The locals demanded a toll for passing through. As a result of Ray's response, these guys were beaten up and forced to reveal the name of their gang leader. His name was Leonard. Ray said he would wait for Leonard near the Galat Hotel on 22nd Street. He would have a job for Leonard. Philip said this was the 6th time they'd been approached with such a demand. Veronica wanted them to stop showing up already. Ray replied that that wasn't possible yet. The protagonist added, if they left the strangers alone, the others would decide that the whole gang wasn't to be taken seriously. Philip said he had another idea. He suggested that everyone change their clothes, since what you wear determines how people perceive you. If they wore nice, clean clothes, there would be far fewer reasons for people to find fault with them, especially since they were now heading to a luxury hotel. He added that they could also buy a suit or an evening gown while they were at it. They might have to visit places that call for such attire. Ray was surprised. Could changing clothes really work? Veronica, in her new outfit, asked how she looked. Philip asked the sales manager to have their old clothes delivered to a neighboring hotel room. Ray asked with interest how Philip had managed to get a discount. The young man replied that it was his trade secret. The young people continued their journey through the sector in their new outfits. Now they were asked far fewer questions. Ray noticed the purple hue of the manna in the chests of the townspeople they passed. He thought it might be longing and admiration. The young man was curious. Could simply changing one's clothes really change people's attitudes toward a person so much? Ray asked Philip if there were any other ways to influence people's reactions besides appearance. Philip admitted that appearance largely determines first impressions, since it's difficult to assess a stranger any other way. However, the most important thing is a person's energy, something like an aura. That's why even cheap clothes can look elegant on some people, while even expensive clothes won't save others. Philip thought that Ray belonged to the first type. Even the phrase son of a wealthy family doesn't fully capture the scale of it. It's hard to say who he really is. The young people arrived at their destination. The hotel was huge. It was the first time Veronica had ever seen such a grand building. The protagonist suggested they go inside. Philip told Ray to wait. Philip said they might get caught, so it would be better to talk first. Ray insisted they wouldn't get caught. The young people walked confidently toward the entrance, past the security guard. The security guard stared intently at these visitors. Veronica and Philip smiled warmly. The security guards smiled back at the young people. The guests found themselves inside the hotel. Veronica breathed a sigh of relief and said they'd made it. Philip asked how Ray knew they would be let in. The protagonist replied that his intuition had helped. Ray had seen the color of the mana in the security guard's chest and realized there wasn't even a hint of hostility or wariness. Philip approached the front desk clerk and greeted him. The man asked the gentleman and the lady what had happened. Philip said they wanted to return to their room, but had forgotten the room number. The front desk clerk asked under what name the young people had checked in. Philip said, John Grid. That's their grandfather's name. The front desk clerk replied that it was room number 207. Philip thanked him. Veronica remarked that it was quite clever. The young man replied that it just took basic people skills. The young people knocked on the hotel room door. A man opened the door. He looked at the young people in surprise. The man said the kids had the wrong room. Philip explained that they'd come on a tip from mercenaries in the Skyle unit. Philip added that they'd like to learn more about the mountain goat the man was looking for. The young man remarked that they could help this man. The man said his boss was busy. He wasn't the kind of person these guys could meet just by snapping their fingers. Ray thought that even Philip wouldn't be able to work things out in this case. The protagonist assessed the situation. The rooms were located on either side of the hallway, to the left and to the right. From the sounds, it was clear that there were 2 more people inside. The man told the children to leave, or he would be forced to use force. Veronica was surprised. Her mana suddenly began to fluctuate, even though she was standing still. Ray sprang into action. If you clearly understand what you want, you won't have to choose either the means or the methods. The innkeeper said that was enough. He added that the young guests could come inside. Veronica was surprised. Had Ray just been trying to use the surrounding mana? The innkeeper said the young guests could make themselves comfortable. The man asked if the young people really wanted to hear about the animal he was looking for. It was businessman John Grid. John Grid is the director of Colonel Water. The company supplies drinking water to Sector 40. The man said that clean water used to be much more expensive, so much so that the poor couldn't afford it. Ray asked if the Elton River had also been polluted back then. John Grid answered in the affirmative. The water was murky, with debris carried by the current floating in it. It was no different from the water that flows there now. The businessman noted that he came from a nomadic people. Because the old-timers wouldn't let them in, they couldn't settle in the sector. So they wandered through the wastelands, leading a nomadic lifestyle. When the oasis they had occupied ran dry, they would move on in search of the next one. Thus, the fate of their group depended entirely on whether they could find the next oasis. Some perished without ever finding it. At one point, John Grid said that everyone would stay behind and wait. He was determined to find the oasis and return to them. The nomad set out alone in search of a new place suitable for living. However, his strength gave out, and he still hadn't found an oasis. John Grid was exhausted and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the man saw in the sky before him the image of a blue deer with a crystal on its forehead. The deer descended to the ground. Next to it was a herd of animals, deer just like it, only of a different color. John Grid was still amazed. An oasis appeared where the deer had been. There was water and plenty of vegetation. The nomad's spirits soared. He realized he had reached his goal. John Grid added that it was right there that he had started his water business. They tried to supply water at a relatively low price. The businessman added that he understood better than anyone what it was like to lack access to clean water. John Grid noted that things are different now. The man said that the spring had dried up, and all the sites suitable for development were already taken. Many companies had rushed into the water supply business. The businessman added that money had played a role. He had seen blood relatives go mad and attack each other with knives. Only then did he realize that it was time to leave this business. John Grid said that now he wants only one thing to see him again before he leaves this world. The man added that he wanted to thank him for finding him back then. Ray asked, "Are you talking about the mountain goat?" The young man added that they could help find the animal. John Grid replied that he was glad to hear that. Those words already meant a lot to him. The man asked who these young guests really were. Ray replied that they were mercenaries. Veronica and Philip, closing their eyes, thought in surprise, could it be that they're being introduced as mercenaries? A man entered the businessman's room and said he had something to tell Mr. Grid. John Grid said he had guests who had arrived first. They had come after hearing his story. The visitor apologized and said he had accidentally let slip some details of the assignment. He was ready to explain the situation. John Grid said there was no need for that. If such a person dared to let something slip, it meant there was a good reason for it. The businessman stated that these young men were mercenaries. What did Skyle have to say about that? The man added that there was no place for such elegant young men in the world of mercenaries. Sky thought John Grid was just a foolish old man. He didn't realize that a mage was sitting right in front of him. Ray thought that when they were walking into the hotel, being well-dressed had clearly helped them. Now, however, it was the opposite. To be believed, they needed to show up in dusty, stained clothes. The protagonist asked, "Couldn't people dressed like that be mercenaries?" The businessman replied that while that was certainly possible, the term mercenary usually referred to an armed person with the appropriate experience and skills. To make the right impression, our hero activated his magical abilities, and lightning flashed through the room. Those present were surprised. "What's going on?" Ray asked if this was what John Grid meant by weapons. The man realized he was standing before a mage. The businessman's assistant was astonished. How was this possible? He hadn't sensed any circle at all. Who was this guy anyway? To leave no room for doubt, Ray created a second circle. Our hero asked if he could now be considered a mercenary. The man told him to stop. He already understood everything. The protagonist calmed down and concealed his magical abilities. The man was alarmed and said that was enough for him. The assistant asked how the gentleman was feeling. John Grid told Michael to calm down since no one was hurt. The businessman asked again, did the young men really want to help with his request? Philip said they would definitely be of use to Mr. Grid. The businessman asked Sky what he thought about this, since he was the one leading the search operation. Skyle replied that he didn't mind if these guys wanted to join the effort. Skyle thought that catching the deer was necessary, but it wouldn't hurt to make friends with the mage either. The mercenary told Mr. Grid that with the mage on their side, they'd be much stronger. The businessman replied that in that case, the matter was settled. When the young people left the hotel, Veronica asked if everything was all right. The girl asked if this Sky was dangerous. Philip added that the guy definitely didn't like them. Sky was indeed incredibly angry at these young people and was planning to take revenge on them. Ray noted that they needed a guide in any case. It was better than venturing alone into the wilderness. Our hero added that his friends would comb the streets while he would take on the task of finding Fran's parents. That would be more effective. Ray thought even though Sky had shown hostility toward him, he had no intention of seeking revenge. He himself was much more frightened. Ray asked Philip what he thought about the relationship between John Grid and Sky. Philip suggested that Mr. Grid trusted Skyle very much. However, in any case, it was still too early to draw any conclusions. Veronica said she had thought the same thing. Mr. Grid didn't even know that Sky had abandoned his assignment and gone hunting. She added that the businessman seemed like a good person to her. He had spent his whole life trying to make the world a better place. One of the mercenaries shouted that he'd found him. He'd seen the man carrying a bag of money. They say many gangs have fallen victim to them. His companion didn't believe it and said they should first check to see if they really had the money. Ray took some coins out of his pocket and tossed them in the air. The protagonist asked the strangers if they knew how much money he had. The guy replied curiously that he really wanted to know. Our hero showed them the bag and said there was a whole million in it. Ray suggested that they step aside and discuss the details in an alley. The protagonist declared if they wanted the money, they had to do exactly as he said. First of all, Ray suggested they not waste their energy. Our hero said he needed 3 things: a rainbow black rain and a middle-aged woman with chestnut-colored hair, similar to that of the guy standing behind him. Ray added that they must provide a daily report on the progress of this matter. He promised to reward anyone who successfully completes their task. One of the mercenaries asked, "What will the reward be?" Ray replied, 100,000 coins. However, he would give them to only one person, the one who provided the best information. Philip thought Ray had acted shrewdly. He had deliberately stoked the spirit of competition. The protagonist told his friends that he had warned the gangs. However, just to be on the safe side, they shouldn't go out alone. Ray believed that without him, there shouldn't be any problems. In Veronica's ring, celestial mana ranks second in terms of quantity. It is accompanied by cheerfulness and joy, main attributes, the element of wind, change, speed, connection, and the like. It is mainly used to increase mobility or accelerate magical projectiles, or to create the wind itself. If Veronica wanted to, she could summon blades of wind and tear an enemy to pieces. However, given her personality, that's unlikely to happen. Ray told his friends to extend their fists and left marks on each of them. Philip asked what Ray had done. Veronica explained that it was a bonding spell. It's mainly used by mages who command servants or magical creatures. By concentrating, they can determine each other's location. The girl added, if you fill the magic circle with mana, it will resonate. With its help, you can warn of danger. Philip noted that he couldn't use mana. Veronica said that in that case, Philip shouldn't stray from her. The boy agreed. Ray told the two of them to go back to the hotel. He needed to stop by somewhere. Veronica asked him to come back soon. Once the protagonist was alone, he said, "Now I can go out." Sky came around the corner and said he hadn't been hiding. The young people were having a pleasant conversation, and he wanted to come out once they were done. Ray asked what business he had there. Sky replied that he wanted to talk to the mage a bit about the upcoming job. Sky suggested they change locations first. The mercenary, holding a glass of frothy drink, said he was treating him today. Sky added that, in his opinion, the mage would be more comfortable in a private room, so he had reserved one in advance. Ray warned that he would be drinking juice, freshly squeezed, with pulp. Nils had once told his friend that alcohol was a magic potion that turned people into dogs. Kids like Ray can't drink that kind of thing because it gets them drunk. Ray didn't mind listening to Nils back then, since Nils bought him food. Skyle said he wanted to introduce himself first. The guy declared that he was Skyle from the Skyle Mercenaries unit. Ray looked at the color of the mana in this man's chest and thought he'd never met anyone so greedy. Skyle believed he shouldn't let such a useful person slip away. He asked the protagonist which mercenary unit the mage belonged to. Ray replied that he hadn't come up with a name yet. Sky realized that the man standing before him was also a mercenary. Skyle thanked the young man for not telling the client about his hunt. After all, otherwise there could have been problems. Ray asked if Sky's squad was still tracking the deer. The answer was yes. Sky added that his squad was following them while keeping their distance. The mercenary added that his men were helping to control the mountain deer population. Ray asked his companion to stop the hunt. The protagonist thought that if the local deer fell for this trick, it would cause problems. Skyle asked why such a request had been made. Inside him, his mana took on a reddish-yellow hue. Ray realized that Sky's hostility had intensified. Our hero used magic to influence his companion's mana. Ray asked, "Is Sky really unhappy?" The mercenary was startled and said that wasn't the case at all. Skyle added that he was simply curious to know the reason. Ray noticed that the hostility had subsided. The protagonist noted that once he left, he wouldn't care whether they hunted or not. However, as long as he was there, hunting would be prohibited. Sky replied that he understood. It wouldn't be a problem. Ray asked when Sky was planning to go to Valia. The guy added that he'd prefer to leave as soon as possible. Sky replied that they could leave as early as tomorrow morning. The mercenary added that he suggested they eat first. This place serves the best food in Sector 48. Sky added that he would help the mage with everything. With his skills, the mage would easily be able to land high-paying jobs. The protagonist wondered just how far this man's greed would take him. Ray decided to provoke him a little. 5 million coins from the vault should be enough to make him take the bait. Ray stopped himself, revealing his assets so recklessly it was too risky. Our hero thought that mana flows where emotions are felt. What then lies on the other side? What would happen if he forcibly poured mana into an opponent's vessel? However, our hero realized that Skyla's vessel was already full of other emotions. Ray decided that in that case he would have to push Skyle's emotions out of there. Skyle stumbled mid-sentence and felt a sudden dizziness come over him. The mercenary thought he'd gotten drunk too quickly. But this hadn't happened to him just a short while ago. Sky caught himself thinking that he couldn't stop thinking about money. The mercenary didn't understand what was happening to him, but all he could think about was that he needed more money. Ray asked if he could make money by joining Sky's mercenary group. The mercenary was delighted and said that was exactly what would happen. With a mage's abilities, it was only a matter of time. Skyle asked if the mage wanted to play for high stakes with him. Ray noticed that he had finally filled the mercenary's entire vessel with golden mana. Skyle said they would take over John Grid's fortune. It was at least hundreds of millions, and maybe even billions, Ray wondered. Would greed consume this guy now? Our hero expressed doubt that the businessman had that much money on him. Perhaps he had a separate place where he kept it? Sky replied that in the surface world, it was Morgan Bank, and in the underworld, it was Ignis, so they say. Sky added that John Grid's company had been completely liquidated 2 years ago, and he had severed all ties with his relatives. All he had left were bodyguards, whom he paid for protection. If they managed to get his card and PIN, it would all be over. Ray asked how they were supposed to do that. Sky placed a photo of a blue deer on the table and said they'd use that. However, Ray looked at the photo and thought that the deer he'd seen didn't have a crystal on its forehead. Ray asked if the photo was a fake. The mercenary confirmed it was and added that the mage was quite clever. Skyle explained that they were using the photo to obtain a map and a password. Ray asked what Sky wanted him to do. After all, the plan had already been carefully worked out. All that was left was to put it into action. The mercenary replied that he wanted Ray to take care of the young mage who was always by the old man's side. Sky added that he'd tried everything he could think of, but Michael wouldn't leave the old man's side under any circumstances. There wasn't a single chance his assistant was completely devoted to his employer. If a fight breaks out, that mage will be a real wild card. Sky added if Ray could handle Michael, everything else would be easy. If successful, Ray would receive 10% of everything in John Grid's account. Ray thought this went against his principles. He was used to always settling scores, good for good, evil for evil. Unless he was attacked first or there were special circumstances, he couldn't bring himself to harm another person. However, to pay the entrance fee to the City of Mages, he needed far more money than he currently had on hand. Ray remembered Hampree's request to find his son. Ray knew he had to keep his promise. Skyle showed him a card and said it was his Ignis bank card. That old man must have the same card. Ray thought it over and agreed. He said he would carry out the task. The next day arrived. Philip stood in front of a group of young people. The young man asked if they had had breakfast. Philip assumed that these people had been in a rather gloomy mood since early that morning. Ray had warned Philip beforehand that he would have some business to attend to, so the guy was supposed to listen to their reports. Philip panicked. Was he really supposed to meet with them alone? The street thugs thought that was exactly the reaction they should expect when someone stood before them. A person's knees should be shaking at the sight of them. Ray had warned him that he had to look strong, otherwise they wouldn't go easy on a weakling. Philip had to look like an inspector. The protagonist added that those guys should be like contractors to Philip. One of those present said that his information was simply priceless. Philip tore up the report and scattered the pieces in all directions. The guy looked furious and shouted, "Does anyone actually call this information? It's completely useless garbage." Ray, meanwhile, was curious about how things were going for Philip. The protagonist thought that, if it were possible, he would like to infuse a little courage and confidence into Philip's vessel. After meeting Sky, our hero began experimenting with implanting emotions into other people's vessels. This led to several discoveries. Ray realized that he couldn't implant emotions into just anyone. Passers-by, shop owners, orphans, and the homeless. He couldn't influence the vast majority of people. However, there were also those whom, no matter how hard he tried, he could not influence. Veronica could sense the flow of mana immediately. Philip was also a prime example of such people. There were limits to the variety and number of emotions the protagonist could implant. He could only amplify emotions that already existed within a vessel. Thus, he could not evoke an emotion that a person did not already possess. The limit on implanted emotions was approximately half of the vessel's total capacity. If the protagonist wanted to fill someone's vessel with emotions to 100%, as in Skyle's case, then in addition to the implanted emotions, it was necessary to naturally evoke those same emotions by provoking them with words and actions. This led to the third point. Ray thought the whole thing was too complicated. Implanting emotions took a heavy toll on our hero's brain. Ray decided he would have to gain more experience to use this skill more effectively. There was one more issue. Ray couldn't use mana to influence his own vessel. To deepen his own emotions, he needed to experience them firsthand. Ray asked how long this man intended to follow him. Michael was surprised. Even though he'd used a concealment spell, Ray had found him right away. This guy really is incredible. Michael explained that concealment magic was a basic spell taught at the Tower of Magic. However, it didn't seem like Ray was a graduate of the tower. Ray asked why this guy had been following him. Michael replied that he hadn't intended to follow him. The mage added that he simply hadn't had a chance to call out to Ray. The protagonist asked what he was up to. Michael asked how Ray had used magic while concealing his vessel. When this guy used magic at the hotel, he didn't sense the vessel at all. Michael added that he couldn't understand how that was possible. He had never heard of a technique that allowed one to hide their vessel while using magic. Ray saw a light purple color emanating from this man. It was the color of curiosity. Curiosity had indeed led him here. Ray replied that it was very simple. He didn't need to use his vessel's mana. He used atmospheric mana. The protagonist demonstrated this and said, "Just like I'm doing right now." Michael was surprised and replied that this was impossible. After all, atmospheric mana is incredibly difficult to control. Even upperclassmen at the Tower of Magic use it only in emergencies. Ray asked if Michael had felt his vessel emitting mana. Michael replied that he hadn't felt any movement at all. The guy thought that not even the professors at the tower would be able to do something like that. How many rings does this guy have already? Ray noted that the color of this guy's mana had changed, dark purple, the color of admiration. The protagonist thought he could amplify that emotion. This would be yet another person whose emotions he could influence. But what were the conditions for doing so? Michael thanked Ray for his answer and said it was time for him to get back to Mr. Grid. Ray surmised that his companion held his boss in very high regard. Michael confirmed this. The young man was certain that there was no one in this world as righteous and dedicated to the cause of making the world a better place as Mr. John Grid. This man used his fortune for donations, charity, and distributing free meals, and he personally worked hard toward this end. The young man added that John Grid had saved him when he was a young orphan wandering the streets. Thanks to his support, the young man was able to enter the Tower of Magic. Ray said that Grid didn't seem like that kind of person. Our hero believed that it didn't make sense. A donation is a gift given without expecting anything in return. However, Mr. John Grid didn't seem like that. Did he really receive nothing in return from the people he helped through his donations and charity? Or perhaps the recipients were his friends? Michael shouted that Ray didn't really know anything. Birds of prey appeared around the young mage. Michael said his boss wasn't like that. Ray had to take back his words immediately. Ray was surprised hawks had just emerged from under Michael's cloak. What kind of spell was this? Michael declared that if Ray didn't apologize, his servants would tear his body to pieces. Ray thought these were elements of manipulation, control, connection, and assimilation. Elder Graham had explained that those who use such elements are very rare among mages. They can use their magical abilities to control creatures from ordinary animals to dangerous magical beasts. Mages are capable of turning them into loyal servants. Ray replied that he didn't think he had said anything offensive. Michael demanded an apology. Michael activated his enhancement magic. His speed and destructive power were incredible. Ray dodged the attack, leaped upward, and realized that domination magic could be used this way as well. This method seemed quite useful. Michael activated his magic chains and said that Ray knew nothing about his master. As he retreated, the protagonist surmised that he now understood why Sky couldn't stand up to Grid, even with the help of all his allies. Ray thought if the Hawks close in and engage in combat amid the crowd, the mercenaries will be afraid to use their weapons for fear of hitting their comrades. Even if they aim carefully at the birds, it won't do them much harm. Ray still didn't understand why Michael was angry with him. The protagonist decided that for starters, he needed to deal with these hawks. Ray used magic and activated his unique abilities. He began striking the birds of prey with an energy beam. However, these attacks didn't deal enough damage to the hawks. Ray realized that this method wouldn't work. He wanted to deal with them without harming them. Michael was still demanding an apology and warning that this was his last chance. Our hero realized what he had to do. He needed to break the chains connecting Michael and his birds. Michael was surprised. Could his opponent really be attacking his magic itself? He had never even heard of such a thing. The rivals tested each other's magical power, staring each other in the eyes. Michael thought he had already reached the mana limit of his ring. The mage knew that if the connection were severed, he would lose all his servants. The standoff continued, the chains were destroyed. Michael was left almost defenseless. Ray dropped to the ground and approached his opponent. Our hero realized that his opponent had exhausted all his mana. Exhausted, Michael sank to his knees and admitted defeat. Ray could now do as he pleased. The mage reiterated that Mr. Grid, in any case, did not deserve such insults. The protagonist said he would ask the rest of his questions later. He didn't have much time left. Michael was surprised. Ray said that their speed was simply incredible. The stone deer had made it here in a single night. Sky noted that they hardly slept at all during their migration. They try to reach places where there is still food so they can eat their fill. Skyle speculated that the migration had started earlier due to a lack of food in their habitats. Because of the black rain, the soil had turned into barren black patches. Plants won't grow in soil like that. Ray asked if the plan to seize Grid's money would begin tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The answer was yes. Sky added that at that time tomorrow, he planned to drive a herd of stone deer into the valley, as if into a trap, and cut off their escape routes. Then he would invite the businessmen there and obtain the card and password. Ray remarked that it was a very well thought out plan. Sky said he was flattered. Ray realized that it really was a good plan, provided everything went exactly according to plan. The day before, there was a knock at the door. Ray opened it and saw the businessman's assistant standing there. The young man said that John Grid wanted to meet with him. Ray entered Mr. John Grid's office. The man was pouring tea at that moment. The businessman thanked the young man for accepting the invitation at such a late hour. Grid invited the young man to take a seat. John Grid pointed to the tea and said it was Lapina tea, a delicacy from Sector 33. The man remarked that the night breeze was quite chilly. The tea should help chase away the cold the young man had brought in from the street. Ray tasted the tea and asked why Mr. Grid had invited him. The businessman replied that he wanted to make the young man an offer. Grid asked if Ray knew about the dog. Does he keep it as long as it's useful? When he becomes useless, they get rid of him. Keeping a dog like that is a waste of money. John Grid added that he wanted the young man to take care of Sky. The man said he hadn't expected Sky to actually find the bluestone deer. If the dog wasn't what it used to be, there was no need to pay the reward. As it happened, the canyon in the wilderness that Sky had suggested for herding the stone deer was the perfect place to get rid of the dog. Ray thought that even during their first meeting, this man had been just as obsessed with greed as Sky. Ray asked why he should help with this. Michael is also a very capable mage. John Grid said that Michael was a useless fool. He's like a tree that can only be broken, not bent in the right direction. He's too naive. He has a lot of youthful idealism. The businessman said that Michael would definitely object to his plan. He would be shocked by his words because he considers his boss to be the kindest person in the world. Grid added that he hadn't always been the way he is now. Changing the world on his own turned out to be impossible. Everyone faces reality as they grow up and eventually becomes cynical. Once the businessman said, if an opponent wanted to stab him in the back, he should have acted more carefully. Grid thought Michael would reach that stage too, but he was wrong. The man declared that after tomorrow's fight, he intended to fire Michael. John Grid repeated that useless dogs had to be gotten rid of. Ray asked what would happen if he refused. The businessman replied that in that case, he'd promise a huge reward. What amount wouldn't the guy agree to? Ray replied that Mr. Grid probably didn't have that kind of money. After all, he was broke. That was exactly why he was trying to rob the mercenaries. The man was outraged. He'd treated this guy like a real tough guy, but the young man turned out to be a rude jerk. Grid remarked that if the young man knew what he'd just drunk, he'd be shocked. The man asked if Ray had heard of tikazine. If you didn't take the antidote regularly, you could die of cardiac arrest from the poison that had been added to the tea. He remembered that the man had really wanted him to drink the tea. The young man had just played along a little. John Grid explained that it was a rare poison for which there was no antidote in the remote sectors. Only he knew where the antidote was kept. The man asked if the young man understood the situation now. They were to meet tomorrow afternoon. The young man shouldn't even think about running away. Ray left the hotel room. He was quite intrigued. Sky and Grid had drawn their swords on each other even without his intervention. Sky was doing everything in his power to lure our hero into the mercenaries' quarters. Grid wanted to find a loyal dog to replace Michael. The protagonist saw a bright glow of mana on the veranda. It was white. Michael was standing on the veranda. He'd gotten too worked up that morning and had made a mistake. The guy didn't know what to do now. Michael heard someone approaching and turned around. He asked in surprise, "When did Ray get here?" The protagonist assumed that this guy didn't know about his recent encounter. Michael recalled Ray had said he would ask the rest of the questions later. So was that why he'd come here? Michael said he sincerely regretted what had happened that morning. Even if he had been angry, he still shouldn't have acted so rudely. Michael added that he was ready to accept any punishment. Ray asked again, "Are you really willing to accept any punishment?" The protagonist said that in that case, he wanted to learn the principle behind activating the servant subjugation magic. Michael said he would start by explaining the basic principle of binding. It's important to know the physical characteristics and personalities of the servants. You need to understand them completely. Ray took notes and asked questions. Were there ever cases where servants were abandoned? Michael explained if they are incompatible with the caster or if they have fulfilled their task, they are released back into the wild. Sometimes, if the bond weakens, a servant may run away on its own. The protagonist asked if Michael knew anything about the rainbow. The boy asked, "Isn't that a turtle that sprays rainbow-colored water and lives in the Elton River?" Our hero asked about the stone deer that Mr. Grid was looking for. Did the young man know anything about the City of Magicians? After hearing his answers, the protagonist decided that this guy was useless. Michael remarked that he usually didn't get into fantasy stories. Ray also asked about the upper sectors. Michael explained that the distance between sectors decreases as you travel upstream along the Elton River. The upper sectors are more like cities than zones. Starting with the 35th sector, each has its own administrator. Every sector enjoys autonomy and functions as an independent city. Ray thanked him and said that this was very useful information. Our hero asked his companion what respect meant to him. The next day arrived, Wasteland Canyon. As promised, the mercenaries had herded a herd of deer into the gorge. Mr. Grid had also arrived here. The businessman asked if there really was a bluestone deer here. Sky confirmed it. He added that his men were currently searching for the animal, so they would have to wait a little while. Skyle whispered to the protagonist that they were eagerly awaiting the part of the show that the mage was organizing. 2 hours earlier, Veronica had said she couldn't believe it. Philip stated that he'd expected this from Sky, but hadn't thought John Grid was the same way. Ray said they were leaving this afternoon. He wanted his friends to stay in the sector since they didn't know what might happen. Philip promised that they would stay and continue gathering information. Veronica said she wanted to go with Ray. Ray replied that it could be dangerous. Veronica said that was fine with her. She understood what she was getting into. Veronica added that she was very brave and wasn't afraid of anything. Ray and Philip realized she was lying to them. The protagonist thought that since Veronica specialized in barrier spells, she shouldn't have any trouble defending herself. However, many people there could die. Would she be able to handle that, psychologically? Ray caught himself worrying about Veronica. The girl repeated that she was suggesting they go there together. Ray agreed. Philip thought she was quite stubborn. Veronica announced that in that case she was going to get ready. The girl was holding a small blue fawn in her arms. She had heard the mercenaries trying to track down a large deer. Veronica told Fran that everything would be all right. There was no need to be afraid. The girl watched Ray walk away and silently wished him luck. Skyle urged his men on, saying that the client had been waiting for a long time. Ray told Sky that there was a chance the spell might not work, so they should shoot Michael at his signal. Skyle agreed and replied that he would wait for that signal. John Grid thought to himself that the guy had promised to use lightning magic to knock them all to the ground with a single strike. Ray asked the businessman if, in case things didn't go according to plan, he was ready to shoot Sky at his signal. Grid thought that this guy was young but very useful. Grid thought he couldn't just let this loyal dog go so easily. Skyle believed he should recruit the mage into his group of mercenaries. Ray continued to act according to a carefully devised plan known only to him. Skyle said that these animals were completely harmless. They would scatter if Ray approached them. The protagonist understood that the stone deer were passive, so they wouldn't attack other living creatures first. Ray sensed numerous sources of aggressive mana. The hunters were hostile toward the herd of deer. One of the hunters shouted that he had found a blue deer. There really was a blue stone deer in that herd. Grid and Sky waited for further action. Ray gave the command and shouted, "Now!" Grid and Sky drew their pistols and fired. The wounded Sky clutched his bleeding chest. The wounded John Grid dropped his weapon and realized he'd been tricked. Michael rushed to his boss in horror. The businessman's bodyguards opened fire on the mercenaries, shouting. The mercenaries returned fire and began shooting at the bodyguards. The shootout between the two groups turned into a bloodbath. Frightened, Michael urged John Grid not to move. He was about to administer first aid. The man shouted for Ray to save him quickly. Michael told the man to calm down because if he got worked up, the wound could get worse. Michael saw that Ray had activated his shield and was protecting him from stray bullets. The protagonist asked why he should help Mr. Grid. The businessman shouted that he had an antidote. Ray had to use his magic to heal his arm. Michael asked, "What do you mean by antidote?" One of the mercenaries shouted that the stone deer had suddenly charged straight at the people. They had to flee. The mercenaries opened fire. Many animals were killed. Michael thought that his control magic was only suitable for one-on-one combat. In this situation, it wouldn't help at all. The mage decided to lead the boss to a safe place. The young man told Mr. Grid to be patient for a moment. He was doing everything he could. Michael realized that the car was in working order, and they could hide inside it. They had to get to it. Ray walked over to his car. The protective dome extended to cover the car as well. Michael reached the dome along with Grid and asked Ray to let them under his shield. The mage added that his boss had lost a lot of blood and they needed help. Ray asked if Michael knew whose fault it was that the situation had turned out this way. Half the blame lies with the man the guy is carrying here on his back. A long line had formed for food at the stall located in the market square. Everyone thanked the man behind the counter. He replied that there was no need to thank him, since they should all help one another. The man saw someone dragging a child around the corner. The child was resisting and didn't want to go with him. The man demanded that the child return what he had stolen. The boy replied that he didn't know what the man was talking about. The man raised his fist and said he was going to teach the boy a lesson right then and there. However, the shopkeeper grabbed the man by the arm and asked what he was going to do to the child. The man explained that the boy had stolen his supplies and that he was trying to get them back. The boy emptied his pockets and said he had nothing, that he hadn't taken anything, and that he wasn't to blame. The man said that the little rascal must have hidden everything somewhere. The merchant asked the man to calm down. He added that he was willing to replace his supplies, so there was no need to worry. The man agreed and left the boy alone. He turned around and went on his way. The shopkeeper asked the boy if he was okay. The boy replied that he was fine. The merchant asked why the boy had stolen the man's supplies in that case. The boy repeated that he hadn't taken anything, since he had nothing in his hands. The merchant agreed that the boy's hands were empty, but if they checked behind his back, the result would be different. The boy was surprised how had this man figured it out. The merchant replied that he was from a nomadic tribe and had keen eyesight. He had seen the whole thing happen. The man said the boy could have simply waited his turn. Why did he steal? The boy pointed out that the merchant had said he was giving out only one package per person. However, he had a sick younger sister at home. She couldn't stand in line because of her injured leg. The boy apologized to the merchant. A little while later, the boy was showing the way. The shopkeeper, carrying a box of supplies, tried to keep up with him. The boy couldn't believe that the vendor was carrying all of this for him. He reminded him of the promise the boy had made to that man. The young man replied that he remembered everything. No more nastiness. From now on, he would live only with kindness. The boy walked into the hut and told Rael that he was back. His sister could take a look at what he'd brought. She'd be surprised when she saw it. However, the girl was lying there, not moving. The merchant grabbed the boy by the shoulders and desperately tried to calm him down. Among the homeless who had been unable to escape the black rain, a disease was spreading that gradually paralyzed and destroyed them. Their bodies were covered with black spots. Children were particularly vulnerable to this disease. The boy thanked the kind man for arranging his sister's funeral. The merchant replied that it was no big deal. The man said that if the boy had nowhere to go, he could come with him. The merchant added that it was especially sad to be alone. Ray told Michael that the night before, John Grid had invited him to the hotel and made him an offer. He said they needed to eliminate the group of mercenaries since they were no longer needed. They also had to take back their advance payment and all their assets. The businessman told Michael not to listen to him. The protagonist added that, fearing he might refuse, Grid had slipped poison into his tea. Our hero asked if Michael hadn't found his boss even slightly suspicious. Michael recalled how John Grid had shouted that he had an antidote. Ray continued. Sky had also made a similar proposal to lure Grid and steal his assets. He also said they had found a bluestone deer, but that was a lie. The protagonist added that all of this happened because of those two men's greed. Ray said that was unbelievable. He could see the color of mana in Michael's chest. Even knowing everything, this guy still respects his boss. The protagonist told Veronica to lower the barrier so the two of them could enter. Our hero stated that he had one condition. Michael promised to do anything. Ray demanded that Grid give him Ignis's bank card and password. Grid cried that his money might be gone. Michael asked him to be patient a little longer. Michael asked if he could borrow Ray's first aid kit. Or maybe Ray knew how to use healing magic. Veronica asked Ray if she could treat the wounds. The guy was surprised. Why was Veronica doing that? Fran was still in the girl's arms. Grid jumped to his feet and demanded that they give him the fawn. The man claimed that only with it could he bring his company back and revive it. The fawn broke free from the girl's grasp and began to run away. Grid ran after it. Michael shouted for the man to stop. The fawn, ignoring him, kept running further away. The man shouted that he desperately needed this animal. Wounded Sky raised his gun and told Grid to finally shut up. Michael rushed to Grid, who was lying on the ground, and shouted that he mustn't lose consciousness. The gentleman had to hold on. He couldn't leave him like this. At that moment, a huge deer galloped over Michael's head. John Grid remained lying motionless. The wound on his body was bleeding. Michael said he would stay with the master until the very end. Ray asked in surprise why this guy still respected such a person, even at the risk of his own life. The protective dome was activated again. Ray kept saying that he didn't understand it. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. Our hero understood why Grid had earned Michael's respect. He was his savior, having saved him from poverty. But why did the young man's respect for him remain unwavering, despite the circumstances under which it should have faded? John Grid was planning to rob the mercenaries. Ray repeated that he had poisoned him to turn him into his dog. Ray added that this man had even planned to get rid of Michael, considering him useless. The young man replied that he understood everything. Ray noted that this man had committed countless immoral acts in the course of building his company. Even Michael must have had some suspicions. Why then did his respect for his boss remain unchanged? Michael reminded him that Ray had asked the day before what respect meant to him. Michael replied that he wasn't very smart, so he didn't know if he could give a proper answer. But he would answer based on how he felt and what he understood. It must be someone who stands out from everyone else, someone he'd like to be like. However, they're like stars, shining brightly and incredibly far away. It's even hard to imagine himself anywhere near them. Michael added that Grid was a great man unlike him. No matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to shine like his boss. The guy added that Grid wasn't the same person he used to be. He tried not to pay attention to it, but after today's events, he could no longer avoid the truth. He added that, in chasing the light of that star, he had never lost his sense of direction in life. Even if that star has dimmed, it doesn't mean the path he chose was wrong. The light of that star no longer guides him. But really, what difference does that make? He swore allegiance to John Grid. Michael added that ever since Grid took him off the streets and brought him in, the boss had been the person he respected most and still does. With tears in his eyes, the mage said that his respect for the boss would never fade. That was his answer to the question. Michael asked if Ray had anyone he respected just as much. Someone he'd like to be like, but felt he couldn't even imagine himself standing next to. There was one person who came to the protagonist's mind. Nils used to say that you had to leave your opponent a way out. If you didn't, then finding himself in a corner, he would lash out with all his might. Nils then advised the man not to open a branch of the store on 4th Street. Hector had had his eye on that spot for a long time. Nils handed out bonuses to his employees and said it was a reward for working so hard the past month. They worked to keep from going hungry and to live well, so they should spend this money wisely. Ray thought that at first glance, his words and actions weren't all that different from Nils's. Nils told his grateful employees that they were driving him crazy and that they shouldn't be so hard on him. Everyone in the neighborhood loved Nils. At his core, Nils was a kaleidoscope of many different colors. He was the kind of person who experienced vivid emotions unlike our hero. Ray wondered if he were like Nils, would he be able to experience such a rich spectrum of emotions? Nils was the kind of person who lived a life that Ray could neither understand nor imitate. Was the feeling he was experiencing respect? If so, did that mean he respected Nils? The surviving mercenaries approached Ray and Grid and said that they had finally found their valued clients, or, to put it more accurately, filthy traitors. A mercenary asked how they dared to shoot their commander. Michael turned around and saw a squad of surviving mercenaries standing before him. Had Grid's entire security detail really been wiped out? The mercenary laid out the bill, financial losses, the time they'd wasted on this failed operation, and the cost of their commanders' and comrades' lives. The armed man pointed his pistol at Ray and Michael and said they would have to pay for all this with their blood. Michael thought these were specially made bullets. Not even Ray could block them with his shield. He said he would stay behind to provide cover, while Ray should take John Grid with him and retreat. The protagonist replied that there was no need for that. Michael saw that Ray's mana was rising very quickly. Anyone can create the first ring with enough effort. But starting with the second ring, things are different. Elder Graham had said that every time a new ring is created, the number of rotations required to stabilize the curve increases astronomically. It reaches the point where it becomes impossible to reach the next level, even with a lifetime of standard training. The old man used to say, all it takes to take the next step is enlightenment. There is no definitive scientific conclusion about when or how this enlightenment occurs. Each person must achieve their own unique enlightenment, so it's impossible to establish any standard. Ray thought he needed to become stronger. Mana blesses those who are honest with themselves. The protagonist concentrated enough mana in his hands to perform a magical transformation. In the next moment, chains appeared in our hero's hands, stretching out in different directions. The chains stretched a great distance, covering a vast area around the protective dome. The other ends of these chains connected to wild animals. The link was established. The commander of the mercenary squad ordered his men to break through the shield and reach the mages. However, under the influence of the established connection, the herd of deer charged at the mercenaries. The armed men were surprised. Hadn't the mountain deer scattered? The commander revised his order. He said they must aim their weapons at the wild herd and destroy the animals. How dare they rebel against humans? The impossible happened. The reindeer easily dodged the bullets flying at them. Cries for help rang out from all sides. The mercenaries tried to escape from the wild animals attacking them. Michael thought this was impossible. Ray had copied his control magic, which he himself had barely mastered. On top of that, Ray controlled many servants. Each of the animals was under his command. As a result of the magical influence on the wild herd, the mercenaries were wiped out. Michael could only explain it as a gift from heaven. Veronica jumped out of the car and ran up to Ray. She asked if he was okay. Ray looked at the adult blue deer and said that it didn't have a crystal on its forehead. John Grid asked if perhaps it was just a mutant with a different skin color. The businessman added that he had intended to capture this deer for research. Perhaps he had been hallucinating due to heat stroke at the time. Michael expressed confidence that the boss had understood everything correctly. He wasn't the kind of person who would misinterpret what he saw. Ray thought the businessman wasn't feeling well and wouldn't last much longer. Veronica shouted for everyone to look up at the sky. In the sky was the image of a large blue mountain deer. This deer had a crystal on its forehead. John Grid said that this was the very one who had saved him. Ray wondered why, when he looked at that crystal, did he feel an aching sense of longing? The deer descended to the ground and approached the protagonist. The businessman reached out and touched the blue deer's forehead. He said that it was indeed an animal, a wondrous creature from the distant past. Streams of water began to flow from the blue deer's body. They were directed in different directions. Each stream was directed toward a herd of deer. After a while, small lakes appeared on the ground, from which the deer began to drink. John Grid said it was just like last time. The businessman held out his bank card and told Michael to take it. John Grid said that the card was in Michael's name. The pin is the date of their first meeting. Since this is the end, he should at least pay the young man severance pay. Michael shouted for the gentleman not to say such things. After all, he'll be fine, medical help is already on the way, and he'll be cured. Mage added that after that, the gentleman would be able to return to work or go on vacation. John Grid told the boy to shut up. Michael was too naive and completely useless. That was exactly why he couldn't be used. The man added that he didn't need Michael. This guy should leave him alone and get lost somewhere far away. After all, he's absolutely useless. The businessman pushed the young man away and tried to distance himself from him. The magician said that serving the gentleman for 18 years had been an honor for him. John Grid also broke down in tears and said that Michael was a real fool. Mag hugged the old man and they cried together for a while. After a while, the protagonist asked Michael if he would transport John Grid's body. Mag replied in the affirmative. He had to give him a proper burial. The young man asked Ray if he really had been such a burden to his boss. Veronica said that couldn't be true. Ray replied that it wasn't. The protagonist said that Grid had treated Michael harshly because he was worried about him. Ray recalled his last conversation with the businessman. Whenever Michael's name came up, his heart would fill with white manna. To John Grid, Michael was like family. That's exactly why he couldn't entrust the mage with the dirty work. The protagonist added that Grid cared about this guy. Michael stated that if the boss wasn't around, he wasn't the type who could become someone significant on his own. Ray remarked that he wouldn't be so sure about that. The protagonist added that the guy gave the impression of someone capable of achieving his goals. Our hero couldn't influence this guy's emotions. Ray thought that those whose emotions he couldn't influence shared a common trait. It is that at the very center of their being lies a small star. This star represents conviction. They possess the strength to firmly believe that their convictions are correct. This gives them a great advantage in achieving their goals. Such conviction means that a person has a strong will. Ray told the young man that he would succeed no matter what happened. Michael thanked the protagonist and walked forward with his head held high toward a bright future. Veronica noted that Ray had just said some very wise words. The protagonist replied that he had expressed what he sincerely felt. Veronica asked, didn't Ray experience a moment of enlightenment when he used his control magic on the stone deer? She added that she wouldn't have missed a mana circulation on that scale for anything. Had Ray managed to create a second ring? The boy replied that he had created 1.5 rings. He had exceeded the mana volume of the first ring, but the second one turned out to be incomplete. Veronica was puzzled. What did that even mean? The girl asked what that had actually been. She was referring to the stone deer they'd seen in the sky. The deer vanished into the sky in a flash of light. It was truly beautiful. A creature appeared behind the girl. It said that it really was beautiful, so much so that he couldn't take his eyes off the sight for even a second. He should have caught that creature, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. If he had tried, the stone deer would probably have turned into a shattered ice sculpture. The young people were surprised. Where had this man come from? Veronica noticed with alarm that the face on his mask was changing. The man in the mask said he had enough problems as it was. The stranger pointed at Ray and asked who he was. He added that no matter how he looked at it, he still couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. Even though he wasn't a homunculus, He was unusually unemotional. What's more, this guy can influence other people's emotions. No one but the professor can use this technique. The protagonist thought that this masked man was a mage and that he was dangerous. On top of everything else, he possessed 4 mana rings. Ray told Veronica that if a fight broke out, she should immediately run to the car. The girl replied that she understood everything. The stranger said he was waiting for an answer. Ray remained silent. The masked man became extremely nervous because he wasn't getting an answer to his question. The stranger threatened violence if he didn't hear an answer. Ray, showing absolutely no emotion, continued to stand in silence. Veronica's face showed fear. She felt as if the masked man's mana was weighing down on her. Ray said quite calmly, if his interlocutor thought he could do something, then he could try. The protagonist had no idea what this man's emotional state was. His vessel was completely filled with light purple mana, just as it had been back when Ray had artificially amplified Skyle's emotions. The protagonist repeated, this guy might try to take him out. Ray added that if he did manage to win, the only person who could answer his question would vanish from this world forever. The emotion corresponding to the color of the stranger's mana was called curiosity. The masked mage told the guy not to test him with empty threats. Ray pointed out that his interlocutor had claimed to be able to read his emotions. So could he tell if Ray was bluffing without any basis? Our hero added that from now on, he would be the one asking the questions. It would be in his interlocutor's best interest to give truthful answers. In that case, he could count on reciprocity. The stranger asked, is this guy really proposing an exchange of information? That sounds tempting. Ray noted that the ratio for the information exchange would be 1-4. The masked man asks 1 question, hears the answer, and answers 4 questions. The mage was indignant. Ray said that in that case he could tweak his offer slightly. 3-1, he wouldn't agree to anything less. The stranger figured he had nothing to lose after all. If he didn't like something, he could easily wipe these 2 out. The masked man smiled and agreed. What did this guy want to know from him? The protagonist asked his first question, what is the masked man's name? His interlocutor replied that his name was Curiosa. Curiosa asked Ray if the ring on his finger was Walter's ring. The masked man noted that he was a member of the Merc Red gang, to which Walter had belonged. Curiosa found a ring in Ray's pocket, just like Walter's. The magician suggested they not waste each other's time. Lies don't work when emotions can be read. Ray thought that Curiosa was the name of one of the children in the photograph Walter had. The protagonist said it was great that none of them were going to lie. A second question followed. Where had Curiosa suddenly come from? The masked man replied that he had been hiding in John Grid's shadow. He had been watching every time the businessman met with this guy. Our hero asked another question, why was Curiosa hiding in Grid's shadow? His interlocutor replied that on the organization's orders, he was looking for traces of blue. Ray asked, who is he? Curiosa noticed that the young man had run out of questions. Curiosa asked where the young man had gotten Walter's ring. Ray replied that he had killed that man. The masked man said he understood everything and added that Walter had always been a fool. Fanatically loyal and eternally pathetic Walter. Now there's nothing left but regret. Ray noticed that his interlocutor showed no reaction to this information. While Curiosa was asking his question, his curiosity piqued not at the mention of Walter, but after the word ring. Ray said it was now his turn to ask questions. How did Curiosa know he had the ring? The masked man replied that every agent has such a ring. The professor had given them these rings. Now they can locate each other since the rings are imbued with a slightly modified form of linking magic. Ray thought that Elder Grom had simply found and removed the extraction magic from the ring. Maybe it was a complex spell cast so skillfully that even his grandfather couldn't detect it. If that's the case, what kind of person is this professor who can perform such magic? Ray asked his third question. He wanted to know about the stone deer named Blue. Why was their organization searching for it? Curiosa said he would tell him even though the information wasn't important. This mystical creature, known as Blue, is the one their organization has spent so much time searching for. Its power lies in the blue gemstone set on its forehead. If the deer dies, the gemstone and its memories will pass on to the next generation. Veronica thought that the stone deer's lifespan was only 15 years. She found it hard to believe that this was the very same stone deer they had seen many decades ago. If its memories are passed on, then it all makes sense. The protagonist wanted to know about the Merc Red organization. Curiosa replied that it was an organization founded by the professor. Its operatives carry out their duties independently across the continent in accordance with the orders they receive. Our hero got the impression that his interlocutor was not at all loyal to the organization. He answered every question put to him. Curiosa asked his next question. He asked Ray, "Is he a homunculus?" The protagonist said he didn't know what a homunculus was. Ray recalled how people had often told him in the past that something was wrong with him. Our hero replied that he was human. He had no special connections. He was just a street orphan. Curios agreed. After all, if the boy were a homunculus, there would be too many inconsistencies. Ray wanted to know more about the professor. Curiosa replied that he is the leader of Merc Red. He is also the person who trained the current operatives. However, no one knows who the professor really is. He constantly hides his face behind a mask and glasses, distorting his voice with a special device. Ray thought that the adult hugging the children in the photo must be the professor. Our hero said he'd heard that the amplifier stones the group members carry are provided by the organization. Curios confirmed this. The professor had distributed them as consumables. However, these are fakes. The real one is with the professor. The professor's gemstone is exactly the same shape and size as the one in the stone deer's forehead. But the color, of course, is different. Ray noticed that the rainbow was divided into 7 parts. Curiosa was surprised. Could the guy really know about the rainbow? Ray replied that all mages know about it. Veronica noted that the man in the mask looked a little agitated. Curiosa asked, "Does this boy really think that the professor's gem might be a fragment of the rainbow, and that the professor ordered his agents to collect the remaining fragments?" Ray suggested that the masked man had the ability to read other people's emotions. But what did he mean when he said that only the professor could manipulate other people's emotions? Curiosa confirmed it. He really can sense other people's emotions. He feels them with a sickening intensity even when he doesn't want to. It's all because of the professor. He's ready to tear him to pieces. Ray suggested that the man in the mask hates the professor. Curiosa replied that that word doesn't even come close to describing the rage raging inside him. Veronica thought Ray was asking his questions quite cunningly. The protagonist asked why, in that case, Curiosa continued to follow the professor despite such hatred. Curiosa replied that he would have destroyed him on the spot if it weren't for the professor's cursed ability. Ray declared that he too was searching for the lost rainbow. Curiosa promised to explain how to meet this person. The professor lacks the ability to control other people's emotions and force them to follow his will. He is so weak that even the slightest touch would kill him. The masked man added that stealing a shard of the rainbow from the professor would be child's play. Ray repeated his question. Where could he find the professor? Curios said the young man wouldn't have to go looking for him. The mage waved his hand, and the ring flew out of Ray's pocket. Curiosa said he would now adjust the ring's binding magic for the young man. After some adjustments, Ray got the ring back. The masked man said that now the young man would be able to sense the location of other performers using this ring. These performers and assassins wouldn't be able to detect him. Ray immediately sensed 4 other rings, excluding Curiosa's. All the others were located somewhere upstream along the Elton River. The protagonist asked if the masked man would eliminate all the other performers. The answer was yes. After all, if they started disappearing one by one, the professor would have no choice but to show up in person. Curiosa noted that he had told the young man how to meet the professor. The masked man asked how Ray managed to control other people's emotions. The young man said he couldn't tell his interlocutor that. Our hero added that when they agreed to exchange information, he didn't recall promising to answer all of his questions. Besides, their conversation was over. There were no more questions he wanted to ask. The truth was that there were many questions our hero would have liked to ask. However, Ray didn't know how this guy would react once his curiosity was satisfied. Curiosa flew into a rage again and began swearing. Threats from the masked man rained down once more. He warned that he was going to tear Ray to shreds right then and there. The protagonist knew this was a lie. After all, the color of his core showed that he was more intrigued than angry. Veronica declared that they should save what Curios was most interested in for later. That way he could enjoy it to the fullest. She added that this was exactly why she always saved the strawberries on a strawberry cake for last. Curios and Ray looked at the flustered Veronica in surprise. She thought she might have said something she shouldn't have. Veronica blushed with embarrassment. She was surprised at herself. Why had she decided to butt in? Curiosa, after thinking it over, said that there was some logic to it. Now it was Ray and Veronica's turn to be surprised. The masked man warned that he would be keeping an eye on this guy. He added that, thanks to this girl's advice, he would be able to enjoy himself to the fullest later on. As he took his leave, Curiosa declared that he had high hopes for Ray. After that, he vanished, predicting they would meet again in the future. Ray and Veronica were left standing alone in a deserted place. Exhausted and overwhelmed, the girl sank to the ground. She asked her companion if everything would be all right for them. Veronica pointed out that they hadn't answered the question that had interested the masked man the most. Ray explained that this was precisely why he hadn't answered the question. That way, they could keep him around and make use of him. Our hero suggested they go back and rest. He understood that Veronica had maintained the barrier throughout the entire battle. Now she needed to recover. Veronica admitted that she had been on the verge of losing consciousness. The young people got into the car and headed back to the sector. At one point, the girl pointed in surprise at the top of the cliff. A herd of deer was standing on the mountain. The blue deer and Fran were among them. The deer watched as the car sped away. Veronica looked out the car window and said that Fran had left with his family. The girl was glad that the fawn had come to say goodbye to her. Ray remained indifferent, as always. Veronica waved and wished Fran to grow up healthy and strong. The girl said she felt relieved, since Fran looked happy with his family. They had even managed to say goodbye. Veronica asked what Curiosa had said about controlling emotions. What did it all mean? The protagonist decided the time had come. He promised to explain everything once they returned to the sector. Philip told the young people that lunch was ready. This restaurant is known for its low prices, large portions, and delicious food. Philip asked what had happened to Sky and John Grid. Had everything gone according to plan? Ray said that before he could answer, he had something to tell them. His companions were intrigued. The protagonist admitted that he could see other people's emotions. Mana comes in different colors, and he can see them with his own eyes. When people experience certain emotions, mana of the corresponding color begins to fill their core. This way he can determine what emotions a person is feeling. Philip was surprised. Could Ray really be seeing their emotions even now? The answer was yes. Philip was stunned. Could mana really have a color? If that were true, the academic world would be turned upside down. The young man said he found it hard to believe. Ray admitted that, looking at the two of them, he could see their cores in dark green mana. That's usually what confusion looks like. The protagonist added that, upon looking more closely at Veronica's core, he could see shame, disappointment, regret, and a slight sense of betrayal. The girl said she believed him, so Ray should keep quiet. Our hero added that he can also influence other people's emotions. Just then, a waiter walked by. Ray asked him to stop. The protagonist said that he seemed to have forgotten to leave a tip. The waiter received a few coins as a tip and was extremely pleased. After all, it was a very generous tip. Philip was surprised. After all, it was just a few coins. Veronica was also surprised. Ray explained that this is exactly how it works. He can amplify emotions in other people's cores. The protagonist added that he could only influence them successfully if that emotion was already present there. Philip asked if Ray had influenced their emotions. The answer was no. The young man added that some people's emotions are immune to such influence. These two were among them. Philip remarked that this was wonderful. Such an ability would be a huge advantage on their upcoming journeys. Veronica suggested that Ray was still hiding something from them. The protagonist admitted that he personally was incapable of feeling emotions. Ray added that, to be more precise, he had a very narrow emotional range. He was capable of experiencing certain emotions if he concentrated hard enough. However, these feelings lasted only for brief moments. Veronica and Philip thought this was very creepy and it frightened them. The girl admitted that she had suspected Ray was a little strange even before. Philip added that now everything was falling into place. The protagonist was surprised. Why aren't these two afraid? Why doesn't this scare them? Veronica replied that they were friends. Philip added that he understood everything. The girl said that Ray should repeat those words, that Veronica and Philip are his friends. He should also say that Veronica is the most beautiful person in the world. Philip reminded her that modesty makes a person even more beautiful. The young people continued their friendly conversation for a while longer during the meal. Ray said that they were all friends. The next day arrived. Philip listened to the story and understood what had happened to Grid and Skyle. He also heard the story about the Blue Deer and the operatives of the Merc Red organization. Philip surmised that from that point on, they would have to search for the Merc Red operatives. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Ray noted that their route lay upstream along the Elton River in any case, so their plans hadn't changed much. Veronica asked if Ray was sure the information was reliable. What if they'd been misled? The young people found themselves in front of a small, old building. Who would have thought that the clue leading to a way to fight the Black Rain would be right here? Philip walked up to the door and knocked. He asked if anyone was there. Guy assumed no one was inside. Ray noticed that there was definitely someone there. The protagonist saw a core filled with black mana behind the door. The young men opened the door and peered inside. There was no one there. Ray stepped forward and approached a huge crate. Our hero lifted the lid of the crate and found a man inside. He called him Mr. Hander. Ray said that since they'd found him, they'd like to talk about the Black Rain. Hander thanked them for helping him get out. The man said he had hidden in the crate, assuming his creditors had come, but hadn't thought he'd get stuck in there. Philip thought the man looked very pitiful. Veronica thought the whole place reeked of alcohol. Hander asked again, "Did these people really say they came here to find out about the Black Rain?" Ray pulled a bottle from his shirt and said it was a collectible Epsilo No. 3, a black edition no less. Hander lunged for the bottle, but the protagonist managed to step aside. Ray held up the bottle and said he was interested in a very detailed account of the Black Rain. Veronica was surprised. Could these really be sprouts? Hander replied that they weren't just sprouts. These shoots don't die even when exposed to the Black Rain. They've sprouted even in this contaminated soil. He hadn't watered them. They grew on their own. The girl said that was true. She had never seen this plant in any botany book. Ray asked, but didn't Hander say that this sprout came from the seeds he'd received and planted earlier? The man replied that he must have dropped those seeds. About 3 months ago, he had found a traveler lying unconscious in the desert. He thought the man was dead, so he searched the body. He was looking for anything valuable in the pockets. However, the man woke up, grabbed his hand, and asked for something to eat. Hander took him home and fed him. The man ate a total of 16 cans of food, then said they were edible but tasteless. The man he had saved said he couldn't let this debt go unpaid. He took out some plant seeds and gave them to his rescuer. Hander asked, "Are these some kind of rare seeds? How much money could you get for them if you sold them? What kind of plant is this anyway?" The stranger suggested planting the seeds and seeing what would grow. "When the time comes, everything will become clear. Hander will see it all for himself." Hander added that the man didn't say anything else to him. It seemed as if he were mocking him. And yet this traveler seemed quite intriguing. In addition to the seeds that grow without water and remain unharmed by the Black Rain, he discovered something even stranger, something called magic. Moreover, this man was quite handsome. He looked like a being of a non-human nature. Hander added that the traveler was a glutton, but at the same time there was a certain mystery about him. Philip wondered, could he really be a mage and not a human? Ray asked if Veronica needed these seeds. The girl replied that they might help figure out how to treat magic poisoning. Ray asked, how many of these seeds does Hander have left? The man replied that there might still be about 4 seeds lying around somewhere in a corner of his house. The protagonist said he was willing to buy all of them and would pay 10,000 coins per seed. Hander declared that wouldn't be nearly enough. During the negotiations, a figure was mentioned, 120,000 coins for all the seeds. Suddenly, armed strangers approached and said they had finally found this guy. Hander has finally crawled out of his hole. The men were armed with clubs. One of the armed men said that if Hander didn't pay off his debt, he would be brutally beaten. Ray told his companions to hide. Hander was frightened and tried to defend himself against the attack. The stranger swung his club. Ray offered to help Hander and stood in front of him. As he did so, our hero activated his fire magic. The attackers were surprised. Could they really be dealing with a mage? The protagonist warned them that he could indeed use magic. Hander turned to Ray and asked for help. Ray said that his help would cost 120,000 coins. After all, this was the price for saving Hander's life. Hander looked at the creditor's weapons and thought that now was no time to hesitate. If the issue wasn't resolved, the debt would continue to grow. Hander said he agreed. Ray sprang into action. The young people's car continued on toward the sector. Veronica was holding a pot with a plant in it. The girl said she was very curious to find out who this traveler was. Ray speculated that the traveler was moving from sector to sector to investigate the Black Rain. Veronica replied that that would be great. The protagonist noticed the color of the mana in Philip's chest. Ray asked what was bothering the boy. Philip replied that in Sector 48, he hadn't been able to find any information about his mother. He hadn't expected to find her right away. Still, he'd thought he might find some clues. The protagonist expressed confidence that his mother hadn't gone too far. There's a limit to how far one can go alone. Our hero assumed they would be able to find some clues in the next sector. Philip also hoped that would be the case. The car pulled up to the first building on the outskirts of the sector. The young people got out of the car, and Ray said they had arrived at their destination. It was the 47th sector. Our heroes continued their journey on foot. Ray figured that this time the journey had taken 8 days. Each subsequent sector takes 1 day less. Veronica asked why Ray had said they needed to change clothes. After all, they could become targets for local gangs. The protagonist replied that that was exactly what he was aiming for. His companions were surprised by this answer. Our hero wrapped a rope around a rock and mentioned that he wanted to meet with representatives of various gangs. Everyone who tried to attack these strangers failed and was beaten up. Ray handled this task quite successfully. Along the way, the protagonist asked questions that were impossible to avoid answering. Ray asked who the gang leader was. Veronica and Philip pointed out that this was the 26th time that question had been asked. The girl heard the answer and said it was Malum again. Philip objected, since they had previously mentioned Danon's name. The protagonist told all the victims to invite their bosses to come to the Flonin Hotel on 16th Street. Based on the information he had gathered, Philip surmised that there were two gangs. Ray noted that in a sector like this, there must be at least 5 major gangs and dozens of smaller ones. But so far, only these two names had come up. Philip surmised that these two gangs had the capacity to control such a large number of people. Given the size of the population, each gang must have at least 200 members. Ray thought this was good news. With a larger number of people, he'd be able to gather more information. Veronica looked up and saw a bookstore sign. She asked Ray if she could take a look inside. She wanted to see if there was anything there about the Black Rain. The store turned out to be very large. Philip said he wanted to look through some research materials. He was also interested in books on finance. Ray spotted a woman among the shelves who was also looking at books. Our hero spotted a picture book among all the other books. He remembered his grandmother Viola, who used to tell little children many interesting stories. Ray reached for a book. He was curious to find a similar story in one of these books. Accidentally, the boy dropped the book on the floor. The woman standing nearby noticed this. The stranger immediately crouched down and picked up the book. She handed it to the young man and told him to be more careful. Ray noticed a pendant with a red crystal hanging from the woman's chest. This stone seemed very familiar to our hero. The protagonist also saw 2 rings of mana surrounding the woman's chest. Ray realized that he was looking at a mage with 2 mana rings and a red gem. Walter's ring didn't react to this woman, which meant she wasn't an executor. The young man found it strange that she was experiencing an abnormal amount of negative emotions. This was evident from her core. This woman must have been suffering from mana poisoning. But why did she seem so calm? Could she really control her emotions that well? Philip emerged from behind the bookshelves and said he'd finally found Ray. Philip, holding a large stack of books, asked Ray to help him. At the same time, he stared intently at the woman. Ray was surprised, but Philip suddenly seemed to freeze in place. What could have startled him so much? The protagonist decided that this woman looked like Philip. The stranger approached the young man and asked, "Are you two friends?" The woman said it was incredible. Even though the young man looked so young, he was reading very difficult books. The woman turned around and said it was time for her to leave. Philip wanted to say something, but he didn't get the chance. The stranger expressed her hope that they would meet again. Ray asked if Philip thought this woman might be his mother. The young man replied that he'd had that thought. Philip added that now he wasn't sure. After all, if that were the case, wouldn't she have recognized him? Philip asked what if she deliberately pretended not to recognize him. Ray pointed out that Philip was scared right now. He was afraid his mother had abandoned him. The protagonist said he didn't think so. She's a mage. There was a red gemstone in her necklace. Our hero declared that they needed to investigate just in case. Ray added that he would add her to the list of informants. Veronica approached the young people. She asked if Ray had already chosen a book. The answer was no. Veronica heard the story and asked in surprise, was someone who looked like Philip's mom really here? Philip pointed out that she just reminded him a little of his mom. As they left the library, the young people saw some locals engaged in a heated argument. They were street gang members dividing up their territories. One of them demanded that the others stay out of Malum's gang's territory. Philip told Veronica that these two were the gang leaders, Malum and Danon. Veronica guessed that they had come here specifically to meet with Ray. To an outsider, it wasn't clear why these two were arguing so fiercely. The gang members spotted the 3 strangers and said they wouldn't get away with that kind of behavior. There was no need to intimidate their guys. Danon told Malum not to get involved in this matter. He would handle it himself. Malum began insisting that he knew what to do and didn't need to be told what to do. Philip noticed that these two were on much worse terms with each other than previously thought. Veronica wondered if they would end this argument with a fight. Ray could see that despite their argument, these men were showing indecision rather than rage. It was clear that they were simply trying to intimidate each other. In any case, if things continued this way, it could escalate into something serious. The protagonist decided he needed to take action and resolve the situation. Ray used his magic to affect the mana of these thugs. Malum and Danon began to look at each other differently. Now the hatred in their hearts was growing. The thugs realized they hated each other and that this situation had to be resolved immediately. The rivals' argument quickly escalated into a fight. Danon shouted for his men to attack their rivals immediately. Malum also ordered his men to deal with their opponents. The leader said that he himself would beat up anyone who didn't fight right then. The gangs rushed at each other just as their bosses were already fighting fiercely. In an instant, everyone present was settling scores, beating each other up regardless of the consequences. Ray and his friends watched the scene unfold in silence from the sidelines. The protagonist understood that emotions follow one of two paths. They either subside or intensify. In the latter case, if emotions cross a critical threshold, they burst outward through action. Emotions that so severely disrupt equilibrium drive people to unpredictable actions. But once they subside in one way or another, the shattered vessel returns to a state of calm. After a while, the gang leader's anger had definitely subsided. Although they continued to quarrel, it was now a matter of pride. Each of them was ready to back down. Malum didn't understand why he had gotten himself into another fight. The gang leaders resorted to a verbal exchange once more. At this point, the protagonist intervened in the argument. He walked up to the rivals and grabbed them by the arms. The gang members were outraged and asked, "Who does this guy think he is?" Ray activated his magical abilities and showed the thugs what he was capable of. The thugs were terrified. Where did this guy get such superhuman strength? Looking at the stranger, they thought fearfully, were they really going to beat this guy up? Ray let the thugs go. They looked at him fearfully. Our hero asked if the two of them had let off enough steam. Ray said he wanted to talk to them now. The protagonist asked if children were still disappearing in this sector. The answer was yes. The thugs began arguing with each other again, shifting the blame back and forth. The protagonist asked if they really hadn't found any leads while searching for the missing orphans. Danon replied that he hadn't found any leads. The children simply vanished out of the blue. Malum said he had remembered something. Since the kids kept disappearing, he ordered that patrols be conducted in pairs. It was then that another person went missing. His partner immediately began searching for any clues, but by the time he hit a dead end, his friend had already vanished. All that remained was a pool of red light. Ray thought that, given the red light, this might be connected to Merc Red. Our hero asked if the two of them wanted to find the children. The answer was yes. Ray declared that in that case they had to do whatever he said. Our hero added that he would save these children. The protagonist placed marks on each of the thugs' bodies using subjugation magic, then ordered them to scatter throughout the city. Ray said they could just do what they usually do on the streets. The gang leaders approached Ray and asked if they would really be able to find the missing kids that way. Our hero wondered if they suspected anything. The protagonist declared that one of those present today would go missing. The gang members, of course, were terrified. Ray thought that, according to their accounts, a person goes missing every few days. Given that the last disappearance was 3 days ago, the red light would appear on the streets again. If this red light they're talking about is indeed magic, then everything will unfold exactly as our hero suspects. Magic is simply a concentration of mana, the unification and control of its individual particles. If the constituent elements have retained even the slightest trace of their original form, it's possible to determine the moment the magic is activated and the subsequent sequence of events. Ray told the two of them not to worry and just to protect him. From this moment on, he needed to focus. Our hero could sense the shape and location of every emotion, as well as the strength and direction of those emotions. Now he was trying to expand the range of his perception. The protagonist was able to control every person marked with a tag and determine their location. Ray saw a man with an unknown figure's hand reaching toward him. A large amount of concentrated mana was present nearby. The protagonist returned to reality. The bandits asked if Ray had found that person. Veronica asked the same question. Without wasting a moment, our hero rushed off in the indicated direction. At one point, the young man looked at the sign and thought that it must have happened right around here. Ray turned the corner and saw a stretch of road marked with red mana trails. Ray continued on. He followed the red trail without stopping for a second. Our hero was certain that at the end of this trail of red, he would find the source of the disappearances. As a result, Ray found himself in front of a solitary building located behind a large gate. It was an abandoned house. The boy sensed binding magic. Could the red light have carried the boy away? Philip and Veronica caught up with their friend. Philip asked if all the missing children were here. Ray replied that it was very likely. Veronica determined that the place was sealed off by a powerful magical barrier. She didn't have enough experience to break the spell. Ray said that going in through the main entrance was dangerous, since they didn't know who their opponent would be. Veronica said she had one option in mind. She introduced a black cat to her friends and said his name was Nero. She had mentioned him before. Philip pointed out that it was a stray cat that had been wandering around the hotel. When had Veronica managed to befriend him? The girl replied that animals had always loved her ever since she was little. Veronica explained that she uses an empathic connection to share feelings with Nero as if he were her servant. That way she'll be able to see, hear, and feel everything that Nero does. Philip agreed that this would ensure their safety. They used the cat to peek inside the mansion. Veronica asked if Ray wanted to try establishing an empathic connection. To share feelings, the connection must be strong, so he needs to try to welcome the cat with all his heart. The protagonist chose to use magic. An attempt was made to establish a mental connection between our hero and the black cat, Nero. Veronica noticed that it hadn't worked, and that was only natural. Ray understood that this technique was difficult to perform since it required a strong emotional bond. Veronica handed him the notes and suggested they give it a try. She had been trying to improve the formula for an empathic connection. Now it should be possible even with weak empathy. Ray looked at the sheets of paper covered in writing and thought there were a lot of formulas here. Had Veronica really prepared all of this for him? The girl noted that they wouldn't be able to try everything today, so there was no need to rush. However, Ray said he could just try them all at once. Our hero immediately set about carrying out his plan. Magic circles of various colors were projected onto the floor. Veronica was startled. Was this guy really going to activate so many seals at once? Ray directed one of the seals at Nero. The guy noticed that the cat was scared. The protagonist patted the cat on the head and said he was pleased to meet him. He added that he wouldn't hurt the cat. Philip asked in surprise, "Did it really work?" Veronica asked Ray if he could see the result. The protagonist was able to see his surroundings through the cat's eyes. He now understood how those present saw his face. Ray announced that the spell was working. Nero looked happy. Veronica said it was a success and felt relieved. She added that she hadn't been sure that even one of their attempts would actually work. Nero was let through the gate, and Ray said the investigation was beginning. Nero approached the mansion. The door leading inside was right in front of him. Using his unique abilities, the cat found himself inside the building. Nero looked around. Ray saw that the house was clean and well-designed, though it appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Nero noticed a light in the next room. It was visible through the slightly ajar door. Ray also heard the sound of a child's laughter. Ray saw that the cat had lifted himself off the floor, but he couldn't see anything else. The cat was in the hands of the woman of the house. She noticed they had a cute guest. The woman declared that this cat shouldn't be here. How did it get in? The cat looked at the woman, and Ray recognized her. It was the very same stranger from the bookstore, the female magician whom he suspected of belonging to Merc Red. The protagonist was surprised. Could this woman really be kidnapping children and bringing them here? The woman of the house said she would have to take the cat outside. The woman was surprised. She said that the young gentleman she'd met at the bookstore turned out to be a magician. The woman looked into the cat's eyes and said that this magician was extremely curious. The woman let the cat out and said that the young man must have been in a real hurry if he used a subjugation spell. But how about having lunch together? She added that in that case he could spend time with the other children. Closing the door to the mansion, the hostess said she would wait. After Nero returned to the young people, Veronica asked how Ray was feeling. Philip asked if there was anyone there and if they were dangerous. Ray replied that the owner of the mansion had been there. It would be nice if they could meet her in person. The next morning, the woman opened the door and greeted the guests. The mistress of the mansion said she was glad to see the young mage and his friends. The guests followed the woman inside the house. Veronica noticed that all the lights in the house were turned off. It was daytime, of course, but why wasn't a single lamp on? Just before they arrived here, the protagonist had received a report that Danon was missing. Our hero sensed a tracking spell here, one that had been cast on the gang leader. He was fairly certain that Danon was inside this mansion. The guests followed the lady of the house into a large, well-lit room. A boy in the room told the lady to hurry up. There were other children in the room as well. They said they'd been waiting for her. Each child was holding a plate of food. They invited her to have lunch with them. A girl said they had set the table exactly as the lady had taught them. Veronica was surprised. Could these children really have been kidnapped? Yet they all looked quite happy. Ray noted that Danina wasn't there. The woman announced to the children that they had guests today. The hostess reminded them that the guests would be having lunch, so they needed to be hospitable. The children immediately lit up and said they were pleased to meet them. The children asked which street the guests had come from. They remarked that the three of them looked very beautiful. The hostess asked if the guests were enjoying the meal. Philip replied that the food was quite tasty. The protagonist noted that this woman's core was still filled with negative emotions. It wouldn't be surprising if she exploded at any moment. Could it be that the necklace was suppressing these emotions? Ray announced that they had come here in search of their missing friends. The protagonist added that they had followed the red light to this mansion. The woman said she had tried to be as careful as possible. The lady of the house said she would have to introduce herself first. Her name is Lenya. She came here to recover. Lenya explained that 10 years ago she had been in an accident. It felt as if her whole world had come crashing down, and she found that she couldn't take a single step outside her home. However, she recently found a way to overcome this sadness. Now she rescues homeless children and they stay to live with her. Lenya added that they spend every day together and are very happy. Ray saw the same emotions he had seen the day before. Light orange manna, this is what people call a mother's love. The protagonist looked at Philip and wondered, could it be that he felt some kind of connection to her because of the mention of an incident from 10 years ago? That was exactly when this boy had been separated from his mother. Veronica asked if Lenya had asked the children themselves for their opinions. The woman asked when the young man had started studying magic. Did he have any favorite dishes? How had he been living up until now? Wasn't it hard to live on the streets? Ray thought this woman was asking him a lot of questions. The protagonist noticed that every time she looked at him, her core filled with certain emotions. Ray saw regret and obsession in her heart. Why was she reacting this way to him? What set him apart from others? Veronica asked if Ray really believed that the children were here because they wanted to be. The boy replied that he seriously doubted it. Our hero noted that none of these children had any emotions in their cores. Their cores were empty, just as the protagonist was in his normal state. However, the children behaved as if they were experiencing these emotions. Our hero thought that this, too, was an ability possessed by members of the Merc Red organization. The woman got up from the table and said she'd forgotten to serve dessert. She added that she'd be back in a few minutes. When the hostess left the room, all the children turned their gaze toward the guests. One of the boys asked if the guests had come to take them away. Veronica answered in the affirmative. She added that Danon and Melum were looking for them. The children said they didn't need that. The guests should leave. Veronica was surprised. The children said they had no intention of going back. They liked it here very much. Lenya treats them very well. She gives them delicious food, warm clothes, and even teaches them to read. The life they used to have on the streets is completely different from their current one. One of the girls said that the lady is a good person. No one wants to disappoint her. The children added that they want to make Lenya happy, so if the guests are going to get in the way, they'll do everything they can to stop them. The hostess returned to the room and apologized for keeping them waiting so long. The children announced that they wanted dessert. The hostess said she had prepared a special treat for everyone. It was pudding. The protagonist realized that the dessert was laced with drugs. The children insisted that the guests try the dessert, since Mrs. Lenya had made it for them. The children were surprised. Were the guests really not going to eat it? Did they really want to ignore the lady's kindness? The hostess stared intently at the protagonist. Ray dropped his fork and fell off his chair. Philip and Veronica also passed out while still sitting in their seats. The children carried the guests out of the dining room on stretchers and took them to separate rooms. Ray cautiously opened his eyes a little and watched where they were taking him. Earlier, the protagonist had told his friends to take one pill each. Before visiting the mansion, Ray had warned them that it was an antidote. Our hero said it was best to take it before they entered the building. When our hero first entered the mansion with the cat's help, he saw some familiar medicinal herbs in the corner of the flower bed by the entrance. This plant is called blackout. Few people know about it because, when raw, it's just a berry with no special effects. But when processed correctly, it can become a powerful sleeping aid. When Ray was in Sector 50, Nils taught him how to handle medicinal herbs. Thanks to that, he knows how to protect himself from their effects. He just needs to take a remedy that neutralizes the properties of these plants. The protagonist wondered something else. How did this woman know about the herbs used by the slum dwellers, and who had taught her how to use them? The children left Ray lying on the bed and left the room. Left alone, our hero sat up and looked around. He sensed that Philip and Veronica were very close by, perhaps in the neighboring rooms. The protagonist noticed that the furniture in this room was quite small, just like in a child's room. Ray turned around and saw the kidnapped Danon bound hand and foot. The boy was trying to say something, but his mouth was taped shut. The door to the room swung open, and Lenya appeared in the doorway. Danon looked at her fearfully. Ray managed to flop onto the bed and pretend he was asleep. The woman approached the captive and told him not to be afraid of her. After all, things would soon get easier for the young man. Ray wondered what was she about to do. The lady of the house removed a necklace with a red crystal from her neck. The mana in the young man's heart told him that he was frightened. The protagonist realized that the gemstone was absorbing Danon's emotions. After a while, a void formed in the young man's chest. The absorption process had been successful. Lenya turned around and approached our hero. Ray continued to lie motionless. The lady of the house was also holding a pendant with a red crystal in front of her. The woman said she wanted to see her son and added that this time, Mom would protect him. Lenya was surprised, but the red stone did not activate. Ray sat up in bed and said it was useless. He noticed that he had no emotions for the stone to absorb. The protagonist activated his teleportation magic and found himself at a safe distance from the woman. He also activated his fire magic. Ray said that the woman had used this necklace to turn other children into something like dolls. The boy asked where Lenya had gotten the necklace. Fire began to spread throughout the room. Lenya asked in surprise how this guy had managed to wake up. Ray replied by asking what she had planned to do by controlling those children. The woman remarked that she hadn't planned anything. Ray continued to threaten her with fireballs. The protagonist realized that the necklace was preventing the homeowner's emotions from breaking free. However, even it had its limits. Our hero decided that he had to deal with her emotions first. Lenya began to say something about her son. The lady of the house said that the young man was completely wrong. The fireballs continued to swirl around the room. At that moment, Lenya looked at Ray with a completely different expression. The woman saw a small child lying in a pool of blood right before her. Standing over him was a man holding a knife. The child was calling for his mother. Red mana filled the woman's chest. The tension was so intense that the mana literally exploded inside Lenya's chest. The woman clutched her head and crouched down. Due to the high voltage and excessive pressure, all the window panes shattered. Ray noticed that a magic circle had appeared in the middle of the room. The woman had vanished. Our hero thought he should go after her. He was already familiar with the color of the mana she had used. Earlier, Veronica had said that atmospheric mana shouldn't be used. If you exceed the dose, you can get poisoned. The girl didn't want Ray to fall into a berserk state again. The protagonist decided to start by figuring out why Lenya's emotions had suddenly exploded. The young man believed the answer must be somewhere in this room. Ray looked around carefully. Our hero's attention was drawn to a photograph lying on the floor. Ray looked at the photo. It showed a woman and a boy. Ray was surprised because the boy looked just like him. The protagonist thought that this was exactly why she was so interested in him. How did they feel about each other? Ray came across the child's diary. The boy had written that today he'd cooked a meal with his mom. It was great. His mom had also taught him magic. There were no further entries in the diary. Ray thought if the last entry was dated 10 years earlier, then that boy would be about the same age as him now. Suddenly, a table fell next to Ray and shattered into pieces. The boy looked back. Our hero saw Danon. He had managed to free himself from the ropes and was extremely angry. He declared that Ray must not put the lady in danger. Ray noticed that his core was devoid of emotion. However, Danon continued to act as if he were angry. The gang leader lunged at Ray. The protagonist wondered how such a thing was even possible. Our hero wondered what these people were really like. Danon attacked the protagonist with a chair in his hands. Ray managed to dodge the attack. Danon lunged at the young man again and shouted that he would never forgive him. Ray noticed that his opponent's entire body was covered in enhancing magic. However, while this made him stronger, he wasn't particularly skilled in combat. Suddenly, the whole room began to shake. Cracks appeared in the walls and ceiling. Ray shouted for Danon to get out of there immediately. Our hero thought he wouldn't be able to buy any more time. The protagonist threw himself onto his opponent's back and applied a chokehold. After that, Danon was deactivated and found himself lying on the floor. Ray bolted out of the room. He needed to find Philip and Veronica immediately. In the hallway, the young man saw the children. The children were outraged. How dare this man attack the lady? He had to be thrown out of here. Ray activated his speed ability and quickly dashed past the children. The protagonist knew his friends had to be somewhere nearby. He had to check every room. The young man saw Philip. He had climbed onto a bookshelf and was trying to fend off the children swarming around him with a broom. Philip was screaming at them to keep their hands off him. The kids were trying to pull him down and beat him up. Ray neutralized everyone who was trying to attack Philip and let his friend climb down from the bookcase. Philip asked what had happened. Ray promised to tell him everything once they found Veronica. The young people heard a voice and realized it was Veronica screaming. The boys rushed to her. The girl was fending off the children who were closing in on her in the next room. She was using magic. Veronica had created a magical shield. The children nearby were suspended in midair. Philip said that the girl was probably all right since she was also a mage. Veronica replied that she felt relieved to see that her friends were safe and sound. The girl asked what had happened. The mansion had suddenly shaken, and the children had rushed toward her. Ray explained that after the light came on, she had run away, and all of this was the result of her actions. Philip wondered why she had reacted that way when she saw the light. Ray replied that perhaps the reason lay right in his hands. The protagonist showed her a photo and said he'd found it in her room. It was a family photo of Mrs. Lenya. There was also a young child's diary there. The young people looked at the photo and read the diary. Veronica couldn't believe what she was seeing. Ray suggested that this boy was Lenya's son. Perhaps he had died. Veronica recalled that her grandfather had told her about similar cases. He called it psychological trauma. It must have been that when the lights came back on, she was overwhelmed by unpleasant memories. Veronica said that now they needed not only to find the woman, but also to rescue the children from the mansion. Ray asked what Philip planned to do. Philip was certain that, judging by the diary entries, Lenya couldn't possibly be his mother. Besides, the mansion was rapidly falling apart. If they didn't get out of there immediately, they would be in danger. Philip was surprised, but Ray had asked for his opinion beforehand because he respected his right to choose. The young man replied that he wanted to save Ms. Lenya. That was his sincere wish. Ray accepted this answer and added that in that case they would go with him to rescue her. The protagonist told Veronica to lure the children outside. He and Philip would go to Mrs. Lenya. The young people began to climb to the second floor since they had very little time left. Philip knocked on the door of the room. A voice from inside shouted for them to get out of there immediately. Suddenly, a strong wind picked up. Everything around them began to spin. The door to the room was torn from its hinges and flew off to the side. Philip wondered where this hurricane had come from. The woman was inside the room. Lenya was clutching her head with her hands. Her eyes looked wild. She was screaming loudly and was furious.